Hi. Oh, shit. Alright, shit. I'm gonna have to go out and come back in. I'm right here. Sorry. Dang phone. Hi, Gone John. Dang phone doesn't ring all night until fucking. Hi, Pink. Hi, Mr. Rourke. Hi, Gone John. How's everybody doing tonight? Let me just text this. Yeah, I was looking around at the live streams that were going on. Oh, jeez, those videos. Funny. Okay, there we go. No, 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 no. Back user. Oh, gosh. I hate that when I go to block somebody and then I highlight their freaking comment. Oh my god, I hate that shit. How's everybody doing tonight? Everybody doing okay? Ooh, look at I gotta guess. Whoops. Ah. Uh-oh. There we go. Action stream. There we go.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Hey, Lucas. We got Lucas with a K in the house. Pink. Gone John. You. Me. Yeah, I was looking around at some of the shit that was on YouTube, and I'm like, same old, you know?
Boring Tuesday night.
Life is boring, isn't it?
That's why you take naps.
I know, right? I can't imagine, like, can you imagine people with, like, billions of dollars could just be sitting there and be like, what should we do? What can we do? You know, like, I wonder, what do they do?
They buy people and have them have orgies or something in front of them and be like, wow, what a good show.
No, they don't. That's what you would do. That's what you would do. What would anybody in this room do if they had, like, you know, unlimited money right now? What would you do? Besides the orgy thing, Mr. Rourke.
Go to Massachusetts. Drive around your house.
The dead end.
I heard billionaires now found something to do with stem cell research, and they reversed the aging process, and they want to live forever, which, you know, I could see some people making that idea, you know, oh, I'd love to live forever, you know, but myself, even if I was like 20 years old, I still would not want to live forever. I mean,
Hi, Laura, Vedididi. Vedididi. I think that when you know, people like that want to live forever that are billionaires, they want to live forever because they want to make sure they have the time to spend their billions.
That's that would be kind of hard to do, just to go out and blow $1 billion, knowing what kind of interest you'd be making off of it in a month.
What's the point in having it if you're just gonna sit there with it in the bank making interest in it?
I, I don't know. I mean, it's almost like having too much money.
It is. I think it is definitely having too much money.
Say you had to like carry your money. You couldn't carry that money. So I mean, if you can't carry your own money, I mean, what good's it doing you? You know, if
I
there's a
think.
fire, flood,
Oh, what do you mean? Like if there was a flood? I mean,
world catastrophe, like, you know, say that the world started flooding, and, you know, the continents lost their shape, and it started changing. And what's $1 billion going to do for you? And who's to say that somebody, you know, if everyone were to go chaotic and start shooting each other, who's to say you want to get shot, and, you know, and then your life's over that way?
you wouldn't. You wouldn't know that.
If you were a billionaire, they could probably take you to the hospital and bring you back to life, and with stem cells, bring you back to your original state before you were injured by a bullet injury.
I would just look for people like I'd look through YouTube and videos of people that um were totally poor and had nothing, and I would help them, and I would just want to see their faces.
Hmm. If I was a magician and you were my assistant,
I would not be your assistant. I would
why not?
never be any magician's assistant. And I
Why
wouldn't
not?
be a lion tamer or a water skier or a professional snow skier or an ice skater or a trapeze artist or a high wire climber or a fire eater or a sword art climber.
Well, that narrows it down a bit.
Did you finish watching that movie last night?
No, I seen it today on when I was scrolling, and I was gonna watch it, and I was like, she's probably gonna quiz me on it, and but I didn't watch it.
Guess I can't quiz you on it.
What do you
Mm.
mean you didn't watch it right
Is
now?
there two states that begin with C?
I've got to question you.
Laura says, how many states begin with the letter C?
Letter C, California, Connecticut,
That's it, right? Two states.
Colorado,
What?
Connecticut.
Ah, Colorado. What about Colorado?
Is the Carolinas? Does that count?
No. Carolina isn't a state. It's North Carolina, South Carolina. There's three. She said three. Mm, she said three. Um, I like that movie. I finished watching it last night. It was called Ghost Town. For anybody who doesn't know, with Ricky Gervais, who I do like. I like Tia Leone, and Greg Kinnear. But I'm not going to tell anybody the end in case they watch it. But I don't know. It wasn't bad, but it was okay. You
Did
know,
Greg Kinnear marry Tia Leone?
I know David Duchovny was married to Tia Leone. David Duchovny, is that his name, from the X Files?
Uh,
She said, "How many start with a D?"
Delaware.
And that's it, right? Oh, no, Denver isn't a state.
Delaware, and yeah, that's probably it. The Dakotas.
Oh, North and South again. Just Delaware. I went to Maryland one time.
What happened?
Maryland's really shitty, man. Big time. Big time crapola. Hey, Laura, you live in Vegas. What happened when you were there for that? Like what do you think about that? The Jason Aldean concert. What do you think about that, Rourke?
I think I stay away from concerts from a while, and especially country ones.
Do you
Uh,
think that guy did it?
who that dude in the hotel room? Yeah, that
You
old
think
man
he
with the
did that?
that he did the shooting.
I don't think he. I don't know if he did or was
What do
forced to do it or you know.
Oh yeah, I mean either way, he did. Somebody had to do it, and it was coming from his room. So either he's responsible for letting somebody into the room and doing that, or
I feel
but
like an alarm would go off if anybody broke those windows.
listen, you asked me
I
what I would.
am.
You seen the singer, and you seen what he did, and I probably would have been a little bit faster at it.
Multiple rooms. She says. Let's see. She wanted me to drop the link.
Drop it.
Drop it like it's hot. Hi, Ian Watts. Yeah, I was watching a lot of videos about that man Rourke, and man, fucking God, there was so much fucked
Has
up.
the Las
Hmm?
Vegas entertainment area has that since then has it repaired itself, or is everyone else like I ain't going there no more?
Wait for it to come on live stream because I wouldn't know that. But what about the people we were reading about that ended up dead after survivors?
Strange. I mean, terrible luck to get shot at from a hotel room at a concert, and then you survive it, and then for some reason you get whacked later on, or you end up missing.
Yeah, no shit, right? Hi, Laura.
Hello.
Hi. I don't know why this is so quiet.
I can hear you.
Hold on.
You sound good.
I don't
Can you hear
I
us?
have it up the loudest and it's like really quiet. I don't understand. I don't know. I'm fucking tired as shit. Um I went down the whole like rabbit hole with Mandalay Bay and it's very frustrating.
Isn't it? I was like,
What?
oh my God, I can't believe that all of this can, be out there and people still just let it slide.
Yeah.
About Mandalay Bay suing the victims.
The victims have been trying to you mean MGM? The victims have been trying to sue MGM.
Yeah, they did, and I heard they had gotten an $800,000. I'm sorry, 800 million. 800 million.
I don't really know that much about the after the fact. But as far as what actually went down, like I don't know, there's this guy called the Health Ranger and he breaks it down, like he breaks down the type of bullets, the speed of sound versus the he basically breaks it all down and explains how there were at least two shooters. And first of all, I knew this before watching that, unfortunately, because when you listen to it on the slowest, you can hear two different firearms and you can tell they're trying to mimic one another because people want to write it off as it being an echo, but it's not the same pattern. And that's the first thing that I noticed. And I was like, holy shit. Like once I started like really getting into it and then listening to all like in slow motion and everything, I'm like, oh my God, like no way. Like that's fucked up. I just kept getting more into it and it just got more and more fucked up. I believe
Frustrating.
the two single shots that you hear at the very beginning, shortly after 10, before it begins the open fire, I believe that those are the shots that killed what's his face,
Him?
because
Yeah, that's a good thing.
they obviously took,
Hmm.
yeah, that was probably one, maybe one was a warm up, or who knows, but that was probably the sound of his life ending, and then there's a pause before they start shooting.
Yeah, I took a look at some of the. I actually had screenshotted a lot of this particular. It was the surveillance video from from the hotel of him being there for the days that he was there. And the strange thing is they go, okay, now here he is, and he's going out to his car, and he's there and he's acting on, normal to people. He's friendly enough and everything. And he won't have a hat on. And then when he's coming back in, just from going to his car, then he's wearing a hat. And that happened repeatedly. It was every time, like, it would be him being friendly and leaving his room without, there's no suitcases or nothing. Um, but all the ones where he's coming back with loads of suitcases, he's got a hat on suddenly. And, I just thought it was strange. Like, why would he, every time he goes outside, all of a sudden come back with a hat on? I mean, in all these
Ian, this
cases.
happened on October 1st, 2017.
Yeah, it was a while ago. And, and every time I'm reading it, it's like the guy who was the security officer there, remember, Brooke, when we were listening to it and he had gotten hit in the calf, in the hallway?
Yeah.
They said
Just
that he
like
had
Travis Scott, both Travis Scott's Astroworld and this one, someone allegedly warned everyone that they were going to die for both things.
That's what they were saying about that Mandalay Bay. Yeah, they were saying there was a woman in the front and she kept yelling, screaming,
You're all gonna
"You
die."
are gonna die tonight. You're gonna die tonight."
Security took her
And
out
they
really
did
fast,
took her
really
out.
fast, really
Yep.
fast.
Yeah, they took her
They were
out.
confiscating electronics, and one of the survivors was killed under suspicious circumstances. She basically died of quote unquote natural causes in her 20s. And she was
That was the one
actually,
with the bloody boots, right? She was the one that was
I don't
showing the bloody
remember.
boots.
I'm really rusty on this. I just remember she was one of the few survivors that was insisting that there were multiple shooters, and that they even believed that there were some on the ground.
Well, look at that one where they had been meeting the survivors since they'd been having meetings at that bar, and the shooter came in there. And so some of the survivors were injured, and there was one that was killed. Um, I mean, seriously, that is just so odd. And then there was a couple 2 weeks after that also had crashed and died. Then there was a woman within a month after that got hit and run. I mean, that
I
is
believe
just
it because, in my opinion, it was political, because this was right after, Trump had been a president for not even a full, like, 2 year or year. I don't remember. I can't think straight right now. Just think about it. Like, you have this group of people, country listeners, who are mostly conservative. They're all wearing red, white, and blue. They all have American flags and everything. And you know that those people are usually for guns. And in my opinion, that's why certain things like that happen. I think it was the CIA, FBI. I know the CIA and FBI is constantly listening to me. Uncle Sam, just fucking kill me if you want to. I don't give a shit. Like, any day now, I don't even care.
I feel
The
like
end.
it's not, so much about politics. I think it's to do with just plain money. I don't think that, you know,
Whether you
even
want to use the word politics or not, you could even use the word division, because as long as people are divided, they have control over us.
yes, exactly. There's no better way to, make people
Conquer and
think,
divide.
yeah, to make them think they have a choice when really they don't have a choice. It's just a way to divide them, and it's really because, Rourke,
That's why I'm a nonconformist. Like, you know, I would never be able to pick a side. I can't think like that. I don't believe in every single, conservative belief, just as I don't believe in every single liberal belief. Like there's no way I could conform to either side. There's just like my brain doesn't work that way.
Have you ever voted?
Yeah.
You have. Well, you're young, you're in your 30s, right? You said.
Hmm. Yeah, I voted at least 3 times though. I'm a little experienced here.
No, I don't mean like that. I
I'm
mean
just
like,
joking. I don't care.
I mean like, because I was talking to work last night. He probably thinks I'm so stupid too because I was all crying and stuff.
He thinks you're stupid because you were crying.
No, but it's what I was crying about. Remember, Rourke?
I'm crying.
About Bill Clinton.
I cry at commercials sometimes, so like it happens.
It was because freaking I could remember back to when our vote mattered and to how it felt to have it, thrown in your face, like,
Exactly.
yeah, and it
Rid of
made
the
me feel
electoral
hopeless.
college.
Huh?
Did we get rid of the electoral college?
I didn't hear
I
your
don't know
full
why
question.
my audio is so messed up.
Remember they had a thing called the electoral college, and they pretty much, decide the vote.
Yeah.
Does that still apply today, or did we get rid of that?
No, it applies, but it basically means that there's no point in going.
California's half the vote.
It just means like there's no point in voting because if the person who the people want for the president is overruled by this group, that just was a slap in the face. It's like, why bother, informing ourselves about, topics, and why bother taking the time to go and vote? Why campaign? Why any of that? Why if our vote could just be overruled like that? That was so devastating to me that, that person didn't win, and yet there they were. They were, there they were, the president, And I was reading to Mr. Rourke this paper. Oops, Laura disappeared.
So what I was surprised about in Vegas is that there wasn't a whole lot of police presence on the ground when the shooting was.
I know.
There was no EMS, and that was surprising to me.
Really surprising. I mean, really surprising. And like that cab driver that we were watching. Hi, Day Day. I said hi, right? Remember that cab driver we were watching, and he was like out front of Mandalay Bay. And he's going, "Where's the cop? Where's the cop?" But they were already in there, like with no. How did they pinpoint where that was coming from? Do you like, what is it called? The musket of a gun? Like, even if it's something with, I don't know, like say it's a faraway shooting. Would you see the flare from it? Would you see the fire from it? Like,
remember I told you about the silencers? It's called a repressor, I believe. And they could have had that on there so that you couldn't see as much fire coming from the barrels. And I think the reason they had so many guns is because if you start shooting your gun like that real fast, the barrel gets hot, turns orange.
well, I think like no other cap cams were released. Yeah, we only saw one. Yeah, that was only released because it was a guy that was actually in that one. It was a guy, and he was right out front of Mandalay Bay. And I mean, remember that guy just leaning against the wall, all casual, and he's going, "Hey, maybe somebody should call the police." Can't you guys hear that shooting? Can't you hear the shooting? And there's no sign. There's no nothing. It was so strange to me. And then, no, I'm telling you right now, there was No, it wasn't picking anybody up. He was just like, what was he doing? Why was he down there? Just randomly, I think. Like, going like to a cab stand out front of there or something. And then he's like hearing all that shit, remember?
Yeah. Sometimes the cab drivers just hang out down there in the lobbies, or not in the lobbies, but where they drop people off at. You know, a customer comes out and says, "Hey, cabbie, give me a ride to the airport" or some shit.
Yeah, and what really gets me is why would that guy have turned around and started shooting at fuel tanks? I mean, and you wouldn't use a silencer if you were um shooting from far away
Or if you're
because
automatically.
automatic weapon. No, you couldn't use a silencer because um those they had just stuff. Oh, really? I'll have to like put that one in here and too, the one that me and Mr. Rourke were watching. Um, because the reason why it slows the bullet down. That's what makes the bang from the bullet is it breaking the sound barrier or the speed barrier. You know what I mean?
You know how loud that must have been for the to be in that hotel room and hearing all those bullets going off. You were right. When some of the other guests should have on the floor should have been able to be like, "What the?" If they were there, you know, you never know what's going on in those damn hotels.
Right. Nobody called and reported gunfire going off. Nobody. And here's another thing too. If he was gonna just kill himself, right? Um. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't see that part. I mean, we didn't see that one with the girl cab driver. But if he was gonna just kill himself anyway, why would he put gloves on?
There's no way he was just gonna kill himself. If he would have was gonna just kill himself, he would have just whacked himself anyways. If remember what his brother was saying that you know he was a guy that was quiet, kept to himself. Um, that's no reason to go out there and shoot 50 people.
He didn't. Hi, Ruby. Now, here's another thing, too, I noticed when I was looking at the surveillance footage from him being in the casino.
Mm-hmm.
The casino was so empty. Yeah, it was so empty. Like, there was nobody sitting next to him at the machines, nothing.
What did he owe money at the time to the casinos, or did
No,
no, nothing like that,
no,
huh?
mm-mm, nope. Oh, no money. He was a millionaire, actually. And, um, and had, uh, he had like ordered every time he ordered room service, it was 2 meals. It was 2 meals. Let's see if I can find the thing I was reading about
Why was he ordering
Simon.
for dinner?
I don't
Was he
know.
just a big eater?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it was like $100 every time. Um, Let me see if I can find what it was. Yeah, it was really weird. I mean, there was too much discrepancies, you know?
There's too many questions to the case to really, you know, like why this really happened, how did it happen?
Yeah, and they were saying a lot about the timeline was off. Now, I cannot see um the chat right now, so just so you know.
Oh, it's
Um
Ruby B says, "What case are you talking about, SG?" She's talking
the
about
Mandalay Bay.
the Mandalay Bay, Las Vegas shooting case. It was about 5 years ago. 50 people got shot. God help us. Well, we needed help a long time ago, so I don't think God's going to help us now. Oh, Laura just got another Amber alert.
For what?
I guess Amber's missing.
Oh my God. That an enormous important discrepancy has emerged over what happened in the Las Vegas massacre. When did police arrive on the 32nd floor where Stephen Paddock was firing his deadly, fucking Washington Post? He keeps throwing me over with that shit.
You know,
uh,
those SWAT
huh?
cops, the SWAT police in Vegas, they had to be so jacked up, and they have to go in there, and they already know once they get caught, they're probably gonna kill somebody. So just imagine, like, you get that call, it's time to go to work. You know you got to whack somebody. It's like a hitman.
Says nearly 2 weeks after a gunman unleashed one of the deadliest mass shootings in modern U.S. history, authorities in Las Vegas are still left with more questions than answers. Sheriff Joseph Lombardo, head of Las Vegas Police Department, expressed his own frustration. They didn't begin me. Hold on. Okay. Expressed his own frustrations with the investigation, but said he remained determined to keep the public informed. It's important for people to know what I know when I know it, just to calm the public. Perhaps the biggest question of all is what motivated gunman Stephen Paddock, 64, to open fire on 22,000 concert goers, ultimately killing 58 and wounding hundreds more. Lombardo touched on the lack of information regarding his motive. Now, this guy had no prior history with the police. No
Hey,
prior history with the police. Who's in?
Ablavi's here.
Hi, Bobby. You immediately think you're going to know the reasons why in the short term, he said. Now here we are a week after the fact and we still don't know. Varying accounts of the timeline from that October 1st evening have left the pub further in the dark. Oh. We're talking about the Las Vegas shooting, by the way. Bobby.
But now we're talking about Abby.
About Bobby. It's so annoying that they just give you like half a story and then they go, if you want to hear more, click here, and then you do. And here are all the hoaxes being spread. Police on spot over a Vegas discrepancy. But you know, huh?
They fought over that?
No, on spot it says.
Oh, on spot.
Pressure mounted Wednesday for Las Vegas police to explain how quickly they reacted to what would become the deadliest mass shooting in modern U.S. history after two hotel employees reported a gunman spraying a hallway with bullets 6 minutes before he opened fire on a crowd at a musical performance. Spraying a hallway with bullets? We didn't hear that, remember?
No, I never heard that at all.
No, we didn't hear that. Spraying a hallway with bullets. On Monday, Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo revised the chronology of the shooting and said the gunman, Stephen Paddock, had shot a hotel security guard through the door of the suite and
Hello,
started.
GDS.
Who?
GDS is GDS.
Oh, hi, JDS. Hi. We're talking about the Las Vegas shooting. I can't see the comments, so Mr. Work is doing a favor for me and keeping the people in the chat room happy. He
Yes.
strafed a hallway of Mandalay Bay Hotel and Casino with 200 rounds. I don't believe that. They didn't show nothing like that in the hallway. Nothing.
Lucas is
I
back.
looked at those pictures. Hi, Lucas. 6 minutes before he unleashed a barrage of bullets into the crowd. That is a lie. That account differed dramatically from the one police gave last week when they said Paddock edited his hail of fire on the crowd in order to shoot through his door and wound the unarmed guard, Davis Campos, who, by the way, has since disappeared, mind you. Okay. Maintenance worker Stephen Shuck told NBC News that he was checking out a report of a jammed fire door on the 32nd floor of Mandalay Bay when he heard gunshots, and the hotel security guard who had been shot in the leg peeked out from an alcove and told him to take cover. Gunshots can be heard in the background as Shuck uses his radio to report the shooting, telling a dispatcher, "Call the police. Someone's firing a gun up here. Someone's firing a rifle on the 32nd floor down the hallway." Campbell also used his radio and
Hey,
possibly a hallway phone to
your phone sounds a
call
little.
hotel dispatchers for help.
Your phone sounds like it's cracking
My
up a
phone,
little
what?
bit. Sounds like the speaker's
Is
cracking up a
it?
little. I thought
Is
so. I
it
don't know.
now?
Maybe now it sounds good.
Okay. Um, the phone called dispatchers for help, police have said. It was unclear if when the hotel relayed the report of shots being fired to the police.
It went back to crack.
Unclear. Alright. I'll go look at this. Trump selling DC hotel to Miami investment firm for $375 million. Unbelievable. How do you
What hotel?
sell a hotel?
Which one did he
Huh?
sell? The ones in New Jersey, or is it New Jersey where he's got Trump Towers?
No, this one is in DC.
Oh, DC. Yeah, he did. And then I remember that.
This is old news. I didn't know that. So he
No,
sold a hotel for $375 million. That is so messed up.
he probably needed the
This was
cash.
updated earlier today. This is it's old news. Says the deal is expected to close early next year, and the hotel will be managed by Waldorf Astoria. The 263 Trump International Hotel near the White House has sold for a lot more. Donald Trump's Opulent Hotel near the White House that drew lobbyists and diplomats seeking favor with the ex-president, as well as criticism as a symbol of his ethics conflict. Yeah, you think? Is being sold to the CGI Merchant Group agreed to pay the Trump Organization $375 million for the rights to the 263-room hotel and has plans to rebrand it as neither Trump or the organization is available for comment. The hotel has been a big money loser for the Trump family since it won right to convert a stately federal building called the Old Post Office from the federal government under a lease that with extensions can run 100 years. The federal agency that owns the property says the U.S. General Services Administration must sign off on any sale. So if they own the property, then why wouldn't we get the money? The Trump organization too. So what are they like going by a nonprofit organization and not having to pay taxes?
Ian Watts says only in America.
Yeah, I mean, oh no, so it says opened its doors in late 2016. Wow. So he bought that in 2016 so he could fucking have to, like, anybody who went to Washington, they'd probably have to stay at his hotel, and then we
Then,
pay for it.
yeah, we pay for it. And all security, all that kinds of stuff.
Yep. Yeah, he used to make the security guys stay.
Oh, you
And
know what? He would raise the price of the room just for that effect.
yeah, that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No signs of Inia. Over 1,000 pieces of evidence collect. This is the one for the gunman again. It says he is believed to have purposely fired at aviation fuel tanks near the concert venue.
Laura's
It is believed
backstage.
that, huh?
Laura says she's backstage.
Oh, all right. Okay, I gotta go out and come back in. I'll let her in.
SG's got to go outside, and then she's got to come back inside. She'll probably lock herself out of the house. She's been known to do that a few times. Ruby B says, "Hey, Ablavi." Where's Ablavi at tonight? How's your dating life going, Ablavi?
Oh, I got two people. Oh no, wait, not two people. Hi, she's still there.
Um,
Hi,
Laura,
My audio fixed.
hi.
who's
Hmm.
Roar? Um, did you
Can you not
somebody?
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I fixed my audio.
Oh, I think I know it. Lucas, that drawing is SG sleeping with her dog.
Oh God, what a creep. Uh, hmm. What's going on lately with the Travis Scott thing, Laura? I know you've been keeping up with that.
I think pretty much like nothing new, really. I mean, oh, Nike, I guess, no longer sponsors him. That's pretty much all I can think of. There's 10 victims. You know, the 9-year-old died as well.
Yeah, I saw that.
Um, so I think it's pretty much. Oh, they're like basically. I don't know. Do you watch Christina Randall?
No, I never heard of her.
She put out a really good video today about like basically going in his past and showing clips of him saying that he wants blood at his concerts. He wants
Oh
a
yeah, he
cult
says
like
that.
following.
Hmm.
So she put up a pretty good video about that. But yeah, I saw that I guess Nike dropped him and um I don't know, his attorney said typical attorney shit.
I think what they
And
need to think about is, first of all, you know, well, I did come across a recording of a female cop saying, you've got to tell them down there that, you know, that we've got things going on here. You know, you got it about the people crashing the gate and everything going on. And the ones like further on, they acting like as if they couldn't hear anything. The ones up near the stage, which, you
oh, and
know, they had
also
this.
before I forget,
Hmm.
Kylie Jenner. Okay, so she hasn't spoken out about this. However, she did speak out because she was outraged because of the fact that there were rumors going around that they're already losing money from this. And those are the rumors that had her speak out and say, no, that's not true at all. We're actually gaining money. So that's
Isn't
what
that
she's
awful?
said so far.
That's all they
Who?
care about is money.
The Kardashians were losing money over the shooting.
What? Can you hear us, Laura?
What shooting?
Oh, I don't think she could
No,
hear
no
me.
shooting. Travis Scott. She's talking about Travis Scott.
Oh,
The stampede, you know, because is it Kylie that's married to him, right? Or Kendall?
uh,
Kylie, she's pregnant with his second child. I think she's like due any day now. But she, like I said, she hasn't said anything to the public about this, despite everyone, you know, she turned off her comments on Instagram and everything like that because all her fans want to know what are your thoughts. And, you know, she's not speaking. Obviously, I'm sure her attorneys have told her not to say anything, but she did speak out to say that she is outraged that people think that they're losing money because of the tragedies that happened at Astroworld, because according to Kylie, that is not true. In fact, they are gaining money.
Yeah, and I
So
heard that he's
so she
gone up
addressed that
40%.
rumor.
He's gone up 40% in like views on his, you know, his Instagram and all that shit. That they've gone up 40%. Here's what I was thinking was that, like, you know how benzodiazepine withdrawal can really make people become very angry. And in
It
the
can kill
lyrics
you.
of right, and in the lyrics of his songs, he talks a lot about popping a Zanny, pop the Zanny, pop the Zanny. So I think what a lot is going on here is they need to um, find out if this guy is using benzodiazepines as,
I think he's
you
on
know,
something else. I don't know why, but like I have a feeling he's on harder drugs. And like a lot of people believe that he's addicted to something, like he was most likely on substances during the I mean, like who looks at an ambulance at their concert and says, "What the fuck is that?" and just kind of looks off into space, almost as if it's like in another dimension, and then just starts going, It's just like I think he's on shit.
Right, but I think that the rage part of him could be from the
That's this
benzos.
generation. That's the rage culture. It's like all the hype. It's really annoying. It's the Tide Pod ASMR generation.
But you're not supposed to like take benzos as like a recreational drug. It's something where people are
Right, it's
prescribed it,
disgusting.
and when you
Did you ever hear of the rapper? There's a rapper literally called Lil Xan. He's got it tatted under his eyes and everything. It's just a mess. But
this is
anyway,
just
it's like
bullshit.
a lot of rappers. Like I'm sorry, these aren't rappers. A lot of these auto tuners these days are all singing about Xanax and shit like that. And like it's unfortunate, but it's definitely not just Travis or Drake. It's a lot. It's like a whole like fucking culture. I don't know. It's really disgusting, to be honest. It's pretty disturbing. Like,
It is. It's
please
a
stop
very
promoting
bad.
them.
Yeah, I
But
wouldn't
then,
even
when
like.
I was a
Wouldn't even
teenager, the
know
music that was coming out was promoting ecstasy. And that didn't make me go
the
out and do a
words
bunch
that
of
you write
ecstasy.
aren't
So.
even like anything that how you're a singer, right? And say you want to perform somebody else's song. You couldn't
Oh, if you
perform
want to
his.
go back to the MGM shooting, Ruby B. One thing that I did want to say really quick before I forget is that there was muzzle flash that can be seen aligned with the, like the, what would you call it? The punctures of the fucking ammunition, the sound when you shoot an automatic.
What
What
topic
is
would the chatters like us to speak about? Ruby says, let's talk about a different topic.
So there's muzzle flash that can be seen on the top of the Delano. Like everybody keeps saying
What's
Mandalay
the
Bay, but
Delano?
this is that's next to Mandalay Bay, and then there's the Luxor. There's Mandalay Bay, Deluxor, or Delano, Luxor, all in a row, and technically,
Mhm.
like that's where the crowd was. They're all MGM properties, though, so it doesn't matter. It's all MGM anyway.
But you're on
But
that same line with me as we would see muzzle flashes.
yeah, like you could be they can be seen. Looks like there's appears to be a shooter on the top of the Delano, as well as two different floors coming out of the Mandalay Bay windows. Allegedly, Uncle Sam. Just kill me already.
Uncle Sam
Well,
killed.
I find it hard to believe about those windows being like, okay, first
The,
of all,
oh man, it's so frustrating because they scrubbed so many videos. But like, if you would have kept up with this right back in 2017, so much footage was uploaded originally from that night, and they even showed all the windows that were broken out. It was not just Stephen Paddock's suite; there were other floors, other windows that had been broken out. That I remember
well,
those
when
being
we
uploaded
were
to YouTube.
watching the videos from that night from people's cell phones, we didn't see any windows open, right, Work? And then when we watched the ones from after, you can see the windows broken. But that night, there was
On
no.
those,
Remember, I kept saying it.
do they have alarms on the windows? Because those windows, they have to be thick as hell and not easy
Yeah,
to break.
the bulletproof, everything, because they have to
Yeah, and
not
all he
break.
had was this little mallet, like fucking, handheld mallet that he supposedly broke those windows out with.
Yeah, it wasn't him. He was probably the one of the single shots at the beginning.
What a shame. I mean, I just can't even, because that guy, the Jesus Campos, the Campos or whatever, the one who was the security guard, he was scheduled to do interviews, and he canceled them all, and was being put up in two condos that were owned. Or he was actually given two condos that were owned by MGM, and given some money, and the only one he did um a interview on was Ellen, but then it came out later that the cane that he used was a prop. He didn't really need it. I mean, it was like legal documents that came out saying that there was a
Yeah,
bunch
the
of.
security guard couldn't remember his story. Like he kept changing his story to the point that I'm pretty sure one of the feds just gave him money, like hush money, like get the fuck, just go somewhere, like just stop talking.
Mm-hmm. Day says you could see explosives coming off the lower floors of the World Trade Center when it was collapsing. That
Yeah, they
that
had pivots that they when they built it with those in it. That's why, oh my God, the whole infrastructure with that, because that was the first time that they had ever built any building in US history in the way that they did, because they allegedly built it to collapse demolition style if needed.
Did anyone ever remember a
Explain
president
Building 7.
being awake at 8 o'clock in the morning at a elementary school reading books to kids at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I mean, yeah, I know that is kind of early for reading time at the school.
And it was
Also,
just
Mark Wahlberg and what's his face, the dude, Family Guy, Seth MacFarlane. The very first plane that hit the first tower, they were supposed to be on that flight, but coincidentally, each of their managers called them and said, "Do not get on that flight. Whatever you do, you're not getting on that flight. There's been a misunderstanding, blah, blah, blah." So they were basically waiting for their next plane to come as they watched their initial fucking plane fly into the Twin Tower.
It seems like something shoots out those planes too, like it's some kind of a missile or something first. And they never, none of the airlines or any of those things got held responsible for any of that.
Yeah,
President
I
Bush
know.
put something into effect to cover them immediately, like the very next day. And his
Yeah,
brother
they
was the
shipped
head
all
of
the debris to
security, you
China
know.
instantly. All the debris was shipped to China.
And his brother was the head of that security department, you know, of that security company for the World Trade Center, Marvin
that
Bush.
that was all done to become intrusive in our personal rights as people. And
That was
ever
the
since,
beginning of the New World Order for sure. Nothing's ever been the same since. And that's what's part of my generation is my generation, we're all minors when that happened still. So we basically grew up learning that we can't trust our government and
That's why I
knowing
was
that
crying
like
last night.
our older generations are so confused, not everybody, but a lot of them, because they're so brainwashed. They
We're so
believe the
disappointed.
government.
No, we're not brainwashed. We're disappointed. I mean, that's why I was crying last night to 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 work because um
No, I don't mean
I
you. No. I want you to understand there's a lot of like really like delusional like boomers and that you do not. I would not be talking to you, I promise you. That
they're
it's
Republicans,
like
and I'm sorry to
talking
say that, and
to
I'm not
a
putting down
maggot.
Republican friends, but um, you know, if they don't think that it's odd that, you know, his brother ran that security department, you know, that security company and the security for Port Authority and the security for Dulles Airport. And then he left that job and became the CFO for the insurance company that was processing the claims for the World Trade Center. And strangely, oddly enough, his babysitter was run over by her own car in the driveway. Um, Marvin Bush's. I mean, if that is not something that needed to be researched and investigated, I can't think of anything in my life that it should be. I mean, the no bid contracts that were then given to his friends, like, you know, the Halliburton and the Carlisle Group, that they all sat on the board, and
I
nothing
think
was ever
Bush
received.
they had Bush in Florida to keep him safe. I don't think he had anything to do with it. People don't understand, like the people, like our president is more of a mascot. Like you have the House and the Senate that are making all the decisions, so you have mostly FBI and CIA behind these kinds of things.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was that, you know, we all voted and Al Gore won. And then the reporters with integrity that we'd seen for years, that we, you know, like Walter Cronkite and stuff, you know, they're announcing the winner of the presidential election is Al Gore, and then they come back and say, "This has never happened before in my career. I have to retract that statement. Al Gore didn't win. George Bush won." And we're all sitting there like, what? And that was the first family that had to ride in their limo to the White House because there was 10,000 people lining
You kind of faded out there. Can you hear me? It's the holiday
Then,
season.
pretty much immediately. I mean, we were in
Santa
the black for our deficit. We didn't owe money to anybody. There was peace. People were happy. People were happy. And then as soon as he came in, if you had $5, you couldn't get, 3 gallons of gas like you could when Clinton was president. You could get 1 gallon of gas, and you were lucky. Like, you know, you can't make somebody a president that can't relate to the needs of the normal average person who has to make a decision between buying gas to get to work tomorrow or eating lunch that day because that's their last $5 before payday. And, you know, when you've got an oil man in for president and all of a sudden oil goes up to almost $5 a gallon, that's a conflict of interest. That should have been ended. And it's never been the same since, Laura. You're right. And it never will be because we owe way too much now.
Right now, I feel like the elites are basically abusing an elderly citizen suffering from dementia.
Who,
He
Biden?
doesn't have dementia. He
Yeah,
doesn't have dementia.
I still think that
This,
they're messing with him in some kind of way. I feel like he's being abused in some kind of way. I feel like it's some
yeah,
kind
I
of
think
elder abuse.
they've been abusing people ever since Bush was in. Look at Cheney. He shot a guy in the face that he was hunting with, right? And that guy had to apologize to him publicly for being
Yeah.
in the way of the bullet.
Now, you never done that?
Been in the way of somebody's bullet.
Right, I hate when that happens.
Yeah. He literally had to apologize to Dick Cheney. There's
Well, he probably got his blood on his shoes or something. My God, the nerve.
yeah, it's really sad. Yeah, I need my lights up and decoration. I will buy 2 Christmas trees. Why do they only last 2 weeks, Ablavi? Do you get a Christmas tree, Laura?
Do I what? A Christmas tree?
Do you get one?
Yeah, I'm getting a real one. I'm having it delivered.
You don't go and pick one out?
No,
Oh, there's
not
no
right now.
snow there, huh?
No, thank God.
You don't miss the
No. I like looking out the window and seeing a blue sky no matter what day it is, no matter what month it is.
How far do Rourke had asked a question in about, like, after that happened, that Mandalay Bay thing, what happened, like, with concerts and stuff? Did they go on anymore in Vegas? I mean, did anything change the scenery or anything?
I think there were a couple new rules and regulations, but nothing like huge that's sticking out in my mind. I don't know, like not really.
No.
Every year people still like go there to leave candles and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It is strange that the people like that had passed away after that, survivors. I mean, that must suck. I read a story one time where this girl actually had survived being, taken by like a serial killer, and then she got murdered by another serial killer, like 10 years later.
You want to hear like the top 3 craziest like birthing/pregnancy stories that I've ever heard of in my life?
Okay.
Okay, so these are in no particular order, just as I remember them. There's one, this woman somehow got pregnant in her 60s because it was from an egg that impregnated her in her 20s. Like it's really, really rare, but like it's possible, and that's what happened. So there's that.
So did she have it?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Because she was on like high watch and whatnot.
Hmm.
Okay, actually, there's four. Another one, a lot of people have actually heard of this one. There's a prostitute that gave birth to fraternal twins with different dads. One's black, one's white.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before. Hmm.
Okay, another one. Hold
Hmm.
on. How do I explain this shit? Okay, so number two, the countdown. There's a woman that was like 6 months pregnant. And once again, this is extremely rare, but there is a terminology for it. You can look any of this up if you don't believe me. So, anyway, there's this woman. She's about 6 months pregnant with her husband's child, and he gets her pregnant again. And what happens with this type of extremely rare pregnancy is when you give birth, or I think she might have even been less. I don't remember. Maybe she was low 3 months pregnant. I have dyslexia. I'm not even fucking around. She might have been 3 months pregnant. But basically, what happens with these type of pregnancies is when you give birth to the first, the second one's going to come out no matter what.
Hmm.
So in her case, luckily she got pregnant. I think she was about 3 months when she got pregnant for the second time. So then, he was only a few months behind.
Right, right. So it's like 6 months. That's weird. She must have been huge.
This is random, but I always found this interesting. I think it was the leap year of or the fucking leap year. God, the new the new year of 2008 to 2009, I think it was. Basically, a woman gave birth around midnight. So, and one was born just before and one was born right after. So, not only do they have different birth days, but they have different birth months as well as different birth years, and they're identical twins.
Oh, that's weird, huh?
I just always found that interesting. I can't think of any more. I'll shut up now. I'm sorry.
I have nieces that are twins. They're beautiful. I wouldn't have minded twins. That would have been kind of fun, you know?
Yeah, I was adopted, so I didn't know anything about my biological family until I was like at least 10. So I always wondered, like, what if I had a twin or even a triplet? Like that would be so fucking crazy. Like I would watch like movies, like with Lindsay Lohan and shit like that. And like it would always, and then the Olsen twins, I forget the name of the movie that they did. It takes, no, that's not it. I don't know.
Freaky
But anyway,
Friday
I
or
would
something
watch
like that.
movies like that
Hi,
and just feel
Catherine.
like, God, that would be so crazy.
That really didn't happen. There was a movie. It was like I forget what the hell it was called. And there was three boys, and one guy went to, hi, Catherine Guthrie, went to, this college, just to visit a friend or something, and all these people are coming up to him going, hey, it's cool to see you. It's good to see you. And he's like, I don't know these people. Like, why are they all acting like, you know, I've been here before? And they brought him to this guy that went to the school there, and there was his identical twin, right? And then there was a third. There was actually three. They were triplets, and they ended up meeting up, and they all look exactly alike. Isn't that weird? Day Day has an albino cousin. Is he blind?
Yeah, I think isn't it Sean Mack spelled with Shaun Mack? He's an albino model. He's also black, but he's albino. And then there's
I
also
thought he
Winnie
was.
Harlow who has some type of skin disorder. I don't think it's albino, but she literally is like half black, half white, as in like she's beautiful. I think it's beautiful because it's original, but it's like she's been painted basically.
I knew somebody who was albino. He was blind. He taught me how to do origami. I don't know how to do it now, but then he taught me how to like fold a little teapot and all that stuff. But he got hit on the highway trying to change
There's
a
no
flat
such thing as normal Day Day.
tire. Yeah, my grandma was a mirror image twin. Really, that would be so strange, wouldn't it? Especially
I
to
think
be like,
I've always been fascinated by that, like fascinated by genetics. I've always been fascinated by like huge like like quadruplets, for example, like versus twins, or like octuplets, for example. Obviously, that would be, I don't know. I just always found stuff like that so interesting, and then like even like seeing what they look like at different ages as they grow,
Um,
and the whole like separating them at birth, and if they're raised differently, seeing like the difference between nature versus nurture as far as how they turn out.
I watched one where the adopted, person wanted to find their, or no, it was their brother. They wanted to find their brother, and their brother wanted nothing to do with them.
We're called adoptees.
Yeah.
That happened to me. Was it me?
No, it was
I
on some
told you
show.
about that.
Yeah, it happened to me too. Yeah, fucking, I wasn't adopted, but we just had different mothers, and he just said, "Well, you saw," and shut the door in my face. Oh God, we
Um,
gotta block that person there.
yeah, I was accused of like ruining their family. I'm like, dude, I was a fucking fetus. Are you kidding me? Like, I'm sorry, I was changing so many lives when I was an embryo.
Isn't that horrible to be like the father's dirty secret?
Yes, and like your
Yeah.
mom's the mistress, your biological mom's the mistress. Like, you fucking whore. I'm just kidding.
Well, it's just like
I
I
was
don't
so
think that
mad
we
at
should
her
be
one
held
time.
responsible.
Oh God.
I think
Someone
Octomom's kids
spilled
are
the
grown.
beans.
I think Octomom's kids are grown. Mr. Rourke, have you ever given to what is it? When you donate sperm, a sperm bank?
Have I ever given to a sperm bank?
Yeah.
Oh my God, anal Ollie was blocked. What the?
Is that awful?
I missed it. That's okay.
I don't know
They're
why people
switching it
do
up now.
that to her so much and make those
What's next?
memes. Like,
DP? No, please don't.
isn't it awful? I watched this show where this guy, he gives a lot to, the sperm bank. He had been doing that. And then the courts started letting these women sue him for child support. I don't think that's right.
Wait, repeat that.
I don't think that's the real
Oh my
policy.
God, what the?
Yeah.
I'm not in YouTube.
I was. I guess
Sorry,
that
we
was.
all keep talking at the same time. Wait, Survivor Tracy, are you Italian at all?
No.
So weird.
What?
I don't know. This is really random, but my mother always, my adoptive mom, obviously, what she always told me was,
What?
if you can't get a good Catholic, you can settle for a good man if he's Jewish. Catholic or Jewish. That's it. None of those fake watered down Christians. Like,
I get the Jewish one, but not the Catholic.
well, that's what we are.
Well, I'm Jewish, so
Yeah, and
I get the literally I get the Jewish one.
I was
Just
I was
because
literally adopted
I think
through
about how many
Catholic
times
services.
huh?
I was literally adopted like through like social services, that like Catholic social services, basically. Like, it means the placement, like, the preference is for you to be Catholic, to adopt there specifically. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense because I always like wonder why they always have like these hospitals that are Catholic, and they'll have
Because Catholics started it, like, at first they used to be free, and it was just trying to be nice and do a favor by helping people out, but obviously it eventually had to become a business as we become more populated.
well, I mean,
But that's why they're
I
still
mean more
named
like
after.
the reason why I say it more is because I'm thinking like I don't think heaven is segregated. Like I don't think in heaven they're gonna go, oh, Catholics over here, Protestants over here,
No,
all
I
that.
think like we just all get crunked together.
Yeah, and so I just like I don't
I had the
know
weirdest
that
dream.
what was it?
I died and went to heaven, Yeah, weird. That's not the weird part though. Okay, so I get up there and I'm sorry, I'm smoking again. Like, so I get up there and I see Dan, my child's father who passed in 2017. He was my best friend.
Mm-hmm.
Best friend. Okay. So, and I see him like, but he's sitting at a table and his back is towards me. And I remember he's smoking a cigarette. He's sitting at this like card table. And every time he ashes, the ashes just poof into the air. Like they don't land or whatever. They just evaporate or whatever. And I saw him, he was like playing solitaire or something. And then as I'm walking towards the table, without even looking at me, he just takes all the cards, shuffles them really quick, and then sets up speed because we used to always play that card game speed. And then with the cigarette in his mouth, he looks up at me and he's like, "What's up, Laura?" He's like, "Come on, let's play." I don't know. It was so lucid too.
Maybe that is what he's doing up there, playing solitaire till you get there.
Fuck, you're gonna make me cry.
You know, that almost made me cry. Yeah. Yeah, just waiting for you, just playing solitaire. But it might not seem like forever to him. You know what I mean? It could just seem like real
Yeah,
quick.
he's got other shit to do. Man, his other friend just died recently, so I'm sure they're having fun now. Oh my god.
I think everybody's heaven is like, specific to what their heaven is.
Have you ever seen Dead Like Me?
Yeah, with Meryl Streep.
No. You should watch the series Dead Like Me. That's exactly what heaven is in that series.
With Charlie, is that her name? Or George, is that her name?
Yes. Oh my God, yes.
I love that.
My adopted mom got me into that show. We would watch it every fall. In fact, Dan used to watch it too. Like me, my mom, and Dan would watch that every single time it came out, like while it was airing, because our daughter was like a newborn at this time. That was back 2004, like fall 2003, 2004-ish. And I remember like it, being brand new on HBO, and we would watch it together as it aired.
I like that show.
Yeah, I love it. It's definitely, I'm really picky when it comes to watching things because like I have like a short attention span sometimes. So like a movie has to really have me like on the edge of my seat. Like it's got to keep up with my brain, like so that I'm watching it.
I like the guy that was like their head person there, that would meet, and you know how they would all meet in they had, was it like the lady Daisy and then the other guy, Callum or something. Rube. Yeah, that was the guy that they were meeting with. Jasmine Guy played
Ruby. Or wait, no, not Ruby. What was her name?
Daisy.
Shit. Oh my.
Daisy.
No. Daisy Adair. She's like one of my favorites. And then
Daisy
there's
Adair.
Mason. And then there's Rube. And then there's George. And then there's Roxy is who I was thinking of.
Yeah, Jasmine Guy. That was Jasmine Guy. She was like the parking meter lady.
Yeah, she was killed by strangulation with the leg warmer she had invented.
Yes. You invented leg warmers. Yeah. That was a good show. Me and my daughter used to love that show.
Yeah, I've watched it with mine too. I still to this day will always like have a love for that show. It always made me feel better about death, like because of how much I've dealt with it in my life.
There was another one called The Reaper I liked too.
I've never seen that one
with Ray Wise.
6 Feet Under.
Huh?
No, 6 Feet Under. I think that was also.
I didn't see that one.
No, not HBO. Showtime.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one. Wasn't that one about the people who were like
they own a funeral parlor?
Yeah, no, I would never. I used to wear leg warmers too in the 80s.
Did you ever see My Girl? I'm sure you have.
One time, I think that's the one where she dies, right?
No, she grows up in a funeral parlor. Her best friend, her neighbor dies. Now I can relate to her. Fuck, it's horrible.
Oh, your best friend dying.
Macaulay Culkin plays her best friend.
Right.
You've never seen My Girl? Holy shit!
No,
you need to watch that.
Yeah, no, I don't think I did watch that much. Yeah, me and Catherine one time watched a movie together, like over the phone. It was pretty good. It was called Hollow Creek. Remember that, Catherine?
Oh, Orphan is free here on YouTube right now. It's a really good movie. I highly recommend it. It's called Orphan, and
Hmm.
it's so fucked up. Like it actually keeps me like watching. Basically, it kept me watching. I watched it back in like 2000 or 20 like 14, I want to say, because this actually came out in 2009, but I didn't see it until like 2014. So anyway, I saw that it was free on here, and I'm watching it. I forgot how fucking good it is. Oh my god. It like
It's a
it's so
movie, right?
unpredictable. Yeah, they basically adopt a little girl
Hmm.
who has that disorder where you look like a kid, but you're really an adult.
Oh, that's a true story, right?
Yeah, it's based on a
Hi,
true story. Yeah.
Catherine.
Yes, and it's like, oh my god, it's a really good movie in my opinion. Like, I don't usually like thrillers or horror movies. I'm very, very, very picky, like I said. But that one actually, like, I'm fucking watching every second. Like, I'm just feeling that mom's frustration. Like, oh girl, I can relate when no one's listening. Like, you're trying to tell everyone something, and like no one believes you, no one's listening, and you're just like, oh my god, like, why is everyone so fucking stupid?
And Catherine says, I loved leg warmers.
I
I did
have
too
like
because
one
I was
form.
tall. And the jeans they always made were
Purple,
short.
white.
I
I
would
have
have to wear
purple,
high top
white.
Reeboks with leg warmers. You
I just
Like,
know,
have them in case I need them for like dressing up or something. I don't know.
I can't believe Day Day used to wear leg warmers and rubber duck rain shoes. I know that's why we tried to change the subject, Catherine. Yeah. Uh, um, Rubber duck rain shoes and leg warmers? That doesn't even sound right, does it?
Day, would you like to come up and explain that?
I know, right?
It's like
Rubber
wearing
duck
nothing but
rain.
saran wrap.
That was a. What'd you say?
Like nothing but saran wrap, basically. Like I'll make an outfit out of saran wrap, go out like that.
Oh my God, you're so funny. I wouldn't.
Did
I'd
you
make a
believe me?
dress out of a garbage bag, a hefty bag.
If
You know,
you,
it's so weird that you know that fucking show, Dead Like Me, because Rube is one of my idols.
I love that guy, Rube. Wasn't he in the Profiler
I
too? He
love
was in
his
that show
character.
Profiler.
I love his character though. Like he is like his character is like my idol. He's like I just love the sarcasm. He speaks my language basically.
was
Did
that
you
like,
ever see the show Profiler?
No.
How about you, Rourke?
is, oh, I don't know. I was talking to Data. Are you talking about like controversy back in the day with Prince?
Trench coat like Prince.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry.
What do you mean?
Sing it for
Oh,
us.
I get it. I
Hey,
was
you
so
did
slow.
do Purple Rain.
One of my inside jokes with my sisters is like we will like speak out random lyrics to one another. Like
Oh my
exactly
God.
like what I just did.
My friend used to do that, Minnie, and I would be like, "What is she crazy?" But she was like speaking Tool lyrics.
Tracy. Nowadays, everybody wait. Hold on. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move their lips. It's just a bunch of gibberish. And motherfuckers act like they forgot about Dre.
I don't know that song. What
Up,
is it?
Snoop.
Eminem.
Oh,
So what do you
oh,
Oh,
say to
Eminem.
somebody you hate or anyone trying to bring trouble your way? One day I was fuck, how's it go? Nowadays, everybody want to talk, but they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move the lips. Just a bunch of gibberish, and motherfuckers act like they forgot about Dre. I don't know.
Wow, you're pretty good. Why don't you do
Stop.
rapping?
Stop.
Rap.
Stop.
Become the next rapper.
No.
You could be what we could call you. What can we call you? What can we
No,
call you?
people used to make me rap too, and I'm not kidding, but I would have to be drunk as fuck to do it. Like I'd be rapping like hypnotized because it's like it's awkward as fuck. I'm trying to think in my head, like, should I say like certain words? Like I can't.
Oh, let's call you Penny Loafer.
Let's not. You know what
Penny
I was told
Loafer.
on a regular basis growing up was that I looked like I still don't know who it is. I still don't know what she looks like. What Punky Brewster. Like people would like I had someone come up to me at Cedar Point before and ask me for my autograph thinking I am Punky Brewster. I don't even know who that is.
So Moonfry.
Yeah, I and then I hear that name whenever I bring her up and again, I don't know what that means.
You could be Drunky Brewster. Drunky
I
Brewster.
don't. I haven't drank in over a decade as of July of this year.
I'll be Drunky Brewster then. I'll be Drunky Brewster. With one of those fucking ponytails on the side of my head, all lopsided and shit. I'm just saying. If you didn't want to be her, I'll do it.
I had a different look every day. Day. I'm a
James
day.
at 15. Wasn't that like one of those shows from the 80s? Or isn't that Lance Kerwin who played James at 15?
I have dozens of personalities.
Do you?
Allegedly.
Now, how come you never like went on to be in a band or anything like that? Like, what stopped you from doing that? You feel like that's going to be one of your shoulda, woulda, couldas?
No, I had kids really young, and I don't know that like that's pretty much it. Like I had to go from being a kid to an adult in 9 months. And to make a long story short, like I was determined, like to make okay, I'm about to tell you something that's really, really heavy and but it's okay because it's my truth. I had to put a child up for adoption before, and that's all I'm going to say is because I was a minor and I didn't have a choice. So to make a long story short, my first was technically my second, and I couldn't do that again. I couldn't do that. So I kept her and everything, you know. I was no longer a minor. I had just turned 18.
Way back when, they used to make people put their kids up for adoption if they weren't married.
Well, I was a ward of the state, and like, because I was put up for adoption, and I emancipated myself and everything, so I didn't have a choice in certain things. Like the government basically chose certain things for me.
That's bullshit.
I used to kind of like wonder if I'm some kind of like science experiment. I know that probably sounds like insane, but I used to think to myself, like, what if someone seriously like set this all up? They put me up for adoption to put me through all this fucked up shit, like just to see how I turn out or something. I have no idea.
I thought you talked to him like you're adopted. You're biological. I'm sorry.
She's cold. She's a bitch. Like one time, it was like I was drinking really bad, like summer of 2006, and this was one of like the darkest times of my life. I was like in a mental hospital twice this summer, and like back to back and everything. And like I was really, really trying to die. Like I felt that my kids would be better off and everything. And I was just so angry. Like I don't even know where this anger came from, but out of nowhere, I'm wasted. And I call my biological mom on my cell phone and I start talking to her. And again, she's always more entertained by like what I'm going through. Like to her, my life's entertainment because I always have some quote unquote crazy stories to tell her. And it's just like a source of entertainment. And this is another reason why Chosen One's channel breaks my heart. I don't mean to bring him into it, but it's almost just like I'm tired of certain people like of just like older generations like making fun of me. Like it's like I want to tell my biological mom like I needed a mom. Like I needed someone to love me. And like you're like listening to what I have to say like with a smirk on your face because it's entertaining to you. But my life
Who,
is
your
not for
mother?
entertainment. I'm a
Your mother,
human,
you're saying, right?
my
I feel
biological
like
mother.
though, like
And
I
I
didn't
told
use
her, I said, you should have
that.
aborted me, you stupid whore. And then I hung up.
Oh, that's all you said to her, and that's what you. And what did she call you back?
No. But
Isn't
then
Yeah,
I
that
that
called
sad?
her back.
yeah.
I don't know. It's a long story. I talked to her a couple years ago. I don't want to talk to her. Every time I talk to her, it's like she just wants to hear, okay, so what fucked up things have happened to you now? Like I could just sit back and like have some fucking popcorn and listen to what my biological daughter went through this year or whatever. No, I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore. It's like, are you
I
gonna
think
help me with anything? No. Like my kids want to talk to her and she's making up all, she's playing these games like, not until he or she is 16. And all right, well, they're a lot older than that now. No, well, not until the youngest. Just get the fuck out of here. Whatever.
her kids. You're talking about your kids want to talk to you,
Yeah. Yeah.
and she has them.
Nope. My adoptive mom thinks it's fucked up too. She thinks that is fucked up.
I think I got lost there. Wait a minute. Your biological mother. You're saying, but your kids want to talk to you, and
My
she's
kids want to
saying
talk
not.
to her. My kids want to
Oh,
talk to
to
her.
her. Okay,
I've
I got
never met her. I've talked to her on the phone about a dozen
you. Mhm.
times now at this point in my life. First time wasn't until I was 18 because I had a closed adoption, but each of my biological parents had the decision in lock basically, so that when I turn 18, I will have access to their information, like health backgrounds and even their addresses and phone numbers. So I got in touch with them both, and that's a whole other story. But yeah, I just talk to her on the phone every like few years, give or take. It's usually for health problems, like calling her like, okay, why did I need to have my gallbladder taken out? I'm 24, shit like that.
Right, right, right.
Like, why am I having TIA? I'm 30.
Rourke has a good mom. I always like, get jealous. Not jealous, but you know, like I like people who have good mom stories and stuff. Rourke and his mom, they laugh a lot, and I don't
I'm
know.
about the first time that you met her
I
when
know.
you
I
she
what
was
did she yell at you about?
she had to stop at the house for something, and then I was like, hey, ma, this is SG, and my mom goes, I ain't got no fucking time for that, I'm fucking running around, and she might have said hi or some shit like that, and then SG was like, I already like your mom, but
Sounds like my adoptive mom.
Huh?
That
Oh
sounded
yeah.
like my adoptive mom. His impression of his own mother, it sounds like my
Oh
adoptive.
yeah,
When
but
I
she
say
was.
my mother, when I say my
Yeah.
mother, I'm always referring to my adoptive mom, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I get
Yeah.
you there. I always think my sister was my mom. Isn't that weird?
I refer to my biological mother by her first name, and that's how she like. She sends me a birthday card when she remembers, and she signs her name and everything too. It's not like mom. Like that would be weird as fuck. Like, bitch, you ain't my mom. I don't even know you.
Yeah,
Like
my father didn't sign my birthday cards either.
the one time I met up with her briefly at the restaurant when I was 18. Long story short, this was the only time I ever saw her in person. I'll never forget just sitting there, like whenever she wasn't looking at me, I'd be staring at her. Like, I cannot believe I was in that woman's body. Like, I cannot believe like that is the woman. Like, I came out of her vagina. Like, that's crazy. Like, I just thought it was the weirdest thing ever.
I know that like you feel that I don't know. Well, okay, she was your biological mom, right? And that things are rough because you had gotten adopted, but your adoptive mom was good to you, right? Was nice to you.
She loved me. She has problems. I
But
don't
she loved
think she
you.
adopted. Yes, yeah, yep.
But
I
she
think
loved
she
you.
does. I think
And
she did. Maybe not as much as if I were her biological child, but
but she loved
overall,
you.
Yeah,
Like,
she
'cause
did.
earlier today, like, and I know you might think like I heard, like maybe that older people can't relate to your problems, but I can. And let me just say that earlier today, I was feeling really depressed. In fact, I had texted with Catherine, and was telling her, and I had told Rourke that last night on the phone. And when my sister had passed away when I was 16, my mother said that she wished that it was me that had died instead of, my sister. Earlier tonight, like that sticks with me. And sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's not in my head. But earlier tonight, I'm going to tell you that the way I was feeling, and I was feeling like I didn't matter, to anybody. And that maybe she was right. You know what I mean?
But did she love you?
No.
No, she wasn't right. And what happened?
No, no, no. Because this is the thing is I believe that my adoptive mother really did love me, but she also said things to me like, you didn't come with a warning label, like it's a shame that I can't return you. Like she would say fucked up shit like that to me.
Right, but I just want to let you know that it's not, you're not alone in feeling, where sometimes things will come in your head, and or you said you felt like you were alone and people get at your expense, and sometimes I feel that way too, like, the worst things and everything. And earlier tonight, I thought, I bet you if she was still alive, like they would all still talk and call each other and be family. But I never was treated that way anyway. So if I wasn't here, it probably wouldn't matter because I don't really hear from them much anyway.
You have a daughter too. But I do appreciate what you're saying and I know what you mean and I'm sorry that you're going through that. But like sometimes 'cause, I mean I take like a serotonin inhibitor and everything like that. Um like I'm medicated, whatever. Um I don't know, but I also sustained brain damage upon being born. I was breech almost like I was over 9 pounds and
Yeah,
they
but
still
you're a
pried me out
genius.
with forceps.
Laura,
And
you're a
I was
genius. You're so multi talented. I mean, that
well,
is not
there are
what
there's
defines you.
like scars or lesions, whatever you want to call them, on each side of my brain basically. And one of the parts affects like your serotonin and or dopamine. And so a lot of people think that's like it could even be a form of brain damage that even like
I don't think. I think that,
makes your thoughts of suicide worse basically if you
I
have
think,
them.
yeah, I think that, though, Laura, that earlier I was thinking about this too, like, and I don't know why, but you came into my head, and it was, you had sent me your when you were singing and tagging it, and I appreciated it so much, and I thought to
Oh
myself,
God, I sound so weird there. Go ahead,
but
sorry.
I thought to myself, like, you know, I've known of you for a while, and I've seen you around sometimes, but not much. But I feel like, and I could be wrong, but I feel like you're comfortable here. Like you like us, and we like you, and and I'm just happy
Well, I
you're
hope this
here.
is not a gang initiation, but I do feel like you can actually like carry a conversation and I can't relate to many people.
Not a
Like
gang
you could
initiation, but I just mean like
no,
I
I was
felt
being
I felt
facetious. I'm sorry.
happy that you feel like you know that you come here. Not what you feel like, whatever you feel like. I felt happy that you come here because you, like a lot of people, are often like a deer. You know what I mean? You gotta be real. You
Well,
know,
same. I
um,
appreciate you too. Like I can
you
relate
know,
to you in many ways.
I
yeah. And go ahead, Rourke. You talk.
but I gotta go stretch out, so I'm gonna drop out.
Oh, okay. All
Talk to you guys
right.
later. Bye bye.
All right. Bye, Rourke.
Catherine, yeah, I think she is a narcissist, and I know that her mother was. I'm actually named after her mother. But from what I heard, my mother was also like my adoptive mom. She was also abused as a little girl. Like my grandpa, her dad. I didn't have any grandparents
Your
by the
name's
time I was
not
born.
Laura Sue. Is she saying Laura she? Because she says Laura Sue.
Um,
Oh, you called her Sue. Is her name Sue?
no. She's
Is it
an
a
Italian
typo?
name.
Is it a
Uh,
typo?
no, she said she sounds like a narcissist, and I think
Oh, but
she
she
is.
said Sue. Laura Sue sounds.
She, yeah, she corrected herself, she with the little asterisk. But
Oh, I didn't even look down further. I'm so sorry. The only reason why I asked you is because I thought maybe she knew your middle name, and your name's Laura Sue.
yeah, like Laura, she sounds just like an incubator, and I'm not sure about incubator, but I think her mother, because my mom, she did tell me a couple of things about her childhood. Like her dad was a drunk; he practically lived at the bar. When he came home wasted, like he would come home so drunk that one time, like he would just pee on the living room floor right in front of her when she's in the middle of watching TV, type of thing. And like she would watch him strike her mother on a regular basis, and her mom was a very vain woman according to her. Like her mom was obsessed with her looks. Her mom would call her ugly. Her mom would say like, I like, you're ugly because you have this is fucked up, but my mom used to always tell me that she got the little girls that her mom always wanted because I have dark hair and dark eyes. And when she was little, her mom would straight up tell her like, why did you have to be born with blonde hair and blue eyes? Your brother has dark hair and dark eyes. Your father has dark hair and dark eyes. I always wanted a little girl with dark hair and dark eyes, and instead I get you, and stuff like that. So like I can understand where it would come from.
That's what she told your mother, your grandmother.
Yeah, I never met my grandmother. She died
Right.
just before I was adopted.
Yeah.
Like we were on this planet
Wait, you
for
got
like
brown hair and brown eyes, don't you?
yeah, so my mom would always say to me, she'd like cry and say, I got the little girl that my mom always wanted,
That's
and but
good. That's nice.
in a fucked up way, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. Like that, your grandmother, like maybe sees you. I don't know, but
No, it's
my mother
so
was a blonde
sad
hair,
that
blue eyed. My mother was blonde hair, blue eyed too, and I have brown hair and brown eyes. Isn't that weird? We have a
yeah,
lot of similarities.
yeah,
Isn't that weird? Like, I don't mean
yeah.
like look wise, but I mean like life
You were
wise.
born the same year that my biological mom was, though. My adoptive mom's a lot older, because it's usually how it is. Like adoption takes a while, so my parents are always like 10 years older than everyone else my age,
Your parents.
like my adoptive parents.
Uh-huh. I'm so lost. You know what? I'm like you, stoned. I'm listening to you and reading the chat at the same time, and then I'll think of something I want to say to you, but then I don't want to interrupt. So I'm like, oh my god, I got to remember what I want to say, but I got to remember like to respond to the chat, but I got to remember to listen to Laura, and then I'm like older
You're
than us.
doing fine.
That's what I'll come out with at the end of it all. I'm like older than us. Like I don't know. I'm all lost. You know. Uh, oh my god. You know what? I put it in the title, right? Token and talking.
Exactly.
I
Stoner
did put that.
philosophers.
Right. I did put it there. I mean, so you can't
Yeah,
expect me
I see Day Day's comment. My adoptive father, I never met my biological father at all, ever, ever, ever. Anyway, but the only dad that I know of or whatever, I never saw violence. Like he never hit any of us ever, but he would break shit, and sometimes it would scare me. Like he'd like break glass or something, and I would just, even as a kid, and be thinking like okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how fucking necessary was that? Like why? Like one
to. I
time
used
he
to
was
do
so
that when I was
mad at me,
little.
he threw a fucking coffee mug at me, and it broke against the wall so close to me that it's like, dude, if I would have moved, or you would have been like, you would be in fucking jail right now, you dumbass motherfucker.
I realized one time that it was like when I was little, not little, but maybe 13 or something. Like I threw this music box of mine across the room and smashed it. And then I realized I'm only breaking my own shit. Like, what's fucking good about that? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
don't. You learn
Yeah, I
stuff
went through
about
that phase
yourself as
too.
you
I had to
learn.
go to anger management classes and shit like that. I hated it. Like how they would ask you the same question over and over and over and over, like to purposely just poke at you and fuck with
Here's
you.
what I think. Like if you feel it necessary in some way that your brain damage that you call it, right? Um, plays a
No, like
role
I
in.
scientifically and physically am. I could show you the
No, I know
MRI
you.
footage.
I know, because you like had an injury and it happened. But this is the thing. I don't want you to think that having that is bad because you have to realize that. And this is a no insult to anybody else in the room. Okay, we're all smart, but at the end of the day, the smartest person here is Laura. And I'm sorry, even over me, because she knows shit like that. You know what I mean? She's smart, very smart. So we're all smart though, but she's like, super smart. So here's the thing, like, you know how some people when they have an accident and they hit their head and they gain an ability?
Yeah, like they
Maybe
like make
that's
movies about that kind of stuff.
yeah, maybe that's what it did to you. Maybe
I was embarrassed about so many things, like my mental health, my physical health, my whole life. But once I turned 30, I had ran out of like so many fucks that like I don't know, ever since I turned 30 over the years, it's just like I'm not like I'm less and less apologetic as far as who I am because I have to come to terms that there's certain things that I can't control.
yeah, but you
I
know
was the
what? You
fucking
can
fetus.
control. Yes, you can control it because it's all in how you see it. It's all the same stuff.
Okay, but see, this is where the fucked up part is sometimes I lose my vision. Like again, this is
Right, I
because of
know.
like,
So you have to make a conscious effort. And believe me, I wouldn't say this if this didn't work for me because I used to get anxiety attacks. Sometimes lately I've been getting them because of my freaking cat, but only twice. But I used to get them, that feeling of doom. You don't even want to leave the house. But but this is God's honest truth. I read this short little story in Don't Sweat the Small Stuff, and it was called It's All in How You See It. And it was about days when you um you love your life, you love your car, you love the weather, you love your apartment, you love everything, right? You love your job, you love everything. And then there's days when you hate your job, you hate your car, you hate your hair, you hate your life, you hate your apartment, you hate everything. You have to consciously remind yourself that it's the same stuff that you loved 2 days before. Nothing's changed except how you see it. So then when you do that, that reminds you that you do have the control. So instead of calling your brain down, if you have to talk about it, right? If you have to say that, think of it. I want you to look at it as, I am kind of smarter than the average bear. Maybe I did get hit on the head and get a gift. Like, because you're a lovely person. And I'd heard nothing but bad about you, you know? Ollie would always say, I like Laura. And I'd never heard Tracy say anything, not Tracy C. Just an excellent. Just an excellent.
UK Tracy,
Do I what? Yeah,
you UK
Tracy.
Tracy.
Never said anything about you. She's never seemed to not like. I don't go there though, so I really can't speak for her. But when you were there, you seemed to. She didn't diss you or anything.
Yeah,
You
she
know
was
what I
always
mean?
respectful to me.
Yeah, always nice, and and then the whole rest of it is just the rest of it, you know. But those two people never swayed from, you know, But there's been people who didn't say a word about you either. You know what I mean? Everything's just as you know it is what I know. But as somebody who today was thinking about the fact that you come to my room, like you're an elusive person, but known and a pleasure. So when I was,
Same.
thinking, thank you. And when I was thinking about things today, like, things I want to be joyful for, things will pop into my head, like all of you guys will. And you was right there, and like you sharing that with me, you're singing and stuff. Like I thought, oh my God, here's this person that we didn't seek each other out, in the last couple of years, and we didn't attack each other. But something recently, as of recently, the last couple of months, encouraged where we are now, and I was grateful for it, and I am grateful for it. And so I just, as
Yeah,
your
no,
friend,
I would
want
hear
to.
people like talking shit, and then I would come here and you'd be doing trivia. I'm like, oh my God, trivia. I love trivia, like,
Oh,
but
cool.
I didn't know like if you like hated me or something. So that's why I was on
No,
like Veronica Lake.
no. And then anytime if somebody would answer a question that I'm sitting here waiting for somebody to answer it, finally when you answered, I bet you I was like, oh, thank God. Yes, somebody knows it. Here's Laura. She knows. And just probably went right along because I love trivia too. And I love that you told me that because a lot of times I'll be like, what should I do in the live stream tonight? And like I kept wondering, did I make it even like with the trivia? Like it would be hard for anybody, I guess, when right? When bad people, they'll have like 100 people in the room, and we're just like good people are just trying to keep our head above all the ocean of evil out there, you know?
Yeah,
Like we're
my
eating
biggest
our own
battles
life.
are just protecting my offspring, basically, because another thing, like a lot of people, like, I don't know how to say this without sounding like I don't even know how, like sometimes when you have a high IQ, it's actually a curse. Think about it. Like think of Ernest Hemingway or Van Gogh or Sylvia Plath, Virginia Woolf. Like they all ended their lives, and just imagine trying to fit in a world where the average IQ does not surpass double digits and your IQ is like almost to 200. It's very difficult to fit in, and I think that's why a lot of people do feel so lonely, certain people, and like gifted children or prodigies. And the thing is when you have, okay, this is the thing, is I was always terrified that I would have a child that's too smart and no one would understand me, because like it's really hard to explain, but one of my
Well, my
children at
daughter
the
is a
age of
triple major Dean's
7.
List graduate, I mean, in
Yeah,
4 years,
but see,
I mean,
I have a child that basically has severe behavioral problems to the point that he had to be monitored by literally like um, a lot of services got involved. And no, it was not like CPS type services, like literal, like federal, other
right. Did
feds,
they put him
um,
on
to
like
monitor him
Ritalin?
and stuff like that. They did
Because
his
I think those
IQ,
drugs that they try to
and
put kids on nowadays is
by
bad.
the age of 6, his IQ was 129, and
Yeah, but the teachers aren't
out.
prepared for it.
I bawled my eyes out, and I just said, like, no, like, why? Please, no.
No,
And he
don't,
was,
don't. You're gonna make him
because
think that's something bad about
no, not in
him.
front of him, not in front of him. Not, and I don't do that in front of them. Like, because he was 3 years old. It's like when you have a 3-year-old that says something to you, like, Mama,
Yeah, but
when
you
we
that
die, if
is
we're
that.
good,
Let me
we
just
go to
before I forget
heaven.
the thought.
And it's like,
That's the answer
yeah.
to your question that you said
And
you asked
then
your mother. Of why
your
didn't she
toddler
just
asks
abort you?
you,
But why
why
didn't
don't
you?
we just take our lives and go to heaven now then?
No,
It's
because
just
you won't go to
questions.
heaven. You won't go to heaven if you take your life.
Yeah,
There's
that's
only
what you say
warriors
to
in
a
heaven.
toddler, but that's also a question that most mothers aren't
No,
answering
but you got to
those
start at
kinds of
you. No,
questions.
no, stop thinking about your little kids. Kids are resilient and they're gonna learn from what you display, even about yourself. Now, this is what I see from you, but I just want to answer the question of why weren't you just aborted? Because you just described that um, you have produced a genius into the world. Okay, now the world needs more geniuses. So now you need to nurture that for what we need in the future. So
No,
instill
I
in
agree. I know exactly what you mean, but I'm torn because the other half is most of these people don't deserve that favor, though. Do you know what I'm
but
saying?
they listen. It's not about that. It's about for
Like they're
him.
going to be used by people that don't deserve it. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know? I don't know.
I do. They're all mean, but everybody isn't, you know? And it's like for one, like when you talk about suicide, and I noticed every name that you said, um, was people who died of suicide. But Sylvia Plath, she killed herself because her husband was continuously cheating on her. And, I mean, real obvious too. And she's home with the little ones and he's cheating on her and fucking, he was obvious about it. He broke her heart and fucking, she stuck her head in an oven and taped up the door so that it didn't get out into where the little kids were and fucking off herself. And, um, but she was heartbroken. That's why she killed herself. And quite frankly, I don't really like her books. I wouldn't even consider her a genius, but some people would. Okay.
Her IQ is
And
like 173 or
I
something. I
get
don't know.
you, but IQ, I think I'm pretty smart, but I've never taken an IQ test. But serial killers are geniuses. Edmund Kemper is a serial killer, and his IQ is huge. I mean, he's a genius. You know, it's not that. It's about how you see it. We do have free will, and that free will is how you see it. I saw a movie when I was real little called Beyond and Back, and it's on YouTube. And the doctor in it is called Dr. Gross or Professor Gross. I saw it with my mother at the Bing Theater, and rarely do they put a documentary movie like in the movie theater, but I just remember it. And the scene where the person had tried to kill themselves, they didn't die, but they had a life after death experience, and they didn't go to heaven. But I was a little kid, but it stuck in my head forever that it was this place where the people, their eyes were so shut, and they were like grasping for him, going, "Ah," like crying out, and he didn't want to stay there. And he came back to life. But that for me pretty much wiped out any, like, I was a little kid, that scared me. Freaking thank you, mom, for showing me that movie, because I've I'm not that person, because I also like to believe the way your dream was the other night, that about that there's a heaven where the people I love are there, and I want to see them. So if I remember that movie, it
By
didn't.
the way,
It was
it
like
was a
leaving.
mistake. And as they were sending me down to hell, I woke up.
Yeah, but no, you have to start reminding yourself consciously. Make a conscious effort to stop and consciously think. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was happy a couple of days ago. I didn't feel this way. I can control on how I see this. Because at the end of the day, it's all in how you see it.
No, I know.
None
I'm
of
so
us,
blessed and grateful for every little thing that I have. Like every little thing I am grateful for because I've been homeless before, like literally on the streets homeless, and I know what it's like to have nothing. And it gets to the point that you're lucky, like you feel blessed just to have toilet paper, fucking hand soap, like
let
clean
me
water
tell
to
you,
use.
yeah.
Like things that we take for, advantage, things that we take for granted. And it's not until you hit a rock bottom situation that you're just like, the next thing you know, you're seeing something that you once saw as like garbage as like a treasure. It's
There's
crazy.
this girl, right, that the reason why I got interested in Michigan, I think I was telling you this one time, that was she was I'm looking for her Facebook right now because the reason being is what you just said.
And
And I
there's a lot
came
of corruption. I know that.
no, 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 not the corruption, but what you were just saying about being grateful for everything. She got murdered, right? Somebody hot shotted her when she went to go pick up, this her clothes or something. But so she was murdered on the 16th of April, 2015. Okay, on
Mhm.
April 14th, so it's 2 days before. This is at 7:39 a.m., 7:37 a.m. She wrote on her Facebook 2 days before she was murdered. Okay. Good morning, Facebook. Hope all is well on this fine Tuesday. I hear it's supposed to be warm today. If there's any point where you can't hear me, let me know because I can't see the room anymore. I can't see the chat room anymore. So, okay. And I am going to just try and be thankful for the things that are still in my life. And everyone, please look around you and be grateful for the big or the little things that are in your life because life could be a lot worse for most. I mean, from the air you breathe. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. From the air you breathe to the fork that feeds you. It may sound silly, but life could be way worse, and you could be with a lot less. And always know it could all change for the very worst. And you could be stuck in the middle of the ocean, the Arctic Ocean, with nothing or no one, and that would lead you to death. So be again grateful for all things in life, because in a blink of an eye, you could lose everything as quick as things come into your life. They can also be taken out of your life a lot faster. And you never know what you got and how good again the little and the littlest things are in life till they're gone. So today, for me and for yourself, this is her last post before she was murdered. So today, for me and yourself, take every single thing that you touch today from the brush you use to brush your hair. Because without it, your hair would be a mess. Frick, without the hair, you would be that much funnier looking. And I am using things in a silly way, but without the sock that keeps your foot warm, or your shoes that lots of people in this world go without every single day, a lot of humans don't think how much worse life could get if they did not have the things they do. So again, for yourself most of all, today, think about everything you touch or use or eat or drive or make, how hard life would be today without it. Think of all the outcomes and take the thoughts in, and maybe you will see what I am saying. Yes, ramble done. I think you got the point. But hey, I didn't feel the pain. And some days, if I didn't feel the pain, and some days forget what I had to deal with and do every minute of my life, because the things I took for granted and lost the hard, miserable way.
I definitely agree 100%. And to respond to some of Catherine's comments, it's kind of weird because I can relate to her in like two different ways. First of all, my
I didn't
adoptive
see your
parents,
comments. What did she say?
she said her mom waited until her sister was 18 to get divorced, to divorce her dad. My adoptive parents basically did the same thing. Like they waited for the youngest to turn 18, and that's exactly what happened. And then another comment, she said that her mom would blame herself for the asshat dudes that Catherine and her sisters had in their lives. And I too dislike one of my children's partners right now, and I'll just leave it at that. And I also feel like it's my fault. And I don't know. So I can relate in two different ways to those comments. I don't know. But
I
yeah, no, it is true. Kids do not come with, they come with a placenta, not a manual.
right, but they are resilient, and what you are is what they'll reflect. You know, this girl Heather Aldrich really sticks in my head, though. You know, Manistee, Michigan, in the Upper Peninsula.
I've heard of it. I don't think I've never been to the Upper Peninsula.
Well, her name is Heather Aldrich, and I don't know why. I just happened to like I came across her Facebook one time, and um, like she is so raw and open about drugs, and she had kids. She had 5 kids, but she was young, beautiful girl too. And she lived in Manistee, Michigan. I can't see the room. I'm just telling you because I just wanted to like share a little bit of this with you because she had a drug problem. There was a drug history going on there. It was a very small town, and what happened was she changed her Facebook status to in a relationship, and that's why this guy Kenneth Brunke murdered her. And he murdered. Well, actually, he put the he the guy carried Gary Cordell and this woman, Marietta something, um, they she went there with her sister. Heather Aldrich went there with her sister and her sister's boyfriend. And when they got there, this guy was waiting with that girl, and they hot shotted Heather Aldrich. They hot shotted her sister, and then when the boyfriend came in looking for them, they put a plastic bag over his head, taped it up, and smoked crack and watched the guy die.
Mm.
And it bothered me that when she changed, in the media, they kept putting it off, like making it like she was a drug, like it had something to do with drugs and blah 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 blah.
Well, of course,
But
yeah.
huh?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear of the whole thing with Larry Nassar?
No, but let me just finish this thought because while I got somebody on the panel and I can be in her Facebook because her case means a lot to me. I don't know why she sticks in my brain, and that's what originally made me interested in Michigan because I did start talking on the phone to the brother of the guy who got the plastic bag taped around his neck, and we were going to write a true crime novel together. And then that idiot that I started dating for 6 weeks that became a stalker actually called them and threatened them and shit. And that was so hard to reach. It had been hard to reach out to him and talk to him about writing with me, and he had agreed to do it. And it sucks. So she had put up April 4th. So this is now 12 days before she gets murdered. 12 days before she gets murdered on her Facebook at 12:37 a.m. She changes to her relationship status to in a relationship. And people are in there going, who? And so she writes, you guys, owls, who. And people say, congratulations. Hope he makes you happy. Best of luck. And somebody says, who is the lucky guy? And she says, he's a great guy. Finally, I'm so happy for my life to start heading in the right direction. And he's from Mano, more like the lucky girl. And then they say his name. And then this is what kills me the most is that, it clearly says that the guy, Kenneth Brunke, got pissed off that he heard she was dating, right? Because she had changed her relationship status. If they had bothered to read the comments, it only lasted a day. She says, yeah, it didn't last long. Story of my life. Loss, and more loss. And I did nothing but be real and honest and straight up. And it got me in the same place, alone on the holidays, bawling my eyes out and fucking so hurt. I always love to kick you harder when you're down. Fuck it anymore. This was my last straw. I can't try to find a family or be happy ever again. I can't take it again. I mean, ever again if today doesn't push me over anyways. I have lost 5 kids, two two loves of my life, my whole family and my parents. Really, it has to be me and my fault. But how can I or will I ever find enough happiness to let me or help me bring my head up above water high enough to stop from drowning myself? I will tread water with all I have, give it all my positive strength, and I always seem to have something or someone place just enough weight on me to pile me back down and lose all the grasp of the air that is keeping me alive. She's raw, huh?
Yeah. I've been there like looking for like legal ways. See, now this is the thing. I don't mean to change the subject, but it still is the same subject because it's like, okay, when it comes to people that do commit suicide, it actually is more of like a public problem in the sense that I don't know how to explain that. I'm really bad at articulation sometimes, but for example, in Japan, they have the suicide forest. I forget how it's pronounced, but they have
Mm-hmm.
a designated place for that to happen, for
Yeah,
example.
yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
There are certain places, it's legal for someone like to give you some type of lethal injection in some countries, things like that. And that's the thing that unfortunately may need to be addressed here, because you have to think about, if it's impossible, if someone really wants to take their life that badly and they're going to do it, do you really want them to do it in front of children in the middle of the Luxor? Do you really want them
Wait,
to?
the Luxor, like,
It's a hotel. It's shaped like a pyramid. So if you jump from the top, you're landing in the lobby, like in the cafeteria, and like the casino's right next to it.
but my
And
point is that 12
that
days.
happened here recently. I'm saying though, like if it were legal, then maybe more people would do that instead of like, oh,
Yes, but my point is
we
that
need
it's all in how
biohazard
you look
workers
at
for
it.
this hotel room because this guy blew his head off. Make sure you get every single bone skull fragment.
I know, but it's all in how you look at it, because you have to realize these two different um, posts that she put are 12 days apart. Now, this is the
No, no, no. I'm
fourth.
not
Was
saying that they have to. That's why I said like I'm changing
no,
the
but she
subject.
may have sounded. No, I know you're not talking about her. I'm using her as an example. Well, but because the reason why we came to her was because you were talking about being grateful for things, right? Every little thing,
Every little
which
thing.
brought me to her. And so 12 days later, she puts the post up. I'm sorry. Yeah, 12 days later. Nope, for that, it would have been 10 days later. So she put that post up about being grateful and thankful on the 14th. So on the 14th, she was grateful and thankful for everything, right? But look at this. On the 4th, she was saying, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. So it's really all the same thing. It's just that we change. We change
Yeah, your
the way
moods. You
you look
can't
at
always
it.
control your mood and
Yes,
stabilize your thought
yeah,
process.
right. Like take the whole element that she got murdered away from it, but the timelines of how she goes from being, you know,
Really
being
quick to address Catherine, I agree. If you don't want to have kids, you should not have kids. For the love of God, don't force someone to have a baby if they don't want one. That is why we have so many babies getting murdered. All this crazy shit going on is because, like, please stop forcing people to have kids if they don't want to have them. Not everyone is made to reproduce, and that's fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that. I respect someone more for not reproducing if that's not if that's what they want to do. That's their business. I The end.
she wanted her kids. Like she had just gone to this girl. She does have 5 kids and she's only 25. But she wanted them and they kept taking her kids. Like, I don't know, they were doing it on purpose to her. And it's like uh, she was drug. She said that she came up. She tested positive, not positive. I'm sorry. She tested negative for no drugs. She had gone up to 140 pounds. Because she was clean. So it's like, and they still wouldn't give her her last baby back. I think its name was Destiny or something like that. And look at this. On April 5th, she writes another holiday all alone. Oh, so it must be Easter. This is at 8:28
The
a.m.
UP is honestly like it might as well be another state. That's like 10 hours from Detroit or something.
Is it really? But see, it's not so different. The drug scene there.
I
April
don't know
5th,
where I'm from, like
2016.
anyone that I've ever met that had their kids taken away from them, definitely like we're doing some fucked up shit.
Yeah, but the town is fucked up. It's a one
But yeah,
horse
all
town.
Michigan, a lot of most feds here in Michigan or here in Michigan, most vets in Michigan really are corrupt. Just that's how Larry Nassar was able to do what he did
You know
because of
who?
the
Yeah, I
whole
know, and he's
pattern.
out of jail now too. No, what's his name? It's the Irish. He's a black guy with an Irish last name. The governor or the mayor of Detroit or something ripped him off.
Kwame Kilpatrick.
Yep. Listen how sad she was. Another holiday all alone and spending it with my eyes constantly filling up with tears and my throat with a baseball-sized lump and a heart that just hurt and a constant panic attack that leaves my chest so heavy. I only want to close my eyes and hope it's my last holiday to pray by every second that clock ticks that I won't have to deal with another holiday ever again. But this holiday, I will face the fact that my life, long, well, so far, 25 years of wanting nothing more than some sort of a family that gives me enough hope to see a better future. And everyone says, well, change all your ways and it will work out. Well, I'm sorry, judge me if you want, but I can't cope and deal or live my life with the pain all alone and with the past I have laid for myself and been dealt, and all the loss I have endured, and do it even a minute or even an hour or long enough to see any sort of light. It hurt too bad, and then I may have a break and a chance. And soon as I let a little hope sneak in my guarded gate, happiness, the gate slam, and of course, another part of me and my soul is in the way and is locked out and soon vanishes in the thin air of people who I clearly beat in there or something in their head. Please, oh, who I clearly beat in their head. Please don't take all my past and try or let me think there's any hope or faith in knowing there's a chance you may walk away or run away because you didn't hear the clear fucking words I laid down of all the baggage I had and that I still and always will carry with me. Also, this is the next day after her and that guy broke up. And they were only together for a little bit.
Hey, just letting you know, I got to get going soon, but I'm listening.
Okay. So instead of gaining more weight on my back, I'm just going to make sure I strip all chance of you or happiness or the thought of possibly coming into my life, and I will give you nowhere to grab onto me. So bottom line, I will never let another get close to me or make me believe they understand my past. And no matter what they decide to do, that is going to slam my head in that gate and let my soul, well, should I say my body, be gone forever. So again, thanks. Or hey, no thanks. And
My
this,
poetry would probably give you nightmares. Like, and I was a teenager when I was writing. Like, if you go to my live journal or my Tumblr, I wrote those when I was a teenager, and so
it's just so
like
sad, isn't it? Like,
I don't know,
it,
man. I was writing things at the age of 12, like just talking about like how it feels to have your soul crushed and just like how it feels to have your stomach like make you feel sick every single night, how it feels to lose your vision, how it feels to lose your hearing, and how I would just teach myself at the age since I was about 12, like, oh, if your left knee hurts, okay, so your right one doesn't. Be thankful for that. Like I just taught myself a lot. I had to be so fucking strong when I was a kid, man. I don't know.
I feel like this girl did too, because, she has, I love you, Jaden, Joshua. She named all of her kids, it looks like, freaking the J name. I love you, Jaden, Joshua Roy Jr. forever and always. You two are always on my mind and in my heart. Miss you like crazy. And it's on if you have a handsome son. And then she, I'll post just to say that two or three that I thought were my friends, I thought I could trust more than even any. My blood, them so-called, are no different. So if you find someone who, after years of tests and bumps and struggles, if they stay legit and real, then you better hold on tight. Because real, honest, legit people that honestly care and for reasons they.
I gotta drop out soon.
All right. I'm just saying, like, I feel like it's so sad that this girl got murdered.
Yeah.
And
One of the really powerful quotes from the movie My Girl, you should see it. But one of the things is like the dad was always focused on like the person that was dead in the casket, and he was constantly talking about and his daughter needed him. His daughter needed his attention, and I think it was like it's a really powerful scene when Jamie Lee Fisher's character says to him like I understand you're feeling sad, and she's like,
Jamie Lee
but
Curtis,
don't ignore the living.
you
Like
just
you can
very
mourn,
much
you can talk
wrecked me
about the
right
dead,
there.
you could, like read, things that the dead wrote, like think about someone that's dead, think about the way they died, anything that has to do with the dead. But be careful with how long you spend on that, because you
Yeah,
don't
but the
ever
thing
want your
is that
heart to live.
sometimes there's a reason. Like we all have to like be given a legit reason for being
No,
here.
no, no. I feel bad because I really do got to go. I just kind of wanted to
Let me
give that
go. Can you give
closing
me one
thought.
second and let me go out and come back in because I can't see the room. I have to go out. Like I only have the one
Oh,
device.
okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. Keep talking.
Um, I have never been a Wiccan. I went to a Catholic school my whole life. I was raised Catholic. Every day you walk in the school, you see a statue of Mary, a gigantic poster of the Last Supper, crucifixes, rosaries, a statue of Jesus Christ, stained glass, uniforms, nuns, praying,
I
religion book,
apologize, and I feel
altar
ashamed.
serving.
I apologize
What?
to you. I feel ashamed because I feel like you said something very poignant. I've never even used that word before. About don't ignore the living, and focus on the dead. Um, and felt immediately ashamed. Because I was doing that, and
No, 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 no. I already thought about that, and I was like, she's gonna think I'm talking about her.
no, no, no. But I was
I want
doing.
you to watch that movie. I really want you to watch the movie My Girl.
I will because I don't think that I watched it and looked at it. As I don't think I watched it enough. Let's just say that. And I apologize to you. I think my thought was I wanted you to see the timeline of how she was talking about gratefulness and how sad she was. Like
Yeah,
it
no,
wasn't
no,
about
no,
that she
that's
was dead.
totally fine. Like, no, if you want to share something that, I mean,
Like
like,
no,
this
but I
is
don't
your
want
time.
you to ever think that it's okay to not want to be here because there's
No,
a
no, no, I
reason.
really do. Like, it's 10:30 here. I know it's later where you are, but I have to be up like semi early.
Yeah, but don't ever think that you're not appreciated. That's my point. Like I don't care if freaking, assisted death was legal. I don't want you to go anywhere.
No, no, no. And I appreciate that. When I do speak of that, though, I'm thinking more of like a public type thing, like a biohazard type thing. If there was a way that people wouldn't have to, like, this is just being realistic. Like, I understand, like, this is a brutal thing to talk about, and it's hard, and that's why it's like hard for me to talk about things like this, like, openly with other people, because in my head, like, I this is just my whole life has been kind of fucked up. So
Hard,
it's like,
yeah, but
you're
let's,
right. So it's just basically like, okay, you have a reality. You have people that are going to be committing suicide. That's just the reality. Okay, so wouldn't it would be better for there to be like a sterilized way for it to be done and regulated? You
well,
know,
they
of
do
course.
that. I know I've seen some girl who was like dying of cancer or dying of
I mean,
something.
like in the States, because as of now, we still have people jumping off the stratosphere, jumping from the top of the Luxor, shooting themselves on the sidewalk, just things that like it's a public
No,
problem.
because miracles happen. And sometimes, here's the thing though, sometimes somebody's life or
Thank you,
death.
Day Day. I really do gotta go. I'm gonna at
Right.
least drop out into the chat for a second.
Okay,
I'm listening
okay,
though.
okay. I enjoyed having you here tonight. I appreciate you. Love to you.
I always enjoy talking to you too, because you can actually, like I said, you're intellectual. You can keep up with the conversation, and you're also like you seem well bred and
Thank
just
you. I appreciate that. And seeing both of us have such in common with our upbringing, then I think and look at I Heart Pink, who said, I see me in her." You know, and I Heart Pink is a lovely woman who grew up in two-parent household. And I mean, so that's the thing. Like we are so multifaceted, like a diamond.
Yeah,
You
plus
know?
it's like your brain never shuts up. Or at least mine doesn't.
Well, mine doesn't either. But I don't mind because I like what I'm
That's
talking
why I smoke. Yeah, but at the same time, just to turn the volume down, I smoke. But I really, really, really gotta go. I'm so sorry.
about. Okay, good night.
Good night. Have a good night.
Love you. You too. He goes, good conversation tonight, Laura V. What about my fucking conversation? Uh, we can talk about things that others can't in our community. And that is true, Day Day. Other people, you bring up emotion or you say something that they would deem to be, a word that's off, limits or something. We don't do that here. This is, good night. We love you too, Laura. We really do. We do. And Catherine, I mean, here's my Catherine. Thankfully. Catherine, have you seen? They have a series out called The Great. It's about Catherine the Great. And it looks like it's actually a little bit humor too, which I thought was interesting. Oh, my neighbors are gonna complain. I just dropped something. Bitches. Isn't that sad that Heather Aldrich though? Does she stay? Ow! Oh my god, that hurt. Does she stay in my head, huh? Really? Yeah, it seems like if people show emotion, yeah, right? Exactly. It seems like a lot of times if people show emotions a lot on YouTube, not a lot. I don't mean they show emotions a lot, but it seems to happen a lot on YouTube that I see emotions are fake, even laughter, right? I hear people and they'll laugh, but they're laughing about something evil that's not funny. So you know that it's fake laughter. I mean, we all know that if there was a comedian and they came out making fun of, somebody who died of cancer or didn't die of cancer, or another comedian who had cancer, or an actor, or whatever, and they put like a ball cap on and came out with some wig or something, nobody in the audience would laugh. Nobody would. Nobody would. Right? So those are the times that all out here is just fake laughter. Here I see like real laughter, and sometimes like I can't even like control myself. Sometimes um I just saw an ad for it today, Catherine. Um but I'll laugh and I'll cry. I can't help it. And so just like Day Day is saying, we sing. I know I heard myself today on my live stream or whatever. I was singing Lulu to Sir with Love. And I'm like, oh my God, I hope I stop soon. I did, thankfully. But I went on to sing another song. Um, one of my highest viewers is the one with Laura singing, you know. Uh, that's awesome. When Dawn sang, remember she sang that Judas Priest song and she did the guitar and everything. Right? It was awesome. That was fucking awesome. That's balls. Let me tell you something. Dawn, if you're listening, that's balls. To sing Rob Halford and to play out the fucking musical instruments. And I liked it. I don't know about anybody else. I can't speak for anybody else. But I know that you had me and Rachel Reed silent, just riveted. You know, what's a touchy subject? I probably said it at him. That's why I think 16 thumbs down. Well, that's you what? It does represent. That's a little less than usual, right? How many thumbs up we got going on then? Hopefully good ones. I think we went from so many different subjects tonight. And I didn't come on like because somebody else was live, like trying to be mean or anything. Yeah, I didn't do that. Yeah, I just, I had held off long enough from talking to my friend in what basically is like a conference call, right? Day, you should come up. Catherine, you should come up. I always think you guys live close. You should go out and meet for coffee or something. Stop it, Tucker. You guys should. You should meet for coffee and film it. But I have that song "To Sir with Love" in my head. Hi, Mr. Gorky. Hi, Gorky. I told Rocky he has to draw me and I'm whispering to myself like as if fucking you don't remember I'll tell you. Draw me in winter clothes. I can't keep wearing those fucking jean shorts you got me in with fucking one skinny ankle, one fat ankle. I see my paper doll. My paper doll. Data. Let's hit for data.
To serve with love.
I love that song.
Yeah, I love that
If
song.
I wanted to fly, I would. I don't know the words.
Me either. To serve with love. What was the name of the girl who sang that? She had a kind of a
Lulu.
Lulu. Okay.
Lulu.
Okay.
Yeah, she looks a little like Olivia Newton-John now. Come on, Catherine and Mr. Rourke. You can't be leaving.
But you know what? You know what, SG? That's why your platform works, because you and Laura V were having an in-depth conversation, okay, but simultaneously, myself and Catherine were having, and we were all healing.
Yes, and I saw that in the room, and I didn't point it out because I wasn't sure if I'm neglectful to the chat or if the chat does just fine.
No, I could feel you. That's where it works. There was, people come on to talk to you and to listen to you, but we also come on to communicate
and talk with each other. I saw it.
Yeah.
I like that.
Oh no, I didn't want you in me and Catherine's business. We had it
going. Good, awesome. That is what I'm looking for. Fucking great response. Because I was like, should I say something or is this their conversation? And I took it as your conversation, and I didn't want to intrude.
Yeah, but see, I still had an ear going on for
right. So where you're still listening and I'm still reading what's going on, we're respecting each other. And I like that. The chat flirt. Mr. Rourke said the chat flirt.
Hey, Mr. Rourke.
No, they weren't flirting. They were talking, and and I don't even know what it was because I had gone out of the room to read that about Heather Aldrich, but I knew you guys were talking, and then Laura was. And I just like that we actually are raw here.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
And
very
and we
raw.
couldn't get away with this conversation. We couldn't go on sharing V's channel and have this in-depth conversation. Those things don't go on those channels. Just
No,
knucklehead shit, you know. So a matter of fact, this is the only channel you can come on, and like I said, and laugh a little bit and have funky
and
conversation
heal
and sing a little bit, you know, and
and
be
heal,
silly a
like you
little
said,
bit.
heal.
Yes, yes, that's therapy. I like that.
Yeah,
Usually late
yeah.
at night when I can contemplate, like now, you know, and just kind
Hmm.
of be in bed with my laptop and whatever, or, you know, playing with my cat Apples. Well, Apples is chilling right now. Hey, where's Roscoe at? He was all over your ass
He's
last.
right behind me. He's behind me.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
And what
yeah. Like
cats?
people, they don't. It's like as if they don't. I think that some of them do have their feelings, in those other rooms. And what I do want to put out is that if they're ever listening after, or they're here and they're not speaking, that we don't turn around and say, oh, there's only one time I did say that, and the person has been back since, and I still say hello, because the fact that they
Well,
still
say
come
what?
back,
What did you say?
like
That
if you notice somebody somewhere and they're like kind of in a bash fest about you,
oh, okay.
like it was something that had happened, in a share and be thing, and then I had seen them there bashing and talking, Usually I don't point it out. I won't, because it doesn't happen usually,
Yeah.
you know? It doesn't happen usually. Most people are silent and on the fence.
Yeah.
Um, but what I do want to say is I appreciate that person for returning. They know who they are. I won't call them out, because in the time since I was irritated and hurt when I saw them there and mentioned it, they've been back, even that I did say something.
Okay.
So I find that a little humbling, like a humbling thing, like, which
Mhm.
is, I, I appreciate that somebody did that,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Um, yeah, if you look in the private chat, you will start seeing some disgusting stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that before, but don't even acknowledge it.
But what impresses me is that you exposed tonight your a side of you that was really kind of personal, you know, and I could feel you, you know, even though I didn't say anything, I could feel you. So just know that what you say doesn't go unnoticed and doesn't, you know, go without any thought and compassion in what you say. You know,
I
you're human.
appreciate that.
You really show that human side in not only just talking about yourself, but talking about others in situations, you know, even like talking
Well,
about.
most of the times that's why I'll expose it, because if I can expose it and it can be useful in making somebody know how much they meant to me, or that they don't suffer alone,
Yeah,
or
you and
anything.
Laura had that conversation, and it opened her up, seeing your comfort level within your own self. That helps generate that within others, and that's how she really opened up. That's how I opened up the first conversation, kind of, that we really had, because we know you're somebody that's not gonna, you know, either point fingers or, you know, that's gone through some of the same shit that we've gone through, you know?
Thank you. And I feel like it is just a conference call between friends, really,
Yeah.
in a
Yeah.
way, you know? And I think that we talk about stuff that's so adult and human that if anybody did want to, like, which they don't usually, like, I think for people who are shallow, they wouldn't find interest in us. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
but I think that, you know, after, I think longevity will be uh, the asset for you, that when a lot of these channels that are just on on the flash and on the on the bullshit, they'll be gone quickly. But I think your slow nurturing type of disposition, you'll still be around. It's not about the numbers. It's
No,
about
it's not. These are real friends to me. Like I never bought into that. It's YouTube. It's only YouTube. It's
yeah,
YouTube.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I don't buy into that. I feel like it's technology and we're using it you know, just as anybody else. I mean, you don't see a company that just had like a FaceTime call with somebody or something. Or there's companies that will fire you because of what you said
yeah.
on YouTube.
Can you
They
can you
don't
see
say
the comments
YouTube.
now?
Huh?
Can you see the comments now?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, Mr. Rourke says, as far as the chats go, SG has the best late night show. It's funny. She
Thank
has
you.
content. It usually is a good time. Yeah, and I think your initial vision for starting your channel that's makes it stand apart too. Because if you just started for either just to get some just to raise some people's ruffle some people's feathers, or if you just started it just to just try to get some money or something, then it wouldn't have the same effect. But you started it to help
To make
others.
a difference.
Yes, and that does make a difference.
Yeah. And, I started it to make a difference because I figured, this is the best platform for trying to use your voice and make a difference. And yes, they may turn around at times and muzzle some people, but I think it also depends on how you're saying things, or how you're presenting it,
Yeah,
and also that you've already got your I's dotted and your T's crossed.
yeah,
That if anything did occur, I already, am prepared to say, hey, wait a minute, and quote this thing and quote that thing and say,
yeah,
you can't do that. You've set the precedence that it's okay for this person to say it. You don't get it both ways.
yeah. There you go. There you go.
Yeah. That's one of my favorites. I mean, whenever you're in a dispute with a bill, anything at all or anything, you tell them, hey, wait a minute. You make sure before you make that call, you practice that what you're gonna say, and you say, okay, this. Well, you don't get it both ways,
There you
and
go.
don't spend any time with the person who answers the phone unless at the end of the phone call they're the ones who can say, yes, we're writing that off for you. We did make a mistake, and have a great day. You now owe us nothing. Unless they're
Exactly.
that person, then don't, but be sure to say, I'm sure you're a lovely employee, you know,
Yeah.
to that person. Yeah, be sure to say that. And my daughter is so funny though. She goes, I told my friend one day they couldn't get through on some call, and it kept being like, the prompts and the robot and whatever there, and the recordings and shit. And she says, press no, she goes, start swearing and then press 0. And I go, I used to do that. I told you to do that. And she said, yeah, ma. And I said, really? She goes, yeah, because when you would yell, of course you can't understand what I said. You have no fucking ears. You're a fucking robot. Do you understand? Did you hear that? And then next thing, she pulled on the line for a representative, a human representative, because
Yeah.
I was like, no, you're not doing this either today. Because what they started doing was making 0 not a prompt either.
No, yeah, they cut that out. Remember when you used to have to call the operator to call long distance? You remember operator
No.
make a collect call
Oh, to make collect call, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Do you know what? When it was taking forever for me to get my my taxes back, right? And the stimulus, I wasn't even getting that. I want to read you what you have to do to get through to the Social Security office. And if anybody needs to ever get through to the Social Security office, this is what you have to do. Okay, you do not follow the prompts that they give you.
Okay.
Let me find it first. I gotta find it. Okay, my daughter, right? I said she called them. I go, did you do exactly what to reach a real person at the IRS? This is what you have to do. I said, did you do what I told you to do? She goes, yep. She goes, I can't believe it. She goes, I can't believe it. So this is
She
how
got
you
through.
speak to a live person. Yep.
Oh,
This is how
good.
you speak to a live person at the IRS. You call their number, the 829-1040, the 800 number. The first question the automated system will ask you is to choose your language. Once you set your language, do not choose option 1 regarding refund info. Now that's what you would do, right? You're calling
Yeah.
regarding your refund info. This says do not choose it. Choose option 2 for personal income tax instead. Next, press 1 for form, tax, history, or payment. Next, press 3 for all other questions. Next, press 2 for all other questions. When the system asks you to enter your social security number to access your account information, do not enter anything. It will ask you 2 times and then you'll be prompted with another menu. Press 2 for personal and individual tax questions, and then press 4 for all other inquiries, and then they'll transfer you to an agent.
Wow. Just like that, huh? I
And not
talked to them
just like,
the other day, and they said I was going to have to wait Your wait time is going to be like 60 minutes, but then somebody
mm-hmm.
jumped on in like 30 seconds. 30 seconds and just surprised the hell out of me. It's funny you talk about
Really?
getting your stimulus. Mine was really weird. Okay, now that I'm retired, okay, I can. If I was still working at one, I wouldn't get it because I was making more than 70. But so since I'm making under that now, it's funny because like when they first issued them, I think it was like in March of 2020. I didn't get mine till like December, okay, and then the next ones they issued were in January of this year, okay, and then they issued another one in like March, okay, nothing until like September, and then I got one, and then like 2 weeks later I got the next one, and it's just crazy because they've had my banking information, okay? And I just don't understand it. Like my daughter, she'll get hers. They'll get theirs lickety split, when time they're announced. But mine just pops up like months and months later. But I'm not complaining. At least I got it. So. Am I the only one on? Oh shit! It's my show now. I've replaced Johnny Carson. It's Ed McMahon show now. You still around, Mr. Rourke?
Hi.
You back, SG?
Yes, I'm back. Did you see what Mr. O'Rourke put? He said he also is a good co-host.
Yeah, I'm kind of Ed McMahon, and you're Johnny Carson.
Well, would you no,
You're
but no, you know how
Joe
Bobbles does with Bear? Would you do that with me? Like, or like Angie does with Amy?
Oh, JC Bear. No, I agree.
No, but I'm saying
I don't
like,
live north
would
of the
you
border.
be
I
able
almost live.
to? But I mean, like, would you like be interested in if you and I were to talk on the phone, like privately, and research like content for shows too? Yes, he does
Yes.
have very positive energy. I'm so thankful, Mr. Rourke, that out of all the people in this community, he picked us.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
Mr. Rourke is I like Mr.
No, I'm talking about you.
I mean
No, I was talking to Mr. Rourke, but I was talking about you.
okay. We were talking
You
about the JC Bear effect, huh? Mr.
no,
Rourke is
you
cool.
have.
Will Mr. Rourke put a tattoo on my ass?
Isn't he funny? Isn't he so funny?
Is
He
he
could
a
do his own life. He's
Mr.
good.
Rourke, is he a commercial artist or something? Graphic artist or something?
I don't know. He said he went to school for that. I said to him one day, I go, "Do you have a ruler?" He's like, "I have a ruler."
Okay.
Like, yeah, there you go. You're all set. Have you seen his
All he
channel? You've
needs.
seen his channel, right? He goes, he could do his own lines. He's good. If you did do your own lines, what would you do them on? What would you do of them?
Who, me?
You, yeah.
Oh, I don't know. We could have the SG and Day Day Comedy Hour, kind of like who was the Gracie Allen and
George Burns, yeah.
George Burns.
And he says, yeah, he goes, no, I'm just a doodler. He's a
Okay.
diddler.
Yeah,
He's a diddler. Diddler on the roof.
He could draw the opening and the closing for the show.
That would be kind of cool, but I don't know how to do that. See, you'd have to maybe figure out and help me with all that. Like, you seem more computer savvy than me. You know, I was researching. I was doing some research this weekend, and not this weekend, whenever it was, who knows. Um, and I came across somebody who had worked for Boeing in Washington, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were from where it was in Washington. They worked for Boeing. His name was Kenneth Pinion, Pinyan.
Okay. Probably
And
Everett. Was that the city? Everett is Everett.
no, oh my God, I used to go to a live stream from Everett. Did you live in Everett?
Oh no, I used to work at the Boeing in Everett, and yeah.
Oh my God, have you ever seen that street where all the homeless people are on?
Yeah. Well, Everett was kind of close to where the crystal meth. There's a place called Monroe, which is right kind of the city next to Everett, and they were on the leading edge in the country. They were like the meth capital of the United States for a while, and so Boeing. Everett is right next to it. Yeah, Everett. What's the street? I know the street you're talking about too. It's got a bunch of apartments and stuff on it, but it's got
No. It had a tent and it was an
kids.
underpass.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yep.
Seattle area is the whole West Coast is a sanctuary city.
It was Everett. It was
Okay.
Everett, and there was a bunch of tents there. And then on the other side of the underpass was a homeless shelter, but I think it was just for men. And
Okay.
like I met people, friends from there. If anybody like is in here or sees this video afterwards, like from the Tweakers lot used to be. I'm gonna look it up right now so that I can tell you about it. Um, yeah, like Zoofless of the Forest is from there.
Do you guys have, on the East Coast, do you guys have the homeless encampments that are like in Seattle and San Francisco and
Not
LA?
that I see.
Because even when I look at that Kensington Avenue stuff, there's not a whole lot of tents out. It's just a bunch of people walking around. It's like, gosh, you at least get yourself a tent.
Can't you get yourself a tent?
At least as cold as it is, at least the people in Seattle
Their
got
life's never. I mean, like, I feel so
rain.
bad for these people. You know,
Oh,
they're
the
gonna
the
be.
homeless.
They might freeze. You know.
Yeah, a lot of homeless die, in those areas like where you live in the Massachusetts where it gets really, really cold. Probably cold as hell right now as we speak. But what was the high today where you lived in the area?
I don't
Probably
know.
about 30,
Smith
30.
Ave. That's what it's called. Smith Ave.
Smith Ave. Yeah. Yep.
Do you know of that?
Yep. Familiar with that. Yep. A
Wow,
couple other
that doesn't
spots up
even look
there.
the same
Yeah.
anymore. Wow, this is not even the same like stream that it used to be. Like that's so weird.
Mr. Rourke said SG no coughing. How in the hell are you gonna smoke weed and not cough? It was a cold day, 36, huh? Where are you at, Mr. Rourke? East Coast too?
Michigan. Wow. It is not the same.
What?
No, I didn't get anything about Mike Tyson dying after licking frogs.
No, that's probably that's the fake news.
Yeah, I didn't see anything about that. That's ludicrous.
So what do you
Ludicrous.
think
No.
about that boy who shot the folks up there in Kenosha? Have you been following that trial at all?
No, what's that one?
Okay, where the kid was walking down the street with the AK or
Oh,
the
you're talking about the one that's been on all the
Kenosha,
time.
Wisconsin.
Right, the
Yeah,
Rittenhouse or something, Winehouse or something like
yeah,
that, right?
whatever his name is. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And my whole
no, I
thing
don't
with
know.
that is, he's talking about self defense for himself. But if you're in the mindset to go somewhere with a gun, then you know that a weapon of that magnitude, then you know that it's going to be violent, and you probably shouldn't go. You know, so that kind of kills all that self defense stuff. It might have been the actual him thinking that somebody was going to kill him, even though they weren't armed. But if you know that you have to take a weapon somewhere that you're not forced to go, then you shouldn't go,
No, Mr. Rourke isn't a diddler. Sorry, doodler. Doodler.
Doodler, DOOD.
But why take that kind of gun? It's weird. Yeah, but okay, there was somebody named oh my god, Meredith Hunter, who was a guy, okay, and in the late 60s, I think 69 or like something like that. He went to that concert, the Rolling Stones concert, and he was a black guy. His girlfriend was white, and he brought a gun, and it was the same thing that you were saying. Like he
Oh,
knew.
where the Hell's Angels killed him at the what was it,
Yeah,
Array or something? It was they were
yeah,
hired for
yeah.
Rolling Stones.
And they
Okay.
were like, yeah, but we're not really security. We're just, freaking. They offered us $500 worth of free beer, and they were so
Yeah.
high. And you could see this one right going like he's like clenching his fist. Like you knew he was tripping some shit, man. They ended up throwing the guy off the stage, but he was standing right next to what's his name, Mick Jagger there.
Yeah.
Altman, yeah,
Altamont. Yeah, Altamont. Yeah. Yeah. That's what
yes,
it is.
yes. And the guy had a neon green suit on, that Meredith Hunter, and his girlfriend, something began with a C. Anyway, she, you can see. Oh, it's
They
very
stabbed
clear.
him. He got stabbed or something, didn't they?
Right, but they were like harassing him. They were harassing everyone. The 4 people got killed. 4 others, I think, not just him. Do you know that he doesn't even have a gravestone?
Who? Oh,
Meredith Hunter
he doesn't. Wow. Yeah, probably
doesn't
he just
have a
was a
gravestone.
poor guy that didn't have a bunch of family or anything. Yeah, he probably
Yeah, his
just.
mother got $10,000, and somebody said, "Oh, I think it's sad that his mother." And now I can see. See, here's the thing. His sister had said to him before he wanted to go, so he was like, "I'm going." He liked the Rolling Stones, whatever. He dressed all to the T's for it, and it's like, yeah, like this lime green fucking suit like that Huggy Bear would wear, like kind of thing, but it was in style then,
Yeah.
He was going to drive. He made the drive. He asked his girlfriend, she was white, right? So,
Yeah.
he wasn't a racist guy. He wasn't, probably not a bad guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And his sister had said, they're gonna like they didn't even know anything about the Hell's Angels gonna be there. That was a last minute thing, but he said, they're not gonna. They might not like take kindly to you having a white girlfriend and being the only black, one of the only black. But I don't think they felt that way. I think in that time, people liked what they liked.
Yeah, and
But he
that
did
was the
take his
summer
time.
of love too. So everybody, interracial marriages and unions were kind of on the rise anyway.
Yeah, what was that? 69 or something,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
68 or 60, yeah, 69, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Summer of Love was 67, so it was probably a year later, I think, 68 or something.
Well, here's what happened too. I mean, immediately when Mick Jagger had arrived, he had already got punched in the head
Mick
by
had
somebody.
punched in the head.
Punched in the head immediately within 5 minutes of arriving there. Okay, I'm punched in the head.
Jeez.
Yeah, punched him in the head, and
He
he really
watched
didn't even
him get
want.
stabbed, didn't he?
Huh?
He was up on stage and he was watching the guy get stabbed because I remember the photo.
The guy raised a gun at him.
Okay.
Now that's the whole part, like where that's the question. Why was he raising that gun at Mick Jagger, though? He clearly holds his hand up. It's all on film.
Okay. Meredith.
Yeah, but
Meredith. Meredith was the one who raised the gun.
Yeah.
Oh wow! I wonder why that was. Wow.
Yeah. Now I can understand him feeling like, okay, his sister says, take the gun, blah blah blah, and then so he does. And he really is adamant. He's got it. He wants to go there. His girlfriend says, okay. And then he's up there, and from what it's told, from how it's told, he gets in some kind of skirmish with the guy, the Hells Angels and everything, right? So he goes and he comes back again into the mix when they're singing Under My Thumb and with a gun, and he's got this neon green suit on. So, I mean, I feel like I kind of want to feel like he might have been going there to assassinate him. Because when you wear such an outfit that, and he raises his arm up, aims it right at Mick Jagger. Because Mick Jagger was all this time, for a long time, it wasn't only until I want to say 95, that he literally would watch the live footage and, went back during a documentary or maybe even no, they showed the footage. It was a documentary made in 95 of him going back and seeing. So it was at the time, but he had to be convinced that there was a reason why that happened, and they showed him watching the footage. I find it really strange how footage, when necessary to, say, oh, well, it was okay. But here's the thing. The whole time I'm trying to find the other 4 people that were murdered, there was, I don't know if they still play, but I couldn't find anything on those other 4. I mean, they and Hell's Angels actually got acquitted of everything that they did, and because it was like in self-defense. In fact, the guy who killed him ended up drowning in like the 80s anyway. So.
Wow, yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. That's the way that Hell's Angels. They're still causing trouble at places like the Sturgis rallies and all that stuff. Them guys just they just can't do right. It's just been
No.
a lethal organized drug and violence organization for years.
Somebody says, did I cover a story? Which I kind of like. Thank you so much for that. That's like a compliment. Asking me if I covered a story. I like that.
Yeah.
About the father and son trying to make a citizen arrest and a third party neighbor getting in the mix. No, I didn't. I didn't see anything about that. There's so many stories. In fact, the one that I initially, when I was saying to you, Day Day, about a guy who worked at Boeing in Washington.
Mhm.
Do you know that since 1976, I don't know if still, it might have since been changed, let's hope, that bestiality was not illegal in the state of Washington?
Oh my goodness, you got to be kidding.
No, I am not kidding you. And the guy, Kenneth Pinion, he died of like a colon rupture, like, yeah, well, because there was a thing called zoophilia or something like that.
Something with sheeps.
No, horses.
Oh, Jesus.
Horses. A stallion nicknamed Big Dick. No lie. And
wasn't your
they
lie
were up.
the other night something about dongs or something? Dong or
something? No, that's Wong Duck Dong from
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
Well,
this guy,
a lot of that weird stuff is you can go on actually YouTube and you can or some of these weird sites and still that's popular with a lot of people, like with horses and animals and stuff. And who wants to watch that?
two of the people that ended up being exposed in this ring, okay, which also in Canada, like British Columbia, and there that way, whatever's like close to Washington, like they're around there.
Yeah,
they are like posing as like horse trainers, and but they really are. They really are. They really do have millions, and they really do border these horses and train, and but also they're letting your horses fuck men for like on video and shit. And so this one guy who they called Mr. Hands, right?
Mr. Hands.
Yeah, Mr. Hands. And they were uploading it to to social platforms, and people, they all met in this like chat called the Zoo, and would meet up there in Washington on this farm, this horse like ranch thing. Yeah, and we're having sex with the animals. And so when this other guy, okay, so this one, he dies, okay, videotape, mind you. The other guy drops him at the fucking hospital.
He died as a result of having sex with the horse?
Yes, with the horse. You want me to look it up for you? I'll read it for you.
Was he having sex with the horse, or was the sex having? I mean,
the stallion was effing him.
Well, see, that's the thing. Is that how is that even possible? How would a horse know from a natural nature instinct how to get hard to, or even the size of a horse is not going to make it. See, that's a lot of that shit is I'm thinking just kind of.
No. This is for real. Like, this really happened. Kenneth Pinion, okay? There's a documentary called The Zoo about it. Kenneth Pinion, born June 22nd, 1960, and died July 2nd, 2004, in Enumclaw, Washington, was an American engineer who became known through the bizarre circumstances of his death. He died of a perforated bowel after had passive anal intercourse with a stallion.
Oh God.
Okay. Yeah, let's look it up. We're gonna go to Wiki.
Oh God.
Yeah. The Enumclaw. Do you know of that town?
Never heard of that town. It must be some little off
Was
the.
the Enumclaw horse sex case was a series of incidents in 2005 involving Kenneth Pinion, an engineer who worked for Boeing and resided in Gig Harbor, Washington.
Okay, I know where Gig Harbor is. Yeah.
Did you work with him?
No.
Did you work there in 2005?
Yes, I was there in 2005. I was up actually in Everett.
So you might have worked with him and just in another department and didn't know it.
Yeah.
James Michael Tate, a truck driver, and other identified men. Pinion and Tate filmed and distributed zoophilic pornography of Pinion receiving anal sex from a stallion under the alias Mr. Hands. After engaging in this activity on multiple occasions over an unknown span of time, Pinion received fatal internal injuries in one such incident. The location was in unincorporated King County, Washington. So here we go. The story was reported in the Seattle Times and was one of the paper's most read stories in 2005. Well, not by you, Day Day.
was the horse charged?
No, it was informally referred to as the Enumclaw horse sex case. Pinion's death rapidly prompted the enactment of a bill by the Washington State Legislature that prohibits both sex with animals. Did you know it was legal up until then? And the videotaping of such an act. Under current Washington law, bestiality is now a Class C felony, punishable by up to 5 years. In the 1970s, many statutes that had I can't see the chat room, just so you know.
Okay.
In the 1970s, many statutes that had criminalized certain sex acts in various U.S. states were repealed. Wow, I wonder where else it's legal, because it says other states. Largely since they had criminalized some consensual sex acts between adults that were no longer considered appropriate to forbid, like criminalizing all oral and anal sex. In Washington state, a law was repealed on July 1st, 1976, that had said, every person who shall carnally know in any manner any animal or bird, or who shall carnally know any male or female person by the anus or with the mouth or tongue, or who shall voluntarily submit to such knowledge, or who shall attempt sexual intercourse with a dead body, shall be guilty of sodomy. So even having sex with a dead person wasn't illegal.
Oh my goodness. And a lot of that goes on, believe it or not. A lot of that stuff. Sex with a dead person. It's just God, it's just thank God it's only a class, what do you say, B felony? Whatever that is.
Class C.
That's probably a 30-day
punishable up to 5 years.
Okay, yeah, but probably nobody's sitting in jail for 5 years because they're probably just getting a fine and send you to a mental institution or for evaluation or something.
No, they're out. They become informants. So it goes, an effect of the repeal was that bestiality became legal in the state of Washington. Kenneth Pinion they don't even mention how necrophilia did too. Kenneth Pinion had worked for Boeing for 8 years. He had previously been married to a woman and had children with her. He had moved from Seattle to Oak Harbor, Washington. Pinion had been building a new house and a barn that he planned to keep a horse in, and along the Key Peninsula Highway in Gig Harbor, Washington. He was about to begin making payments on the property's mortgage. He had previously lost the ability to experience certain sensations after a motorcycle accident, and he had began to seek out increasingly extreme sexual acts, such as insertion of extremely large dildos, fisting, and receptive anal sex with with horses. And
White Russia says anal polyps. And I just looked that up. That means repair of basically your asshole, I guess.
in the early 2000s, he found a group of men online, nicknamed Zoos, who began meeting at a farm in an unincorporated area. What does that mean? Unincorporated.
That means you're not kind of a city, but you're just kind of connected to a city. Outlining areas, yeah.
In
So
King County, Washington.
There's a group out there now for God, Jesus.
For communal weekends, they filmed one another being anally penetrated by horses, and sometimes engaged in sex with each other afterwards, which was also filmed. This was all later posted online. According to Charles Madid, co-writer of the 2007 documentary film Zoo, the men trained the horses to penetrate them by stripping, applying a horse breeding pheromone, and bending over. In 2015, Madud, whatever his name is, wrote that the men had a sexual fixation on large penises that may have had nothing to do with horses. He also believed Pinion did not truly love horses and was not a true zoophile, although Pinion had a cast created of the penis of his favorite horse, Rush.
Jesus.
His death, the incident that killed Pinion, occurred at a 40-acre farm located in an incorporated area in King County, Washington, 5 miles southwest of the city of Enumclaw. Sergeant John Urquhart of the sheriff's office said that typically men were having sex. Typically, men, were having sex with a horse, like as if it's typical. Oh, that's typical.
Yeah.
Again, really. Horse on the property of James Michael Tate, a truck driver who lived in a trailer next to the farm. But on this particular night, it is my understanding that horse wasn't particularly receptive. So Pinion, Tate, and a third unidentified man snuck into the barn of the southeast 444th Street farm that night. The men would often visit that farm for sexual purposes. Can you imagine not knowing that people are coming into your fucking barn and having sex with your animals?
And to just to visualize that whole fucking scene, it's just
This guy had kids, mind you. He had been married twice and had kids and worked at Boeing as an engineer.
Jeez.
Isn't that crazy? So the men went on, either Pinion or the unidentified man recorded Tate being anally penetrated by a stallion known as Big Dick. After finishing, Tate then filmed Pinion being anally penetrated by the same horse. During this incident, Pinion sustained internal injuries, including a perforated toe leg. On July 2nd, 2005, an unidentified man dropped him off at the community hospital. Medical staff wheeled him into an examination room before realizing he was dead. Wonder how long they made him wait in the waiting room.
I mean, to do something like that, you'd have to have somebody helping you. You'd have to be in a real position for that. And endure that type of pain.
Get this though, the guy's getting sloppy seconds too, mind you. The horse's dick had already been up the other guy's ass. So he's 45.
Stop it.
No wonder why he fucking had peritonitis. He had shit on him. He died of acute peritonitis due to the perforation of the colon, and the death was ruled accidental. After he died, the authorities used his driver's license to find acquaintances and relatives. Earlier news reports stated, like as if they fucking would take him into the emergency room without knowing who he was and having his insurance information.
Yeah, explain that one coming in emergency. Mr. Rourke says, no, stay away from elephants and horse boys.
From the elephants and what?
And horse boys.
Yeah. Because earlier news reports stated that the authorities had used surveillance camera footage to track down Pinion's companion. Using the contacts, the authorities. So then, how did if they track him down? Then how is he an unknown man? Using the contacts, the authorities found the farm where the incident occurred. The police tracked down the rural Enumclaw area farm, which was known in zoophile chat rooms as a destination for people wanting to have sex with livestock, and seized 100 VHS tapes and DVDs, amounting to hundreds of hours of videos of men engaging in bestiality. One of the videotapes featured Kenneth Pinion shortly before he died on July 2nd. Prosecutors later determined that the horse had not been injured. Yeah, except in his mind. It was right.
Yeah, the horse needs some therapy now.
And then look at the other horse, wasn't even receptive. Like he's like, I'm not being fooled with that fucking shit again.
Yeah,
It was only after,
boy
huh?
made the comment, when I was younger, I worked in a photo at Walgreens. I developed pictures of a woman with a dog. So he says, I can't give details. I was told by my boss, people make people do that for drugs. And I've heard that on the
I've
street.
heard that too.
Yeah,
I heard that too.
couple of things. Yeah. And who would stand around and watch that? Shit like that. That's just sickening. See, that's how AIDS started. AIDS didn't AIDS start in Africa with some guy who was had sex with a ape or something like that, or a monkey?
No, I think these monkeys had escaped from like a lab or something. That's what I think. In my mind, it's my opinion only. I don't know. But it says it was only after an opinion died, when law enforcement looked for one way to punish his associates, that the legality of bestiality in Washington state became an issue. The prosecutors, I want to know though, did they like make it illegal to have sex with a dead body?
Yeah, and is it illegal across the United States? Is it illegal anywhere to
I don't know.
have?
I'll look it up when I'm done with this. The prosecutor's office wanted to charge Tate with animal abuse, but the police found no evidence of abused animals on the many videotapes they collected from his home, as there was no law against humanely fucking a horse. The prosecutors could only charge Tate with trespassing. The prosecutor's office said no animal cruelty charges were filed because there was no evidence of injury to the horses. Originally, the King County Sheriff Department did not expect the newspaper to report on the event because it was too gruesome. After an Associated Press report stated that the farm where the event occurred attracted a significant number of people who wanted to partake in bestiality.
Oh, God damn.
They decided that it needed to write articles about the case since multiple people were involved. The videographer, 54-year-old James Michael Tate, was charged with criminal trespassing in the first degree, and the owners of the farm, a third party, were not aware that the men had entered the property to engage in bestiality. The third man was not charged since he was not visible in the video seized by investigators.
So the owner of the property wasn't charged?
The owner of the property said they didn't know that they had broken into their.
Yeah,
that's why the guy got.
You said he had what? You said he had like 40 acres or something.
Well, that was the other farm, but that horse wasn't receptive, so they broke into another farm. Yeah. Tate entered an Alford plea, which is a form of guilty plea in which the accused maintains that they are factually innocent, but acknowledges that the evidence would likely lead to
being convicted. Yeah, Alford's plea. Yeah.
And thus accept being convicted. Judge David Christie gave him a suspended 1-year sentence, a $300 fine, and 1 day of community service, and ordered Tate never to visit the farm again.
Damn, and he gave nothing to do with his mental health.
Yeah, nothing, right? Oh no, they're all still doing it except for the guy that died. After Pinion's death, a video circulated on the internet of Kenneth Pinion engaging in receptive anal intercourse with a horse. The video was nicknamed Mr. Hands or Two Guys, One Horse. The video, intended originally to sexually gratify the viewer, became one of the first viral reaction videos. This video is featured in the documentary Zoo. On his podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience, Joe Rogan showed the video to two guests on two separate episodes, a documentary of the life and death opinion and the lives led by those who came to the farm, debuted at the 2007 Sundance Film Festival under the title Zoo. It was one of the 16 winners out of the 856 candidates and played at numerous festivals.
Wow, you're kidding! At the Sundance Festival, that's
That's crazy. And at the Cannes Film Festival, too. At the
and Joe
Cannes,
Rogan
too.
had. I watched Joe Rogan sometimes with guests and stuff. I didn't know he had one episode with that on there. Wow.
Sometime after the events in Washington, James Michael Tate moved to Maury County, Tennessee, onto a farm owned by a man named Kenny Thomason, housing horses, pigs, goats, and dogs. On October 13, 2009, a woman associated with them, Christy D. Morris, was arrested and charged with 3 counts of animal cruelty. 2 days later, an anonymous person emailed investigators a photo of a man having sex with a Shetland pony from Thomas's farm. Tate and Thomason were arrested that same day. Tate was charged with 3 counts of felony animal cruelty, while Thomason was charged with 2. According to Tate's arrest warrant, he had been engaging in sex acts with a stud horse over a span of several months. They were in love and going to be married.
These guys is Christ.
That's not true. They weren't in love and going to be married. I made that up.
Oh.
Tate and Thomason admitted to engaging in sex acts with a horse. In January 2010, Tate pleaded guilty in a Tennessee court to engaging in sexual acts with animals and was placed on probation again. After Pinion died,
He's a repeat offender at
they're still doing it.
this shit up.
Still doing it. No lie, I'm not lying to you. I'm gonna look him up right now. Michael Tate. We're gonna look up Michael Tate and fucking that mother. They're still engaging in it. Michael Tate.
I hope to God it doesn't include ejaculation by the horse. I mean, like I said, I don't know how a horse would know how to get sexually turned on by a human. That's just against nature.
You know what they said? They were putting the pheromones around their butt.
What's a pheromone?
You know, like how they get the horses to breed. They were using the same tactic.
Oh, okay.
With pheromones or whatever. Okay, so this is July 7th. This is updated July 1st, 2020. In Columbia, Tennessee. Now, why was this updated? Let's see. So the story I just told you about is in Tennessee, right? So 2 men have been given no contest, sexual videos. The Washington investigators say they found. Okay, so why did they update it? I don't understand that they knew there. Hold on. Police saw signs, smuggler, like bestiality. Smuggler? This is 2010. Last week's animal abuse arrest of a convicted cocaine smuggler wasn't the first time authorities had found something linking him to bestiality. A Monroe police commander said Monday that when Douglas Spink's sports utility vehicle was pulled over in 2005. Now, I bet you that was the other guy, the one they kept calling the unknown guy.
Yeah.
Right? He was strangely protective of a female German shepherd that was with him.
Strangely protective, huh?
Yep. He had stickers on his car indicating that he was an animal man love activist. Investigators didn't bother with those clues because they had much more pressing concerns, namely the 372 pounds of cocaine in the SUV. It struck us all as very odd. We had never really dealt with it before. I mean, you're driving around with 169 kilos of cocaine. Mind you, this guy is free now. He might have passed away. I'm not sure. Now he was part of all this, okay? But he was a cocaine smuggler and a horse fucker and a dog fucker. And you'll be surprised. You might be concerned with yourself in the predicament you're in, but he was really just concerned with the dog. Authorities searched Spink's farm Wednesday after prosecutors received a tip from a public defender's office in Tennessee. The office reported that Spink had been calling them incessantly about a jailed defendant in a bestiality case in Tennessee. That man, James Michael Tate, had previously admitted filming a man having sex with a horse in Umpqua, Washington in 2005. The man Tate filmed died of internal injuries suffered during the incident. He received a minor sentence in the case because Washington had a relatively weak bestiality, no laws, let's not say relatively weak. It's not immediately clear why Spink was calling Tennessee about the Tate case. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, it is. Real weird.
He kept calling the jail, but he's got 169 kilos of cocaine.
Jeez.
Like, why would you keep calling the jail? What's wrong with you, buddy?
Dysfunctional shit, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah. Spink's lawyer insists there's no evidence that Spink engaged in bestiality. Read the rest of the Associated Press story by clicking the link. Spokesman Doug Clark. Spink once a wealthy entrepreneur. The guy had 169 kilos of cocaine, $34 million. Wow. I'd say he's still pretty wealthy, or was.
Yeah, that was
wealthy.
That was 2010.
Yeah, yeah. In Oregon, he received a 3-year sentence in the smuggling case because he cooperated.
Jeez.
Yeah. Because he cooperated and helped bring down local kingpin Robert Kessling, who's serving 17 years.
Okay.
Wait a minute. How could 169 kilos have gotten, less than, I would think 17 years. I mean, what did that guy have? 500 kilos?
That guy, Rick Ross, he was in, he was the leader in all that LA stuff, dope. And, he didn't do that much time either. It's all has to do with your plea deal, plea deal.
Yeah, and who you know.
Yeah.
After doing his time, Spink moved to a crudely built compound in Whatcom County near the Canadian border. He was arrested last week on charges of violating the terms of his supervised release from prison by engaging in animal cruelty and withholding information from probation officers about his travel and his assets. You think?
Wow.
At 50, a 51-year-old tourist from Great Britain was on the property and was arrested for an investigation of bestiality after agents found videos of him abusing dogs. Investigators seized dozens of animals from the compound: horses, dogs, and mice. The mice, mind you, were their tails were cut off, covered in Vaseline, and they were tied up with a string. And I'm not lying.
The mice?
Yes, they were all euthanized.
Oh.
According to documents filed in the Whatcom County on Monday,
How bad
Spink
can
was
this
running
get?
a bestiality-themed website from the compound. They said it would appear Spink operated a farm where visitors could engage in twisted sex acts with animals, and they said they found images of child pornography there.
Hey, Throwback, what's going on, man?
Hi, Throwback. Spink has not been charged with any bestiality or child porn charges, only with violating the terms of the supervised release. What?
So, see, these laws are really in their infancy concerning this. I mean, the bestiality is as old as the Bible. That's nothing new. But laws regarding that and directing that haven't been probably just real recent. If all this was going on like 2010, and they're only getting like 3 years or less. You said 3 months on that one, plus a small $300 fine and shit like that. So. God, I wonder where it is, and that's
the 3 years was for the 169 kilos of cocaine. Yeah. But get this, okay? 5 years before, in 2005, he was pulled over after investigators watched 5 suitcases of cocaine being loaded into his Chevy Tahoe. Jeez. A sergeant at the time was a narcotics canine officer and took part in the search of the vehicle. He said the initials written on the SUV stickers were not obviously connected to bestiality. Yeah, but what about the fucking 5 suitcases of cocaine?
Well, I mean, what that came down to, that half of that cocaine disappeared, wasn't reported, 169 kilos, probably only 30 ended up in the property room. That's why he got
probably more than 169 kilos. In fact, agents researched them in case there were signals of legitimacy to other smugglers. That's when they learned the stickers concerned groups devoted to animal human love, who put stickers on their cars, even covertly saying you're into bestiality. Oh, so what they're saying is that he had stickers on his car that promoted bestiality, but they didn't realize it. It doesn't even make sense.
Okay. And see, that could have been used as evidence, Boy, yeah. I bet you there's a huge underground of this stuff going on, not only in the United States, across the world. Because when you hear about guys wanting to be shit on and the golden showers and all that, that's just the tip of the iceberg,
I just can't believe this guy was out in 5 years, and within 5 years. I mean, how in 2005?
How are you going to keep him from doing the same stuff? There's no way,
No. What I'm saying is the cocaine is what really is really killing.
Yeah, that's
5 suitcases of cocaine.
Yeah, because that's a lot of cocaine. 160 by today's standards, that's a lot. The street value on that, what you said, was 34 million. Jesus. And
that's only 2 times, though. 2 times within 5 years.
No, I know. Yeah, well, all that, like you said, some dirty cops profited off of that too. So they cut him some slack. The judge may have even profited on that. Jeez. So Washington's got it on their books now, huh? They've got these laws.
Get this. Okay, so this is 2010. A convicted cocaine smuggler has been arrested for running what authorities say appears to be a bestiality farm in Washington state in which visitors could engage in all sorts of twisted sex. He was arrested at his ramshackle, heavy wooded compound. Ramshackle? Really? Near the Canadian border, along with a 51-year-old tourist from Great Britain who is accused of having sex with 3 dogs. Dozens of dogs, horses, and pet mice. Pet mice? Why are the dogs and the horses not pets, but the mice are?
Yeah.
Were seized along with what investigators described as thousands of images of bestiality and apparent child pornography.
Oh, no.
The mice were euthanized. This stuff is truly bizarre, he said. These were mice that had their tails cut off. They were smothered in Vaseline, and they had strings tied around them.
Oh, my God.
That's for gerbling.
Oh.
Gerbling, I mean.
Gerbils.
It wasn't. Yeah, gerbils. It wasn't immediately clear.
How can you have sex with a damn rat or gerbil anyway?
They put it up their butt. That's why it's covered in Vaseline.
Yeah, but how small are you if you're doing a gerbil?
After the fucking horse, did you?
A new meaning to pencil dick.
It wasn't immediately clear whether a zoophiliac Taurus had been to Spink's farm. Wait a minute. It wasn't. Ow, ow, ow. I just hit myself in the face. U.S. Assistant U.S. Attorney Susan Rowe said Friday, I expect there may have been other people visiting the property. Spink has not been charged with any bestiality or child porn. Why? Only with violating the terms of his supervised release. Stephen Clark of Peterborough, England, was arrested on state charges for allegedly abusing the dog. Spink's attorney, Howard Phillips, insisted there's no evidence his client violated the terms of the release. They found him with 169 kilos, and there's no hard evidence he's been engaged in bestiality at all. He has a history, Spink has a history of training and breeding dogs and horses. He appeared in Seattle and was ordered detained pending another hearing. He calls his operation Exit Point Stallions Limitee. An
Exit point, huh?
I know, right? I thought that's it.
Beginner point.
Yeah.
And he still has his breeder's license too, huh? Wow.
Yeah, and he posts at length on its website about his philosophy. Are we unconventional in our approach to stallion care? Absolutely, he writes. He later adds, we don't wall off sexual energy in our stallions as something dangerous or inappropriate, but rather channel that energy towards positive, safe, appropriate path. There's a proper time and a place for it, and we work towards those sorts of skills rather than fighting an unwinnable fight against deeply rooted instincts. Spink, 39, made a fortune in Oregon, buying and selling small companies in the 1990s, and was known as an adrenaline junkie, listing rock climbing and base jumping off cliffs, radio towers, and bridges among his hobbies. But by 2002, his wealth had evaporated. Sure it did. He filed for bankruptcy as creditors sought millions from him, and he began running cocaine and marijuana across the border for a local drug kingpin. Spink was arrested in 2005 after investigators pulled him over with a load of nearly 375 pounds of cocaine valued at $34 million. He was given a lenient 3-year sentence because of his extensive cooperation with investigators. Since then, he has been on a 5-year term of supervised release, during which time he must abide by all state, local, federal. Yeah, but they skipped the fucking 2005 where he was putting the suitcases of cocaine into his SUV. That's
wow,
crazy.
what a real adrenaline junkie based on his profile, wasn't he? He just went from one extreme to the next, from base jumping to fucking in horses and or being around that type of activity. He had just always had to be on the edge, didn't he? Wow.
Yeah, I wonder how he was raised too.
Yeah,
like, was he raised with a lot of money? I wonder, probably.
Probably a real liberal parents, huh? Just kind of
no liberal.
Just hippie type parents.
No. Hippies don't do that.
Your son, go out and do what you want today. Raise yourself type shit. Wow. I mean, no. The extremes come from all type of. He could have came from a conservative background. He could have been, his father could have been a pastor or something. It's just you see cross dressers with pastors and priests that are bothering little boys. So it's nothing within the human condition surprises me more. It just really doesn't. But I bet you
I'm gonna look him up, see where he is now.
But this bestiality ring is, I wonder how old he was back then. He could be kind of an old guy now, who knows? But that wasn't just 10 years ago, 11 years ago. It wasn't that long ago.
This is in May 2014. So this guy, so let's see what this says. Hold on. Taking a while. Don't know why. Don't know why. Okay, here we go. Man,
what's up, Stinky Five? Stinky Five is in the house. Never seen Stinky Five before.
Me neither. Man awaiting trial in bestiality case is a suspect in dog's disappearance. This is 2014. A man at the center of the Snohomish County's largest cocaine bust Now, what I typed in was his name and Oregon. I went from Washington to Oregon with this guy. The largest cocaine bust is back behind bars. Oh, so he was out again. Wow. Once again, suspected of misconduct involving animals. Douglas Fink, 42, once was a wealthy entrepreneur in Oregon. He was back in the federal detention center in SeaTac after being arrested March 4th by a team of U.S. Marshals, federal probation officers, and 4 Jefferson County deputies. He was already awaiting trial on felony. What about the cocaine? Oh, okay.
That was in 2014. So he only 14. So he only did 5 years if he got out like last year. Wow.
And they only did 3.
Did somebody say payoff or what? But you said the first time he brought down the kingpin, he ratted him out. So that was the
second time. That was the second time. The first time, they don't even talk about it. When he was loading the suitcases in, they don't even mention that one. So he was already awaiting trial on felony animal cruelty charges linked to bestiality. Now is suspected in the presumed theft of a dog reported missing from a property south of Discovery Bay. Fink pleaded guilty. So Fink pleaded guilty in 2005 to smuggling 372 pounds of cocaine through Monroe. In 2010, he made headlines after being arrested in connection with bestiality at a farm he owned near Sumas in Whatcom County. He has since been relocated to a home along Chicken Coop Road. Why? Why would he be relocated? And near Jefferson County line, animal control officer said. Wait a minute. Fink has since... Why? Mint said he now suspects Fink took a 5-year-old Kangal Boer mixed breed dog named Genghis, who disappeared from a man's yard. Fink is my only suspect. It's pretty much circumstantial, but he's the only person in the area that would have a motive to do that, and he had the opportunity. He was arrested earlier this month for investigation of violating the terms of his parole in the cocaine smuggling case. He reportedly had a 1.5-year-old Caucasian mountain dog. Caucasian mountain dog. I never heard of a Caucasian mountain dog. They're talking about him like they're humans now with this guy. God dang, listen to this shit. He had a 1.5-year-old Caucasian mountain dog named Baco with him. Fink was wearing the dog's collar when he came to the door.
Oh, no. You gotta be kidding me. See, that's just sick.
There's something wrong with them keep letting this guy out. I mean, are they just like laughing or what?
And this guy, he probably was a genius when it came to like business and shit, but behind closed doors, he was just a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, but what kills me is like, I mean, remember they kept going on about the female dog? They never even finished up that.
But okay, so police departments probably aren't equipped. I mean, what type of investigator or do you send out for that? They probably
but obviously, but it says they were investigating him for violating the terms of his parole in the cocaine smuggling.
Okay. But they were reading all these all these other flags that were going up about the bestiality shit and just ignoring it.
Yeah, but the thing is they're making the cocaine stuff like it's nothing. He's getting a slap. So he's got to be like covered by somebody. Somebody's like covering him.
Yeah. But those little towns out there in Snohomish County and stuff, they're just kind of, if that shit had happened in Seattle and it had been on the news and shit, it just might have been a different outcome,
A secretive world of animal sex trafficking. Did you know that?
Jeez.
Did you know there's animal sex trafficking? Because so the Caucasian dog is now in the hands of the Humane Society, where he is in good health after being treated for an ear infection and a case of weepy eye. No wonder he's crying. He's like, "Give me back my collar, you motherfucker." Apparently, he's doing really well. Fink was arrested in 2010 at the Sumas property after police found a video camera with footage found it. They just found it. Where did they find it? Showing Fink standing by during acts of bestiality with dogs. Fink served 2 years in federal custody for violating his parole by being around criminal activity.
Bunch of guys standing around jacking off while some horse is fucking some guy. Just ugly shit, you know. Oh, dog, same goddamn principle, you know.
Jeez. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that these motherfuckers might be blackmailing people with this shit.
Yeah, they gotta be. And if he had all those businesses and that cocaine and stuff, then they blackmailed him for that tape. Probably.
No, I don't think they're blackmailing him. I think he's part of it. Like, you know, he's the patsy. He's the name that appears all the time, even though he gets away with it all the time. You know, like.
Oh, and then he possibly knows some people that don't want their name brought up.
I think that the people, though, in the video cameras are, you know, because you know, with him, it shows footage of him standing by during acts of bestiality with dogs. So what about the people who were having the sex with the dogs?
Yeah, see,
like, weren't they getting guys?
Somebody's connected to somebody who doesn't want that to be seen. That's why they got the reduced sentence and that.
Yeah. And he keeps probably leaking shit, and they're probably like, no, getting him out, working deals, doing this. Fink served 2 years in federal custody for violating his parole by being around criminal activity. So if that was the criminal activity, what about the whole thing, you know? And was released in late 2012. And Mint said that same year he was charged with 3 counts of first-degree animal cruelty. I'll bet you they just keep taking his cocaine.
But can you imagine maybe some of the wives who don't know what their husband is going out doing, and he's going out fucking dogs and shit, and then he's coming home and 2 days later he's having sex with her, you know?
But it never says that he's fucking the dogs. It says that he's there filming.
Yeah, but you know, if you're at that point, then you're probably curious, you know. And it wouldn't surprise me if you're watching that shit, then you're probably to a certain extent, or you know, you're gonna probably engage in it sooner or later, you know.
Yeah, but listen to this, okay? It goes, okay, so it just seems very strange to me. They keep skipping over all the other people involved, you know. So he served 2 years for violating his parole, released in 2012. Then that same year, charged with 3 counts of first-degree animal cruelty. In that case, Mint says he fears youngest may have been abducted into a secretive world of animal sex trafficking, based on his research into connections with the bestiality lifestyle in Washington State. It's quite a network.
Go into that. Do they go into that much?
No, they don't. Let's do that. Yeah, because I feel like this guy's the patsy of it. You know?
Yeah.
Let's see.
That it's a bigger, or probably an organizing. You say that there's the animal sex trafficking and shit now, and that's just some crazy shit. You know?
Yeah, it is.
But in this day and time, it just does not surprise me with all the shit that's going on with that, you know, with humans and animals and all that. It just doesn't surprise. It's probably been going on a lot longer than you think.
Let's see. So we've got these coke drug kingpin. Bestiality was legal. A man's death exposed. We knew that. These are all the same things. I just want to see what we're missing here. Because we're missing some. So this is 2016. So after 2006, bestiality is supposed to be illegal, right? So this is 2016. Second man gets jail. Ban on pets. All the time. Hold on. It's downloading or something. Okay, so I have to subscribe to that one to read it. Nobody wants to talk about bestiality until, okay, 3 men charged. This is 2018. You there?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, all right. 3 men charged with over 1,400 counts of bestiality in Pennsylvania. The trio were charged with over 1,400 counts of sexual intercourse with animals and are accused of endangering the welfare of children. 3 men months in Pennsylvania were arrested, allegedly performing lewd acts on a number of farm animals. The men, Terry Wallace, 41, Matthew Brubaker, 31, Mark Miesnikoff, 34, all lived on the same farm on Mouse Lane and faced an astounding 1,460 counts of sexual intercourse with animals, as well as counts of animal cruelty. The men have also been charged with felony endangering the welfare of children, corruption of minors. According to the report filed with police, a 16-year-old boy who is the son of one of the 3 men was also living on the farm at the time. State troopers received a complaint from the boy that alleged the men were having sex with at least 12 animals, including at least 9 female horses, a cow, a goat, and several dogs. The suspect allegedly forced the boy to hold the animals down while the men performed intercourse repeatedly for a period of about 4 or 5 years. He also described a V-shaped pen that was designed to specifically be used to facilitate the sexual activity. Authorities received a search warrant and reportedly obtained a large amount of homemade videos among recording equipment and cameras. The boy described his horrid living conditions in the trailer park that he shared with his father, where he had no access to electricity and collected rainwater so that he could take showers. There are currently no allegations of the boy being sexually molested, and the authorities have no reason to believe that he was. Right now, we don't believe the juvenile was sexually victimized, but I think he was myself. You don't know?
I'm reading something now. It says pornography depicting animals is not considered illegal under federal or state law unless it meets the criteria of the Miller test, which essentially determines whether the images or material have any artistic or other value and would otherwise be considered lewd, filthy, or disgusting to the average person. And it also says in about half of the United States or U.S. states, a violation of the bestiality law can result in placement on a sex offender registry. Wow.
It says in Pennsylvania, engaging in any form.
In Pennsylvania, what?
Engaging in any form of sexual intercourse with an animal is a misdemeanor of the 2nd degree. Isn't that awful?
Okay. 15 states refer to sex acts with animals as bestiality. 11 refer to bestiality as sexual assault or misconduct, and 10 consider it a crime against nature. And boogery sodomy is still used in South Carolina and Kansas.
That's what they said, South Carolina and Kansas? Okay. And they don't even list them here. It says Washington, D.C. And Washington, D.C. isn't even a state, right?
No, it's a district.
Right. And they go Washington, D.C., Hawaii, Kentucky, New Mexico, West Virginia, and Wyoming, all deem bestiality legal. And most of those states allow for the sale of distribution of zoophilic pornography.
Yeah, and studies published from 2002 through 2016 indicated that most individuals who reported having sex with animals were white males ranging in age from 16 to 78, most of whom were gainfully employed and were or had been in an intimate human relationship. Wow.
That is sick. It's just sick. I mean, this guy says, man, and this is in Wales, New South Wales, Australia. Oh, the 31-year-old man told that the act was consensual because the horse winked at him first. Prior to the incident, staff at the horse stables in the Australian city of Grafton had installed CCTV cameras after they became suspicious of potential activity going on in the stables. About a month later, the cameras triggered an alarm. One of the trainers saw a man opening several of the stables and called the police. When police arrived, they found Dan, Dan, Daniel, whatever, crouching in one of the horse's stalls. He admitted to the police that he had committed 2 sexual acts with a horse. He pleaded not guilty to committing an act of animal cruelty. He told that the horse had smelt his crotch and winked at him, which he believed was the animal's way of giving consent. Meanwhile, the horse's trainer said the animal was left traumatized. she doesn't go near my crotch, and she never winks. She's only a 2-year-old, and we had to put her out in the paddock. The horse was being conditioned to race, but according to the trainer, her entire demeanor changed after the incident. The filly went from being quiet to just being highly strung. She changed in 24 hours. We don't want to see this sort of thing happening. It's really sick stuff. He was found guilty of animal cruelty. He was sentenced to 10 months and is eligible for parole after 6 months. He was also fined the equivalent of $618. Magistrate Karen Stafford said the definition of cruelty had to be considered in regards to the objective of the Animal Cruelty Act, which is to ensure humans protect their welfare. In her ruling, Stafford said that allowing a horse to fillet Webb Jackson and digitally penetrating the horse amounted to acts of cruelty. See? At least in Australia, they think it's cruel. But in Michigan, oh, now look at this. Wait a second.
So 86% are males who participate in this, and 13% are women, and 1% is transgender. 84% are white, 6% are black, 6% are Hispanic, and the other 2% are other.
You gotta laugh at this one. I'm sorry. It's not a laughing thing either. It's really not. You know? Michigan State University employee Joseph Hattie could face up to 15 years in prison if convicted of crimes against nature. His arrest warrant said that he committed a crime against nature, and there's really no way to disagree. On June 21st, Michigan State University health physicist Joseph Hattie appeared in court regarding 2 bestiality charges accused of earlier in the month. During the hearing, you notice how, like, this guy gets a fast hearing, and yet, like, other people that, you know, end up innocent of murder, they sit in jail for years and fucking...
Yeah, or those that have been abused or assaulted, have to wait, Isn't that some crazy shit?
Yeah. During the hearing, a witness, Max Rapp, testified that he met Hattie after posting an ad on Craigslist seeking to have sex with an animal. Well, why isn't this fucking guy the witness? Like, you know, I don't know. During Rapp's testimony, prosecutors asked the witness to show the court what Hattie did to the dog on a plush stuffed animal dog they brought out.
Currently, there is no specific federal law prohibiting sex acts between humans and animals. However, nearly every U.S. state has criminalized bestiality in some form. Wow, that's just a play on words, isn't it?
But in court, when the witness is up in the stand, they brought out a stuffed dog. And they
so
said,
it's not a federal crime. This is all on the state level. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
It is, but I just think it's funny that they brought out a stuffed dog and they wanted him to, like, show what was going on with the
Oh
dog.
man, that's just wow.
He says he testified that the dog scurried away after Hattie grabbed it from behind, and that Hattie said it wasn't typical because he had been training him to take it from behind. Isn't that
The
awful?
dog wasn't in the mood.
Yeah. He said he placed the ad online to fulfill a fantasy, but that was the first time he acted on it. He also said that he did not have sex with the dog, nor did he see Hattie have sex with it. After hours of testimony, the preliminary exam ended. So they just wanted to what? Hattie, a 51-year-old Hoyt, Michigan resident, was accused of committing bestiality on a basset hound named Flash and was arrested on June 4th, reported the Lansing. He was charged with 2 counts of sodomy for allegedly penetrating the dog with both his hand and his penis. What a fucking dick.
Hi,
According to the arrest warrant.
Joan Grin. Joan Grin says hello.
Hi, Joan Grin. According to the arrest warrant, the alleged incident happened at some point between January 7th and March 8th. The university became aware of reports of abuse, which he was suspended from work. That said, the exact timeline of the abuse, as well as the identity of the dog's owner, wasn't made clear. What we do know is that the
Basset Hound up on the table. The Basset Hound's a below-built dog, isn't it?
I don't know, but I don't know how they're accusing this guy with no evidence.
Jeez.
You know, like how are they accusing him with no evidence?
Well, you could take a semen sample, just like it would be just like a rape kit, you know, not to, I don't want to, put it like in human terms, but I mean, I guess you could do something like that,
No, it's that they're going after Michigan State University as a whole. They've there's no evidence for that. That's disturbing right there. There's no evidence for that guy. They just ruined his fucking whole career with no evidence. That's terrible. This fucking world is fucked. And yet the other guy, fucking, look at it. Ohio is about to legalize bestiality. Ohio finally prosecute somebody for sex with a dog.
Ohio did.
That's what it says. It's probably not gonna let me fucking read it, but Ohio finally prosecutes an Ohio man who spent more than 12 years in prison for sex crimes targeting kids is now faced charges that he had sex with a dog and is believed to be the state's first prosecution of its new law banning bestiality. Scott Turner of Cleveland was caring for a woman's dog named Athena, performed oral sex on her. What? Oh, this is a black guy, mind you.
Uh-oh. Bro did it too.
Crossing the line. Crossing the line. It has no boundary.
No, it doesn't.
How do you perform? Oh, well, I guess it would have to be, Athena. I would think that was a girl dog, right? I mean, right? How do you perform oral sex on a girl dog? That's weird. Turner later admitted the act, and it's weird even to perform oral sex on my dog. Like that's normal. Turner later admitted the act and to abusing the dog in a letter that was turned over to investigators. What they just decided.
Out of 456 offenders, only 23, which are 5%, received forensic evaluations. One of them had a brain injury and blah, blah, blah. 13 were evaluated as part of a sex offender registry. And, wow.
This is but at least now we have.
And they're saying this is the first study to focus exclusively on arrests for bestiality related offenses and findings. Now, this was published in September 2021, just a couple months ago, and this is for the group between 1975 and 2015. but it was published on September 1st, 2021. Wow, that was the Journal of American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law. Wow, if they're just now studying, this is the first in-depth study to shit, telling how long it could have been worse in the 70s or something, because there were more
Yeah.
farms and stuff then. Wow.
I think this is really weird, though. The rest of the story is strange because he goes, um, well, first of all, I find it odd that it's a black guy that they are using for their example, but listen, it's not really, because a new law criminalizing bestiality throughout Ohio effect on March 21st, carrying a maximum penalty of 90 days in jail upon conviction. That's it?
90
Prior to
maximum.
the change, yeah, maximum. Prior to the change, only some states had criminalized sex acts with animals. Before the new law, investigators had to rely on animal cruelty laws to prosecute sexual crimes against the animals. The victim in these cases couldn't testify, of course. They were difficult. Just 5 states nationwide: Kentucky, Hawaii, New Mexico, West Virginia, and Wyoming, and Washington, D.C. Why do they say that? Do not have laws criminalizing bestiality, according to the Humane Society of the United States.
What? New
In
Mexico
19,
doesn't? Jeez, wait, I'm free to do what I want to do now, huh?
yeah, right? Look out, coyotes.
I've been
Ha.
sleeping with apples the last 6 years, so.
Uh, in 19 states, animal sexual abuse is prosecuted as a felony upon second offense in 4 other states, while 23 states consider it a misdemeanor offense. So, astoundingly, in some states, lawmakers have made cat calls and mock the idea of addressing the form of animal abuse. Of course, they have, because they're involved in it. In other states, bills have been delayed for years because legislators simply don't want to talk about it. Yeah, they're probably fucking doing it themselves.
Well,
Enforcement of
nobody,
existing laws.
it's so sensitive. Nobody
Huh?
really wants to address it. And when they're prosecuted for this, are they prosecuted through just a panel, or is it a jury? So nobody wants to deal with that shit. They don't even want
Yeah, but
these
it says
guys
that
in
they think
jail for
that
very
there's a
long.
link between sex offenders with children and animal sex offenders and bestiality. They say studies have shown a link between sex offenders who target children and bestiality, according to the organization. Some 40% of sex offenders who victimized children at one point admitted to engaging in sex with animals. Now, I wonder, like, well, if a serial killer starts off, one of the characteristics is killing animals, that would make sense that a sexual abuser would start off abusing animals, sexually abusing animals.
Yeah, yeah. In the article
That
I'm
would make
reading, there's a kind of a link between they're having a propensity. If you're doing that with animals, they're probably bothering kids too.
Mm-hmm. Same like with serial killers, right? It says animal sexual abuse is the. Oh, okay. It says okay, we saw that. Animal sexual abuse is the number one indicator of someone who would sexually abuse a child. This is a very real way to protect children from people who could be sexual predators. In 2015, Turner was released from prison, but this is what really kills me. Was released from prison after serving more than 12 years for convictions in 3 cases involving children. State records show, among other charges, he pleaded guilty to 16 counts of rape and 5 counts of kidnapping with sexual motivation. He must
Wow.
register his address with county officials every 90 days for the rest of his life and will remain on supervision until 2020. So he's fine now.
Yeah, so he's off. He's off now, huh?
Yeah, just out there doing his thing.
Wow.
That's sick. That is sick.
And you got to think some of these people, especially a lot of these women that are being snatched up off the street now, and then and sold into sexual slavery and stuff. A lot of this is what they're sold into, not so much human sexual slavery, but weird shit like this. Because there are a lot of people that pay good money for those movies and shit to watch people with animals and shit. There's a market. A lot of old Chinese guys like looking at that shit. Not to
not just
necessarily
Chinese. Let's not say Chinese. I don't know that they're Chinese. I mean, I think Americans are very
a lot of Chinese guys like the golden showers, but I don't want to.
We don't know that.
And so, yeah, I've heard a lot of that, but I don't want to insult your audience in that respect because it can go across a lot of lines with that.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Joan Green. How are you?
I still can't see the chat because I'm so caught up in all of this, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like incredible to me that, so even when they do research about what, that, there's a link between these, sexual abuse and bestiality and sexual 15th. This is November 2020. 15th man arrested for a string of child abuse charges and bestiality as part of an alleged global pedophile ring. A Newcastle man isn't this sick? The 54-year-old was taken into custody on Friday, charged with soliciting, sharing child with bestiality. Okay, let me get this story. Detectives pounced on video librarian Justin Radford, 29, after a tip-off from U.S. authorities who believed he had allegedly filmed himself abusing 2 children. Material seized from the 30-year-old Wyong man's home sparked a 9-month investigation. 13 other men were arrested from Queensland and Western Australia. Their alleged victims were located in NSW, when I don't know what that is, Queensland, Western Australia, Europe, Asia, and the U.S. The 15 men have been accused of preying on 46 children between the ages of 16 months. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Oh, wow. And it says findings of concern were that 31% of animal sex offenders also sexually offended against children and adults. 52% had a prior subsequent criminal record involving human sexual abuse, animal abuse, interpersonal violence, substance or property offenses, and only 39% of arrests involving the direct sexual abuse of animals resulted in prosecution. So it must be hard to prove too if only 40% are being actually prosecuted for it, and probably the courts are probably not putting a lot of this shit on their dockets, and probably a lot of the cases, especially if they're against people who have money, they're not even going to court. They're settling out of court too. So I got a feeling that there's a lot more involved than the numbers say. If they say 500 people have been involved or 1,000 people have been involved this year with sexual deviation and with bestiality and all that, it's probably closer to 2,000.
Well, remember when we were talking about necrophilia and stuff like that. It seems like that's still all in the same circle too. I mean, I just can't even believe that there's all of this research been done and they're still not stopping it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even understand that. So they're doing all this research.
It's so hidden, It's not like
no, it's not. Look at what we're reading. It's not hidden. They're buying it off the internet.
Yeah, but they're probably only it's probably being only revealed through, it's not like seeing somebody stand on a corner selling dope, something tangible and easy to see. You gotta be kind of a, if you're a detective, you gotta get a call or or complaint from somebody, from an insider who really knows, because the people that are in this shit aren't exactly people going out, telling you.
In Germany, there's bestiality brothels. A 2013 report from the Daily Mail News warns that bestiality brothels are spreading through Germany. People are calling it a lifestyle choice when wanting to commit to having relations with animals. The bestiality brothels are referred to as erotic zoos. Bestiality brothels are raging through Germany because of a law that makes animal X-rated films illegal, but sex with animals is still okay. In one case, a German farmer noticed that his flock of sheep started to shy away from human contact. So he added cameras and found that during the evening, men were sneaking onto his land to have sex with his animals. And here's the thing too. Um, the victims, they're thinking that the victims are only the animals, but the victims are, that guy and his sheep, or the people who, they're acting like there's nobody being hurt other than the animal, but that's not true. In Colombia, donkey intercourse, known for its beautiful South American women, the northern coast of Colombia has been cited as the epicenter for bestiality. A documentary entitled Asses of the Caribbean chronicled the activities in which pubescent boys were having sex with donkeys. Okay, this is just not right. This practice was generally accepted. The highly Catholic region did not allow for sexual relations until marriage, so naturally, the boys practiced on donkeys to hone their sexual skills. That makes me want to throw up. This is also a misguided belief that having sex with donkeys helps to increase their genital size and allows them to perfect the act prior to marriage. Some of the boys even continue their relationship with the animals after they get married. South Africa, doggy love.
They
Wow,
still
the
got
South
still got the side donkey chick, huh?
This is horrible. The South African courts do not want to see some of the cases that come before them. But in this country, having sex with animals is not officially condoned, but it happens quite often. Despite it being against the law, it is happening with regularity and not enough being done to curtail the activities. Back in 2013, News 24 reported that a Pretoria woman was found guilty of having sex with two dogs. Now that's an animalistic threesome. While a Mopalanda man was shot after resisting arrest when police discovered him in the act of having sex with his pig. Why did they shoot him for that, though? I mean, okay. Many societies have laws prohibiting these actions, but are not enforced nearly enough. Numerous cases are coming before South African courts chronicled illegal sexual acts between humans and animals. It is estimated that thousands of cases go unreported in each country every year. The United States, land of the free. Listen, when laws in the 2000s are finally going on record allowing the act of humans having sex with an animal, you have to raise more than an eyebrow. In the well-developed United States, sexual acts between animals and humans is far too commonplace. One example of such an act took place in the state of Washington. As reported by the Seattle Times, a 45-year-old man, after receiving anal sex from a stallion, the horse's large penis perforated the man's colon, and the act was all caught on camera. The video went viral. Isn't that disgusting? It went viral. Why wasn't
I
it
know.
pulled down? And after it
See,
was widely spread over the internet, the state of Washington was finally forced to outlaw humans having sex with animals. Most people think these people are crazies out in the middle of nowhere. In this case, this was an aerospace engineer for Boeing. He clearly didn't do the math on the size of the horse's genitalia. In fact, there is no law against the act in Nevada, New Hampshire. See, they keep mentioning new states that they don't mention when we're reading. So basically, all of them in New Jersey, New Mexico, Ohio, Texas, Vermont, West Virginia, and Wyoming. Worth noting, Alabama finally passed a law in 2014, although the governor refused to sign the legislation. wouldn't want to alienate any of those animal lovers who voted for you. In
Why? Yeah.
Sweden,
Why
just
would
being
that's sick that he would that the governor would refuse to sign that?
because
Wow.
there's more to it. It's a sex ring. It's a big global thing. Okay, Sweden, it's your turn. In 2013, Sweden finally banned its citizens from having sex with animals. The Swedes often like to refer to themselves as the perfect society. However, just a few years ago, it was legal to have sex in their perfect country, as long as it can be proven that the animal was not inflicted with any physical or psychological harm. I would love to see the cycle now on the goat who took in the behind from the farmer. Ironically, the law was agreed upon midway through 2013, but wasn't going to officially be enforced until 2014. This way gave animal lovers the opportunity to get it all out of their system before the law went official. Sweden, like
Makes
far
it
too many other European countries. Uh,
get it out of your system.
yep. In
See,
Denmark,
you know
when
what?
you refer to
And the real
what?
and the real crime too is here is spreading those type of vile diseases back into society because there are I think that there are diseases specific to having sex with an
And and
animal.
here's the thing too, yeah, and they do, and here's the thing. What if some guy had VD or AIDS or something and had sex with an animal and it was something that people ate? And
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
gosh, wow! I didn't think
yeah,
about that. Wow, yeah. Oh
yeah,
man.
I mean, that could be where a lot of these fucking diseases are coming from. We thought it was like someone having sex with a monkey with AIDS, but now I'm thinking, what if they had AIDS already? And when you
This
are
is like
referred to as a hotspot.
Sodom and Gomorrah almost, kind of
Isn't
just
it?
all
You're
manner of.
right. You're right. When you're referred to as a hotspot in the animal sex tourism industry, you know you got problems. In Denmark, in 2011, a report cited by the Danish Justice Prime Ministry found that 17% of vets suspected an animal they had treated had been involved in sexual relations with a human. A report in the independent newspaper stated that there has been a rise in the underground animal sex tourism in Denmark. Denmark is also host to animal brothels. In case you are wondering, the charge is between $85 and $170, depending on which animal is being chosen. And despite Denmark trying to enact stricter laws, only 76% of the Danish population support such laws, meaning 24% do not. That is far too many people in the country who think sex with animals is an acceptable idea. In Brazil, penile cancer is on the rise. Brazil is well known for beautiful, sensual women who have enticing tan skin. Brazil is also a hotbed for penile cancer in men caused by having sex with animals. Men who have sex with animals are twice as likely to get penis cancer than those who aren't nearly as disgusting.
They're twice
In
as likely
fact,
to get what?
to get penis cancer.
Oh, penis cancer. Wow, is there? I didn't even know that there was such thing.
No, me
Wow.
neither. In fact, a study of men with penile cancer in Brazil showed that 45% of men with cancer had sexual relations with an animal. What's even more disturbing is the same study. It was reported that 35% of healthy men and those with penile cancer had admitted to boinking an animal. Most of the participants reported that once they began having sex with women, they stopped having sex with animals. In Hungary, bestiality is adult entertainment. Hungary, home of legal bestiality, on top of keeping bestiality legal, Hungary is one of the three largest producers of bestiality X-ray films in the world. Animal entertainment is a big problem in Hungary and is still in the internet as we speak. The other two notables are Brazil and Japan. Hungary also has been beefing up the number of animal brothels. It may be difficult for a normal person to comprehend, but Hungary is getting far too comfortable with the act of human-animal love. In Hungary, they are considering adding bestiality as a crime, but only in cases where the animal gets hurt. In Finland, it's been legal since 1971. We have a new slogan in Finland to draw on those extra tourists. Finland, where it's actually legal to have sex with an animal. That's right, the Finns are perfectly fine with its countrymen nailing their pets, much like other observed countries who attempt to excuse vile behavior. Finland actually has on record with its law that it's alright to have sex with animals as long as it cannot be proved that the animal has been treated too roughly or cruelly or that the act has caused unnecessary pain and suffering. Seriously? Too rough? Unnecessary pain and suffering? Are there counseling centers for animals to report their pain and suffering? Finland actually went out of their way to legalize bestiality in 1971 because they felt people who were mentally ill or simply lonely should have the right to get extra cozy with their pets.
Wow. Wow,
And in
man.
Mexico, it's Mexico's turn. Let's talk about famous donkey shows. There's a Mexican border town called Boys Town in which Texas boys head south to watch a Mexican senorita have sex with her donkey. Yep, it's an age-old drunk fest for fun for onlookers who can't believe their eyes. But Mexican donkey shows have been going on for quite a while now. Bestiality in Mexico is legal. It doesn't appear to be going out of style anytime soon. Tijuana, Mexico is infamous for donkey shows, and people with flyers often hit the street and sell the show's club as if it was a Vegas act. Located just south of
Wow.
San
No,
Diego,
I had
California,
no idea.
Tijuana.
I had I had no idea all of this shit was going on to this degree until you start reading this shit. To this degree.
Isn't it
Wow.
disgusting?
Yeah,
It's disgusting.
brothels for that shit. Brothel. You said, what did you say? 100 up to $125, sometimes depending upon what animal. Shit, on a Saturday night, those brothel owners could clean up probably. Some guys coming in
It's
there drunk,
disgusting.
and what? Oh man, Jesus Christ.
And all the while it's increasing, these people are acting like, they're putting laws into effect, but they're really not.
Yeah, no, and that's
Mhm.
because the laws that they're putting in effect aren't shit. It's just a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, they're not doing nothing. This is
And
horrible.
if they
Uh,
even in the United States, if they put them on a registry, you move into a neighborhood, all you know is that this guy's on a sex registry. You might think that he's, guy had, improper relations with somebody underage, and it might not be that. It might be some like bestiality, but you've got no idea, and he's living right next door to you.
I think this
And
is
you
the
let and
place
you
that
let your child you let Roscoe out in the backyard to go out the backyard and wondering where Roscoe is.
somebody's raping him. Yeah,
Yeah.
fucking sick.
See.
People are sick, and they really need to be. This is September 2020. Bestiality, child porn. I mean, it's the same. They keep saying that it's 100 for offenses. 39-year-old man allegedly part of a child sex ring, which passed around a 2-year-old girl in exchange for drugs, is in charge with
Um,
104 offenses, including
um,
bestiality with dogs and child rape.
um,
The former Townsville child care worker. Okay, they were a child care worker.
oh no, that's just over the top there.
A child care worker.
Mm.
Oh my god. That is so
2 years.
disgusting.
Wow.
Oh my god. The former Townsville child care worker alleged victims included children at the child care center where he worked his own children and siblings. He also allegedly drugged and raped the children of drug addicted women he met through online dating sites. His alleged victims were aged from babies up to 16 years old, plus one adult, and his alleged crimes date back to 1995 when he was in his mid-teens up to his arrest in July this year. Police also charged the man who comes from Townsville, suburb of Pimlico. I don't know where that is. charged with 4 charges of bestiality, drug charges, indecent treatment, and the production of child pornography, but not child molestation. Isn't that strange?
Yeah.
He said the man allegedly sought out vulnerable women via dating sites to take advantage of their children. He will allege he gained the trust of the women before he drugged and raped their children. And he also allegedly used one of the woman's dogs in some of the sexual acts.
Oh,
Where is
geez.
this? I don't even know what town this is in. A 2-year-old girl involved in the ring was found in Cairns this week and has since been taken into the care. Detectives had more than 300 hours of footage and photographs the man allegedly filmed during his offending, which was stored on hard drives and shared on his social media. Okay, I mean, this guy, this is sick. You know, whatever
Gee,
social media account he had should be held responsible.
were they using the 2-year-old with in conjunction with an animal, or just amongst the gathering of men?
I don't know. I gotta go out and come back in.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Throwback, what's going on, man? You still with us? Let's see who else is out here. Mr. Rourke, you still around? Sean Grin, you still around? Okay. Happy Wednesday, Throwback. We have diverse conversation around here, as you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roscoe was on while you went out and came back.
That's
He
funny.
was my guest host.
Funny. You know, I have to say that, yeah, right. Throwback just makes you wonder who you may strike up a conversation with when you go out in public. How true is that?
Yeah,
How
or
true is
if
that?
you're like, you're a woman who's dating and you meet some guy, you might have to be a little bit more careful these days on who you're meeting, who you're introducing to your kids and shit like
Yeah,
that.
but I'm just gonna say that right now, here's the thing: is that that shit's been sitting there for many years. What I just read to you. 2005, you were working at Boeing.
Yeah.
You weren't, you didn't hear about it, right? Wasn't
No.
made a big deal, right? Um, they claim in that last story I read, when I read that they said, oh, police found 300 hours of this in videos and on his social media. They didn't find it. They just finally looked at it.
Yeah.
Because that's
Yeah.
the thing, that at the end of the day, the real fucking criminal is social media. In every
Yeah.
story that we just read, you mean that I'm supposed to be afraid of talking about a vaccine while child pornography and pedophile and
Yeah.
animal
It's on the
cruelty
same platform. Yeah.
is on the
Yeah.
same
Basically.
platform getting away with it?
Yeah.
And I've got
Yeah.
to worry about talking about a vaccine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
I know. That's the
disgusted.
irony. That's the freaking irony of it all, isn't it?
I'm disgusted. I'm
Yeah.
disgusted. And these
But
social media.
but in a way, though, on the flip side of that, it's brought to light a lot of shit, though, and it's caught criminals, it's caught people that have exposed people, or people have exposed themselves, like this guy did. you
How
know,
many of those people did you hear being prosecuted or named or named? Tanya Harding couldn't compete. I mean, couldn't partake in competitive ice skating anymore. Okay. Martha Stewart went to jail for insider trading for something really, pretty petty. But,
yeah,
and yet they all partake in higher forms of things, you know? They're saying, oh my God, can you believe it? And at the same time, on the flip side, oh, and I don't mean to say that like snotty, but we're reading that it's on the rise. And these are articles that are like
yeah,
from 2005. Um, okay. And not only is it on the rise, it's on the rise where it might be illegal in that state, but social media and the internet gets to override all those laws because where are they governed by?
sure, yeah,
What laws govern the World Wide Web?
yeah, yeah. It's
And that's the problem.
it's a two-edged sword, you know.
No, it's not because all it
Well,
takes
when I say that,
is
I mean because it's good and it's bad, you know.
it
So we
is, but
have
if it's not broken, then don't fix it. So when we all long for the simpler times of going in when the street light comes on and basing our week around, a TV guide and it was less crime and it was less this, then there really is, if we were to really outweigh the good with the bad, would the good of nowadays really,
yeah,
outweigh the good of then? No, it wouldn't. I was
but there's
perfectly
no way to
fine.
turn it back at this point. Is so engrossed in our society. There's no way to turn it back. We
No,
just
see,
can't.
no, it's that way of thinking that will let that happen. See,
Yeah,
um,
we can't just get rid of the internet. We just
yes, we
can't.
can, because you know why? Because we still have books. And
Yeah,
when they finally convince us to burn books and give up our pens, when pens become something that people are like, I don't even know how to use that. What is that? You know? Because they're just talking into things and they still don't know. But see, we're not there yet. Our libraries are still there. I implore people, please, if you have young children and if you listen to this, please support your local library. Please, please
yeah, but
always continue.
they've been successful in on making us give up things like our checkbooks, and we no longer send off letters to pay our bills. We pay everything online. So our
My daughter
dependence
still writes
on,
checks.
uh,
My daughter still writes checks.
does she? Yeah, she's
Yes,
one of the few. They've taken away
because
mailbox.
because I'm her parent, and that's what it takes. Is it doesn't have to. Nobody has to give in. Nobody has to conform. Nobody has to comply. You know. Um,
Yeah,
I
but
would like
all
the
that's when
internet
people.
too. If the internet, we don't even have to give up the internet. What they have to do is hold them accountable to, the same way that they can spend the time on a very small issue of a small channel mentioning, something that they don't want people to talk about. Then
But
we know that they
only problem is when you broaden the spectrum and parameters of free speech, then you run into those type of problems, you know. And
no, 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 no. You don't understand. That's not free speech. We're talking child pornography being uploaded to or bestiality, being uploaded to social media, um, and
yeah, but at
people
the
not.
same time, but when you say that, they're redefining those restrictions. So therefore, it's
Yeah,
always
but they're
like
on the uprise. But they're on the uprise.
Yeah, and that's why, because they're broadening the scope of how what you can say is not right and what you can say is not wrong.
Yes,
So
but let's just say that is passing around a 2-year-old girl or somebody knowing that when they mentioned, oh, he's been involved in it since 1995. Um, like at what must he have done to children, to babies, the ones that we maybe even don't even know about in that amount of time, since 1995? Like, how did that go unchecked? That he had 300 hours worth of uploaded to his social media platform. How does it go unchecked? This behavior going unchecked. There should never be a time in you, Day Day, who I
because you have
know
the parameters of privacy rules
there's
and
nothing like
regulations.
that. No, you don't
That
understand. Listen, if you did it, you'd probably be caught right away, right? You'd be caught right away, probably. If I talked about I'd probably be taken down right away, right? We think that all the time, so we act accordingly. These people have been caught for things, and nothing has happened to them, so they continue to do it, and it gets worse, and it gets worse, and it gets worse. And the thing is that same thing with like the stall tactics of the IRS when you're calling to find where your return is, saying sending you here, sending you there, and then people go fuck it, right? And that's what happens. That fuck it should never come out of our mouths. When we become silent, when we die, and I'm not okay with that. Like I'm gonna die on my feet before I live on my knees. And I'm not okay with what I just read. And when I said to you, I got to go out and come back in, you know why? Because I felt like going to my bathroom and puking when I read that he had uploaded it on the social media. I felt like puking when I read about the guy, Mr. Hands, back in 16 years ago. They're uploading fucking bestiality. I felt like puking when I heard it was on their upper. When I saw three,
And
three
so
pounds.
are you saying that because you partake in social media and this type of adverse action is also presented on social media that in some way you feel guilty or sick because you're taking part of a
No, I
platform?
feel sick. No, I feel sick because it's sickening. That's gross. It's a
Yeah.
gross thing. What's gross about it, though, further is
But does
that
it
this
really
guy was
surprise you?
uploading it. No, it doesn't
But
surprise me, but it does surprise me. Yes. Yes, it does
but
surprise
but
me.
but
It,
you knew this. You knew that this existed. Maybe not in this
no, I
depth,
know it
but
exists, but I don't have to accept it for what it's doing to the more that you know there's more
yeah,
evil.
absolutely.
You were talking about Sodom
Most
and
of it
Gomorrah
was.
earlier. You were talking about
Mhm.
Sodom and Gomorrah earlier,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And is that where they all turned to salt, right?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, they all turned to salt, and that was Lot. Okay, the story of
That was
Lot.
Lot.
Sodom,
Yeah, I
yeah, Sodom and
was Lot
Gomorrah.
involved in Sodom and Gomorrah. They were just involved in all kind of sin and matter of evil in the
Right,
Tower
right,
of.
right. But I'm saying that was the story of Lot, where the angels, well, God
Then
had
he looked
said
back,
to
yeah, and he turned to salt, or his wife did, yeah.
I'm going to destroy, Sodom and Gomorrah. They're just, I'm wiping it out. They're bad. They're bad. And they said, well, what if there's, not all bad? What if there's, 1,000 people that are good there? And God said, well, if you can find 1,000 people that are good there, then I won't wipe it out. And then the guy thought about it, and maybe there isn't 1,000 people that are good there. He said, what if there's 500 people? Well, hey, If you can find me 500 people that are good there, I won't wipe out. And, you know, as it came to
SG,
be,
SG, in a time and age where ethics and morals are lessening and freedom of speech is expanding, and with that expansion come unformulated and unwritten rules
I
that,
believe in censorship.
pardon
I
me?
believe in censorship. Do you know why? And you should too. Do you know why? Because freedom of speech, okay, is too vague. We're going to say, what is that? Like the person who is having sex with the animal, but as long as they can't, um, if there's no proof that it's been, damaging to them, then, what are they going to do? Okay, well, what if there's a 16-month-old baby that's being sexually molested? And they say, yeah, but it doesn't look her, and nobody's noticed it. It's been going on for 6 months. Nobody's noticed it. And, and a 16-month-old baby, is it going to display that, oh, I think mentally hurt by it too. So are they going to start blurring the lines there too? We can't accept that. Okay. We can, if that's the case, then, because it's not freedom of speech, it's called hate speech, and it's called criminal behavior. And I'm not about to. And here's the thing, though. How many times in the Constitution, also, or whatever, the rights for speedy trial? We don't get a speedy trial. But the child molester there, the bestiality guy, he got a fucking speedy trial within a month, and he got right out, so he could continue on his merry way of destruction and fucking disgusting behavior. And I'm not going to say, oh, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. No, there's a big difference between me giving my
Yeah,
informed
but
opinion.
see, therein lies the problem. It's who is redefining what is lewd, what is gross, what is right, what is wrong. That's where the problem lies. Me and you know where those lines should be drawn on what is respectable, what is ethical, what is moral. But others who want their freedom in cases of sexuality and this and that, they're redefining that, and they're redefining it within the law, and therein lies
No,
the
no, no.
problem.
It's the law only according to them. Because listen, you have to think of this too. What about where, okay, you've got this one guy who ate a person, cut their head off, ate their internal organs on that bus, in Canada, and he gets deemed, insanity, right? He's out again, right? And he's out walking the streets of Canada, and in fact, even he gets the reward of being a name change that they put out there, which happens to be Will Baker. What's that? He's gonna Will Baker. He's gonna Baker. I mean, he eats people. What the fuck is that shit? So, but then we've got Jeffrey Dahmer, okay, who also ate people, who didn't get deemed insane and gets put in jail. Um, Now, as far as I'm concerned, I think eating people is crazy. Also, even if it seemed not crazy, how is that not crazy? But
Yeah,
even
but
if it seemed
60
crazy,
years ago, 60 years ago, people were saying gays should not get married. Gays redefine the laws, and gays are
those
now
are
being
apples to oranges. Those are apples to oranges. That's apples to oranges. I mean, we all know
same
that's
principle, though. Same principle.
mm-mm. No, it's not. Apples to oranges. It's common sense. Apples to oranges. Like if I was a judge and you were gonna argue that to me and give me that statement, I would say, no, 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 buddy. We're going to ask you how many gay couples are, still gay and still here, and how many victims that Jeffrey Dahmer ate had a say in the matter. They didn't. But Jeffrey Dahmer, why would he not? Why he's that's crazy. What he did? He knew he was crazy. He said himself he was crazy. Like he even in the midst of that. Here's what really kills me is the case of Jeffrey Dahmer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The 14-year-old kid that the cops brought back.
Yeah, a little Asian boy. Yeah, who was running
Yeah,
around naked, half naked.
Yeah, counteracting phone.
And they said they gave him back to Jeffrey Dahmer, I think, didn't they?
They did. They gave him back. And he ate him. And here's the thing: if they would have run his name, Jeffrey Dahmer's name, because Jeffrey Dahmer was he after he had done what he did, like when he put the acid in that little kid's head and shit, right? And the kid got away. You know why he left that kid alone? And I always found this interesting, is because he had to go to the liquor store. So he couldn't even do or continue to do what he was about to do without getting drunk. He took the risk of leaving that kid, and him escaping because he needed to get drunk before he did it. So there's something lacking in our mental health system right there. We know that much, right? And when he pulled up and the cops were there, and Jeffrey Dahmer pulls up, and if they would have ran his name, they would have seen that he had already been, he was on probation for molesting that kid's older brother. So, he was
had
pushing the
his
envelope.
brother too? Wow.
Yeah. And he was on probation for that. And if they would have ran his name, but they didn't, those cops, they rose through the ranks. And, well, his father, though, is the one that taught him how to do all that taxidermy and all that shit. And their parents, it really does have something to do with.
Hold on a second. Joan Green, good night. I don't know why you said throwback is a bitch. What a douchebag. Damn, what you
Why
do?
they say
Throwback?
that?
I don't
Why
know.
they say that? Oh, I just blocked them. I'm sorry. I didn't even see that. I'm sorry, throwback. That person saying that. Who the hell is
I had
that
never
person?
seen Joan Brin or Grin before. I don't know what happened with that. So, oh well.
That's fucking weird.
Well,
They got blocked. Yeah, he got blocked. Anyway, I don't even know who that is. I feel like it's sick that those two police officers rose through the ranks. Now look at how long ago that was, Day. And here we are.
They ended up rising in the ranks after that?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they rose through the ranks. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. And they both retired with full retirement, and their obituaries were written with, oh, we're losing 6. I mean, in the meantime, that family had 2 people, that I I don't know. It always it bothers me that you saw that it said since 1971 bestiality has been, legal. I mean, it bothers me that not we don't get better, we get worse.
As a human race?
Yeah. We think that all this technology means that we're getting better and we're advancing, but we're not. We're just spreading our the grossness is getting to be spread while the good people are continuously following the rules, or if they don't follow the rules, they get, eliminated, and nobody says a thing, or it works like that, like nobody says a thing. Oh, you saw what happened to them, so let's all keep quiet. We don't want it happening to us. And at the end of the day, I have to hope. That makes hope even more for like a heaven somewhere, because I would hate to think that there isn't. And we all, us people who keep fighting the good fight and maybe even end up being eliminated for it, that there's nothing. And it just keeps increasing and increasing, and that would
and I
stop,
think
man.
good prevails still, but it just seems like it's such, it's just such a war for that, that
Yeah, like
good.
a battle between good and evil, like
Yeah.
literally.
But when I look at freedom of speech and look at how in so many ways it's good, but we take in consideration how we were raised, and kids today really talk back to their parents, talk to their parents in ways that I don't think me and you would have talked to our parents. Is that the result of our leniency on allowing our kids to be more freedom with their expression than we were allowed to? Wasn't no second guessing mom and dad, so to speak, to that degree when we were, at least in my family. It wasn't so that we couldn't say nothing, but you just didn't second guess mom and dad like our kids say why now, why do I have to do this, or why do I have to do that? Of course my kids are grown now, so it's a little different, but I'm saying that's the younger generation now. There's a lack of respect for parents, and I think a lot of that has to do with freedom of speech. Now, I'm not against freedom of speech, but I think that those are kind of the intangibles and variables and pitfalls sometimes that come with freedom of speech. And I think that goes across the board for a lot of things,
Yeah, but it all starts at home. Like a little
yeah,
kid that too, doesn't know about the internet. So unless you put that internet in their hands and it's like, okay, do what you want on it, I want to play with my own internet, then you're disrespecting your child at a very pivotal point in their life when you can teach them respect by giving them respect. So, when, they're reading in their room, or you're watching a TV show in the living room and they're watching one in theirs, and, they say, I'm closing my door, and you go, okay, and then you knock on their door. It's so that they learn to knock on your door so that they know that it's respect. They've been given respect. That's how they taught it. It wasn't that they just were expected to give it because you're the parent. I don't even know what respect is. You always just barged in my room,
well, well,
Right.
is bestiality any worse now than it was like 50 years ago, or did
Yes.
just the advent of technology and the internet bring that out more? Our priests,
No. It's
our
the
Catholic priests,
technology that made it be possible for them to, and it's the overlooking it that made them continue to do it. Like the first person who said, I'm going to put on here, me having sex with a dog. And then like 10 people report it, and it doesn't get taken down. And they're like, goes viral. Look at that. That horse it went viral. YouTube didn't even
yeah,
take it
but
down.
but on the flip side, it helped as far as exposing priests and little boys. We wouldn't have known half of what's going on with these kids and the Catholic priests unless
Okay, but do
we
you
had
think
that.
that has stopped?
No, it hasn't.
Of course. that.
But it's been exposed more as a result of the freedom and advent
No. But you don't understand. The lack of punishment is what made it continue. It's the lack of punishment at the initial start of it that makes something grow.
But
it's
don't
like,
you think that the punishment now that they're being, that these priests are being exposed to and this and that,
they're not being punished though. They just get sent to another place.
perish? Yeah. But there's been a few of them that have lost their archdeity and
okay, but here's the thing. I'd like to see these priests treated as real criminals. I mean, they took something that was supposed to be, it wasn't like they were some sex offender and they kidnapped this kid and molested him. This was their priest. So now they don't have anything to believe in.
Yeah.
That is a disgrace. And I'd like to see them treated just like the criminal. I want an answer. I want to know, why are they doing that? I want to see. I need them to answer I want to see their trial. I want to see them tried for that. Why aren't they tried for it? When have you ever seen a priest tried for that?
They just had one guy who was just a couple weeks ago, or last week they had. They're being brought up for prosecution now. Just, still a slow process, but there was none being brought up for prosecution in 1969, but the year 2019, 2021, yeah, there's some that are, and not only that, even if they're not being brought up for prosecution, the shame and speculation of that is hurting them also. Although true punishment, prison time is better than just, your name of being out there being an assumption of something that you did, or speculation,
I'm gonna look right now. I'm looking at priest tried for child abuse. I'm just saying, I think that they need to be harsher on criminals, and I really do. Almost.
But the twisting of the law now has made that, and plea bargains and twisting of the law and all that, that's made things difficult to true punishment, how many guys on death row? How many guys on death row are getting off of death row? I don't know how. They do still have capital punishment and are putting people to death, but you rarely kind of hear about it. It's not like back in Ted Bundy's day, you're really hearing about it. But they I think they kill, or they eliminate probably 30 people a year in different, throughout the United States. You just don't hear much about it through lethal injection.
Yeah, okay.
But the law makes that hard. The average person is on death row for what? I think like 9 years or something.
I don't know. This is from 2009. No, 20 years at least. I think, right? This said almost 1,700 priests and clergy accused of sex abuse are unsupervised. This is from 2019. Okay, so nearly 1,700 priests and other clergy members that the Roman Catholic Church considers credibly accused of child sexual abuse are living under the radar with little to no oversight from religious authorities or law enforcement.
How many persecuted, though? Does it say?
Prosecuted, you mean? No, I haven't finished.
Prosecuted. I'm sorry, prosecuted.
Because a decade after the first wave of the church abuse scandal, Royal U.S. Diocese, these priests, deacons, monks, and lay people now teach middle school math. They counsel survivors of sexual assault. They work as nurses and volunteer at nonprofits aimed at helping at-risk kids. They live next to playgrounds and day centers they foster for children. And in their time since These church dozens have committed crimes, including sexual assault and possessing child pornography. They were even pushed by the Roman Catholic Diocese across the U.S. to publish the names of those it considers to be credibly accused, has opened a window into the dark problem of how to monitor and track rape often when they were criminally charged. And many were removed from or left the church to live as private citizens. Each diocese determines its own standard to deem a priest credibly accused, with the allegations ranging from inappropriate conversations and unwanted hugging to forced rape. Dioceses and religious orders so far have shared the name of more than 5,100 clergy members, with more than three-quarters of the names released just in the last year. As they researched the nearly 2,000 who remain alive to determine where they have lived and worked. The large-scale review to date of what happened to the priests named as possible sex abusers, in addition to the almost 1,700 that they were able to identify as largely unsupervised. There were 76 people who could not be located. The remaining clergy members were found to be under some kind of supervision, with some in prison or overseen by church programs. The review found hundreds of priests held positions of trust, many with access to children. More than 160 continued working or volunteering in churches, including dozens in Catholic dioceses overseas and some in other denominations. Roughly 190 obtained professional licenses to work in education, medicine, social work, and counseling, including 76 who, as of August, still had valid credentials in those fields. The research also turned up cases where the priests were once again able to pray after Roger Sinclair was removed by the Diocese of Greensburg in Pennsylvania in 2002 for allegedly abusing a teenage boy decades earlier. He ended up in Oregon. In 2017, he was arrested for repeatedly molesting a young developmentally disabled man and is now in prison for a crime that the lead investigator in Oregon says should have never been allowed to happen. Like Sinclair, the majority of people listed as credibly accused were never criminally prosecuted for the abuse alleged, and when they were part of the church, that lack of criminal history has revealed a sizable gray area that state licensing boards and background checks are. Oh, so they just let them leave and then become in this society. Wow. As designed to handle
Well,
as
hey,
former priests seek new employment. Huh?
well, hey, right there in your backyard, the Catholic Archdiocese of Boston sex scandal. It says in 2002, criminal charges were brought against 5 Roman Catholic priests in the Boston, Massachusetts area, who were all convicted and sentenced to prison. So I don't know do
Oh,
you remember
finally?
that? Were you around Boston at that time, around 2002? In Massachusetts?
2002 or
Yeah.
2020?
No,
Which
2002.
one?
Were you around Massachusetts area?
Because there was a lot with the Boston thing going on with the priests and stuff that way. But the thing is then what happened to them? Did they
Well, they
just,
went to jail, but
get?
it doesn't say how long. You know, uh, now, and those things with the priests, I guess they're really hard to. I don't know how hard they are to prove, but a lot of it has to do with time because a lot of it isn't reported for years. It seems like all the cases I see, it happened to the boys 20 years ago. They're now 25 and 30 years old. And it happened to them when they were altar boys or something like that. And I think that gets tough. But I think that, the exposure through the media has helped a little bit in that. Or else it would have just been
Yeah,
swept under. Or they
this is
reassign them.
really crazy.
Just like you said, they reassign the accused to other parishes. That's basically what happened. That was happened in Washington. The guy who was he was a black guy. He was one of the archdioceses of up there in North Washington. There's like 4 archdioceses in the state or something like that. And so I think he eventually ended up dying here a couple years ago, but he was just He was just reassigned. That's all. That priest group is their buddy system. That there, it's a real. They take care of their own and they protect their own. So
Hmm.
that's a hard egg to crack. But there's ground being made there, and I don't know why it's just priests, that like boys like that. I mean, it's not just them. There's other people in society that are into that too. But why is it so prevalent amongst Catholic priests? It's just I don't get it.
I'm wondering if it doesn't have to do with money. Like people know that they have, the Roman Catholic diocese has a lot, and in no way, shape, or form is this to disrespect anybody that has in
Does it have to
actuality
do with the
really.
fact that they tried that they're to stay celibate most of their life, or what is it, with that? It's just like nuns. You go into the covenant now, but there's a lot of nuns who are striking out, and
No,
I
I
mean, you
think
can't tell
that
me all the nuns are not having sex. Somebody's
I
having
know, but
sex.
listen to this. Listen, as I'm reading through, and I went and I was looking up that Boston one that you were talking about, and I came across like these different states and these different law practices that, because of that Boston one in 2002, that kind of set this, uh, set this precedent
Precedent.
of becoming civilly responsible. So that you've got one this one law firm that can handle the civil part of it for money, where all those 789, right? All those 789 are not going to get a significant amount, and they're not going to get the closure that they want if 789 really were abused. But
Wow,
what you got is,
789. Jesus Christ.
yeah, I mean, I find that hard to believe that none of them ever spoke out. So they got, Massachusetts was one of the first states in the nation to pub. Now, this is from abuselawsuit.com, the Minio Law Group. Massachusetts was one of the first states in the nation to publicly reckon with sex abuse by the members of the Catholic Church. In 2002, the Boston Globe exposed a clergy abuse scandal in the Archdiocese of Boston. This in-depth coverage led to many lawsuits against Catholic dioceses nationwide. This series also inspired changes to legal deadline in Massachusetts. A deadline? Is there a deadline on how long your memories go? No, I don't believe there is. But
No.
look at this. It's all about the money. All about the Benjamins. It's all it is.
Oh, there's a statute on limitation on lawsuits regarding that. What is it?
Yes,
What is it? 10 years or something? 15 years?
I just can't even get over this. Hold on. I mean, really. It says, the Roman Catholic Church has settled numerous sex abuse claims filed against accused priests. Catholic dioceses across the United States have paid more than $3 billion to victims of clergy abuse. $3 billion really isn't much, though, right? Often these priest abuse settlements also bought silence from the victims on this page, but they already had silence from the victims for that long. Bishop
Oh, so
accountability, the
you're
average
saying
settlement.
that that they've got a whole legal support system set up for that stuff, huh?
No,
And,
I'm
and
saying that somebody all of a sudden decided, what would be a good, somebody with a lot of money to hit? The Catholic diocese. They got a lot of cash.
Yeah, but you know, because of all of that, the Catholic Archdiocese have put in place a whole legal system that helps them avoid prosecution and a lot of shit. You know, they've got some of the best attorneys regarding that type of stuff around.
No, they don't, because they don't lose. And they've been trying to get these people. I mean, like they don't win. I'm sorry. I mean to say they don't win. Because look at this: 1992 Fall River Diocese pays multi-million-dollar settlement. The 1992 Fall River Diocese settled cases with survivors abused by James R. Porter, along with the help from its insurance company. The diocese paid more than $5 million to settle more than 68 claims of abuse. Several more survivors joined the settlement before it was paid out. Of course, they did. Boston Archdiocese paid $10 million settlement in 2002, and they paid 86 survivors $10 million. The 86 claimants were alleged victims of the former Boston priest John Goat. His widespread abuse was one of the main stories covered. Boston Archdiocese paid in 2003 $84.1 million settlement. In 2003, the Boston Archbishop O'Malley announced the settlement amount compensated 541 victims of priest abuse. Each claimant received between 80,000 and 80,000. Jesuit school abuse case settles for 5.2 million. 2003, 14 survivors of the former Jesuit priest James F. Talkin. Now let's look him up. Let's see where he ended up. James. Oh wait, this is my town, Springfield. Springfield Diocese paid 4.5 million to 59 abusers. It all is about money. No crime. No crime again. No crime. Just money. Just money. And the rich get richer. So let's see. James F. Talbot. Let's see where he is now.
So
I love the way
they're about $200,000 per claim. They're kind of saying in here. Let's see. The U.S. Diocese of tally complaints from 17,000 people for what they have paid out about $4 billion to victims since the 1980s. Jesus Christ, $4 billion?
Yeah, but do you know how much money they have? They have way more than that.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. But here, let's get to.
Why wouldn't you not have the best lawyers around? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but here, listen to this. James Talbot. He's in Wikipedia as a rapist, right? James Talbot is an American Jesuit priest, teacher, and coach who was convicted of raping multiple students over a period of several decades. In the 1970s, while serving as a hockey, soccer, and wrestling coach, as well as a history teacher at Boston College High School, Talbot was accused of rape and other charges of sexual misconduct. In response, the Jesuits chose to move him to another high school, Cheverus High School. Now, what does that have to do with Jesuits, though? In 2005, so they go from the 1970s to 2005. At the age of 67, he was convicted of several counts of abuse during his tenure at Boston College High School and served 6 years in prison for the crime. In a civil suit, 13 victims who sued the Society of Jesus and the high school received $5.2 million in a settlement. At the time of his release, really, proceedings to what does that mean? Liaisize, loss of clerical state.
He did 6 years. He did 6 years. So he was released when he was about 75 or something.
Now, so to defrock him, okay? To defrock him. So when he got released, it says, at the time of his release, proceedings to defrock him were still incomplete. He was finally removed from being a priest in 2013. This case was one of the several that are collectively known as the Catholic Archdiocese of Boston sex abuse scandal and part of the larger Catholic Church sex abuse cases in the United States. He transferred from BC and Boston High School to Everest in 1980, where he remained for 18 years.
Jeez, and no telling how much more he might have abused and just got away with it.
Yeah, again in the role of a history teacher and wrestling coach in an all-male school. Oh my God. In 1998.
I would think this is like a drug addict. Just because you send him to prison and he's out doesn't mean he's gonna stop.
He probably loved prison. He was probably raping people in prison. You know?
Yeah.
You know that it was finally the sister of one of the students that came and said they brought information to the bishop that her brother had been molested by Talbot, who by that time was molesting another student. He was released from prison for the BC High School in 2011, only to be charged for crimes committed at Cheverus in 2017. He was extradited to Maine. And in 2018, at the age of 80, he was sentenced to 2 concurrent 3-year sentences after pleading guilty to both gross sexual assault and unlawful. These charges both centered around raping a 9-year-old boy at a church in Maine. Oh my God.
Boy, and the one guy he molested, his sister had the balls to come forward, but the
guy didn't. Yeah.
Hey, thank God for his sister. She had the balls.
He said 88 to 89 students all together.
Can you imagine the shame of a you're now a man to say that, that's shameful for a lot of men, I mean, it takes a lot of courage to come out as a boy to say that you were molested, it really does. That's
like 89 of them, and he does 6 years. That's it.
So he did 2 3-year concurrent sentences when he was 80. So he got out when he was 86, 87, and
get it out, right?
And probably still live. How long after that does it say?
You know what? And they didn't send him to Maine as a sexual assault. They sent him there as a priest. It says 85 priests who once taught at a.
Do they have to register as sexual predators like other people in society?
No.
Well, I wonder why that is. That's a double standard. I mean, I wonder why that is. But are they protected by some type of must be protected by some type of statutory church state type, it must be some deal with that. I don't know.
This is
because you never hear about a priest having to register as a church as a sexual predator, and all of their things have to do with with underage stuff. You rarely ever hear about a sexual discrimination suit from a nun against a priest or anything like that.
I don't even. I mean, why are they not just being fucking like wiped out? I mean, that guy should just be dead already. They took him out for another little fucking
year. Nail on the head. You say, money. You hit the nail on the head, though. You say money's involved, and it is,
Yeah, money. It's the money. All they care about is letting them go on and on until they have. This is just disgusting. I mean,
and it was also the Boston Globe that publicized the that on it, and so they're the newspapers. So it wasn't exactly the internet that helped in that. It was more than that, but it's helping me and you understand better now about what went on with that.
Yeah, the internet, yes. If it's used for right purposes, it's okay. But, these people are Very nice. Just going,
Since the Boston Globe found that accused priests were put on a temporary sick leave and were then transferred to another parish where the priest could have a fresh start.
yeah, that's all they do. They just get
And they
fresh
say
start.
this was done without knowledge of the parish. So if I committed some acts over here at my house and then I was transferred to your house, you wouldn't necessarily know that what went on in my house. The victims were often offered a financial settlement in order to keep their experience out of the public eye. Yeah,
okay, and it's always the same like law firms. This is Father Michael Amy was accused of sexually abusing a male minor child on at least 3 occasions in approximately 1980, when the male child was approximately 15 years old. At the time of the sexual abuse, Father Amy was assigned to the Cathedral Preparatory School in Erie, Pennsylvania. There's a lot of shit in Pennsylvania. And the male child was a student at the school. The sexual abuse took place inside the school and in Father Amy's residence near the school. The sexual abuse by him included the following. He performed oral sex, and the father, the boy, forced the boy to perform oral sex on Father Amy until he ejaculated. The claim settled in March 2020 in the low 6 figures.
Wow. So it was settled in 2020. When was it perpetrated?
In the 80s.
In the 80s? Jesus
1980. 1980.
That's 40 years.
Yeah. This one is.
I wonder how they were able to prove that. Wow.
I know. How did they prove that? Like, how did they?
Yeah.
That doesn't even.
I guess if you can go back and maybe find out, well, the priest gave him a car, or he helped him do this or helped him do that you can kind of tie that, because you're not going to get a confession. I don't even know if they're allowed. I don't know how that works with Catholicism and in telling the truth in court and shit like that. Probably doesn't.
No, there's no way that they could prove this. I mean, no, there was something going on here that
it could have been the conscience of the priest. Because it said, well, I just want to settle this out of court. I don't want this to go any further. Maybe I did wrong. Maybe his conscience, a lot of them, their conscience will catch up to him. I don't know.
No, there's something.
I would think not, based on what they did. It probably, it probably couldn't bank on that. If you've been in a little boy.
You know what I think? I think that. Hold on, I gotta go out and come back in.
Throwback, you was in the Catholic Church too, huh? Throwback, were you an altar boy?
Hello?
Yeah.
You know what I think? I think that
the Northeast. I think the Northeast is the heaviest portion of United States with Catholicism. New York, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and all up in the Northeast, heavy with Catholics.
I think that
Jack was in the Catholic Church too. He grew up in the Catholic Church. He says he didn't agree with it though.
I think that, when some people go into a profession for the right reasons, like, you'll have a cop that goes into it for the right reasons, but then they'll see that there's crooked cops, and that one is like, wait a minute, but I don't want it to have integrity. And then that cop becomes the patsy.
Yeah.
I think those particular priests are the past thieves, and that it's still going on in a much more grander scale, in a very grand. I mean, those are what they did was they paid $268,000 to make a 9-year-old suck a dick. If that really happened, okay. Like you said about proving it, I think those cops were the ones who didn't. They wanted to call not cops. I'm sorry, priests.
Yeah.
I was just like using that example. Are the ones who were like, wait a minute, I saw this going on, and they wanted to come forward and say it, and that's what happened to them.
You think that's how it got exposed? Yeah.
I think that it's still going on, and the real criminals are still there. They just kind of basically, you come out and you want to be the good guy and do the right thing, but everybody else around you is doing the wrong thing, and it's like, hey, it's the way it is, and you're the one who's going to take the rap for it, then, buddy. We got the
Yeah,
money,
and
and you don't.
unfortunately it's probably influenced by perks and stuff, and that's why he's still going. You tell a 16-year-old boy, well, I can get you into one of some better schools around here, blah blah blah. I can pay for your education, blah blah blah. If you'll do this, and I'll be nice to you. If you be nice to me, thing. That's probably to a
No, 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 no,
certain
no,
extent that's driving.
no. I think that there is none like coming forward. I think there is some that are being molested, but I don't think that they're making it out of lies. I think it's a
You don't think they're making a
re-
what? Think they're making a what?
they aren't leaving any witnesses. Let's put it that way.
Oh, okay. Think
These
they got it
big,
that
big.
think they got it that they're watching their own asses that good, huh? Well, you could be right.
No, no, no. I mean, like the Catholic Church and the whole child industry and the trafficking and all of it, and
Yeah,
the Catholic
they're
Church is
covering their
involved.
own they're covering their own asses. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, which they always do when they canonize somebody and make them a saint that they burned at the stake 500 years before. Like when Joan of Arc, they canonized her and made her a saint 500 years after they burned her at the stake because they're like, well, yeah, but what if she really was God's messenger? Maybe we should make her a saint.
Oh,
Let's cover
sorry,
our ass.
throwback. I didn't know that you were a female. I thought for some reason you were male. Bad. Okay, I got you now.
I think that those were priests that actually wanted to do good and saw something they shouldn't have seen, and they became, the pat. But they also, it was also, you got to think, a lot of times they get punished like right before they're gonna die, like they're old, old, old.
Yeah,
They don't even
yeah.
really get punished. I mean, they live out their whole life
No,
until they're like 80.
yeah. Just like the guy who at 80 got the 2-3 year concurrent term. That I mean, that didn't hurt him. He still got 3 meals.
No.
That I mean, it just didn't hurt him that much.
And it said they weren't even sure if he spent
Like
the
Bill
time in a
Cosby.
prison.
It's like Bill Cosby
Yeah.
going to jail at 80. It's just I don't know how much it really does.
I think, for instance, well, for one thing, I have to really wonder about anybody following a religion that was, pretty big on putting the Christians and the Jews in the fucking stadium with the fucking animals and the lions to get torn up. Right. I mean, all the apostles, but they killed them. They killed the apostles. They killed Jesus. I mean, think about it. No parent takes kindly to fucking somebody murdering their kid, right? So how they can possibly think, oh, all you have to do is say, I accept the Lord, Jesus Christ died on the cross for my sins, in your last dying breath. I don't think it, means that you're going to be saved or anything. But I wonder if that's what they think when they let these priests go till they're 80 years old,
Yeah.
getting away with it,
And
or
how
till
these
even
and how these priests are dealing with it on their conscience when they can go to confession to another priest and confess it. And I think that makes them feel like they're above the law to a certain degree. That
yeah, like they're God.
yeah,
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 they're God. That confession thing. They can go as long as, you give a good, donation, like a murderer could come in there and confess that they just
yeah,
murdered fucking,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. Where is Jesus now? He has to be somewhere. I think that, I actually think John the Baptist was actually the one that was, I think there was, I just, I feel like, it was kind of like the whole thing was weird, but I do believe that the Bible has some credence. Have you ever read the Bible, Day Day?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, it's been transformed until we see the King James version, but there's a lot of things that have been left out. There's a lot of
I don't read the King James version.
there's a lot of biases. This is just my opinion too. Biases on how the Bible was written, the authors of the Bible, and understanding the environment that they were in at the particular time that they did wrote the writing, like Moses and David, and the conditions at the time. So I try not to complicate it, being an unorthodox Christian, non-denominational. I try to not make it any more complicated than just having a personal relationship with God. And I just, all of this other
Right.
uh, documentational stuff and procedures, and the Baptists do it this way, the Methodists do it that way, the Catholic. I used to think that Catholics were Christians, and somebody told me no, that's a different religion. So I'm not worried about that anymore. I'm just
I kind of sometimes think they're around the same though, Christians and Catholics. Like,
yeah,
yeah. Now, what about the Old Testament? Do you read that?
yeah. That's where how did God just up and give the Jews this land that the Egyptians had been on for years? Does the curse fall on the black guy Ham and his family and Canaan and stuff? Well, you have to understand what the Jewish people were doing at that time. They were in bondage, they were in slavery, in a nation that was dominated by Egyptians and a black culture. So naturally, they wanted a land of their own. Naturally, they wanted this, that. I
But don't
don't
you think it's
exactly.
strange how they can detect the DNA of somebody and say they were Jewish, but there's no other religions where like DNA comes into play. So I really don't think that like it might not be so much a religion as it is a family and a bloodline. And I think
Yeah,
that we are all part of that family.
I think so too. And when you look, you have to look at it scientifically too, anthropologically, about the start of this and that. And I don't think we have all the answers to that. I don't think that even with our great science researches and this and that, I just don't think we have those answers. I don't think we're meant to have those answers. But people
I
put a
feel
lot of
like
into that.
when they say the chosen, this is the chosen
People, yeah,
people. But I feel maybe, maybe we were all, maybe before they said, there's okay, some who were chosen to be animals, some that were chosen to be plant, and these were the ones chosen to be the
yeah,
people, right? And you've got all those tribes of Israel, basically, but
yeah.
they're the same family.
And we all have our own belief, but what if we really were just an evolution of the ape? And
No, it's
God.
not that. It's the same family.
Yeah, but what I'm
It's
just saying,
the
I'm just
same
kind of
family.
speaking in general terms now.
Yeah, but aren't you the one who said how come apes didn't? How come they're still apes but not?
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
How come if we came from the ape and we
Right,
evolved into humans,
right,
how come apes
right.
are
And
still
if you look
apes?
at it scientifically, some things make sense, right? Like that, what you said. That
Well,
makes sense. That it
based
couldn't
on
be.
that, the theory of evolution, no, it wouldn't make sense, because if that were the case, we've evolved into humans. Why are there still apes around? Why are
That's what I'm saying. So scientifically,
yeah?
yeah, but scientifically, logically, like I don't think the theory of evolution is like really logical because of what you just said, right?
Okay,
But to
okay,
me,
yeah,
I see what you're saying because I said scientifically, but people put that off as scientific, that evolution theory.
yeah.
But I don't think it is because I think we're different. I think we're a clan of the same family that, might have been spared.
Yeah, and based on that foundation, does one deal with extraterrestrial beings? A lot of people believe that Earth is not the only planet that has sustained human-like existence. Where if that's the case, I don't think so. Be human-like conditions. If you have someone that's got the same physiological makeup as human, kind of in the same skin form and
I
this
don't
and
think
that.
that's for us to know. Like, I think,
But that it was highly impossible based on the structure of planets. There's no human life that could exist on Jupiter, and the methane gases and the windstorms and the
right,
heat.
but maybe there was at some time and maybe they escaped. Like, maybe instead of like it getting flooded, maybe the ark was really like a spaceship and that family is the one that created all of us. And
It could be.
hey, instead of like it's Jew. It's no, maybe it's like, hey, it's you. I'm gonna pick Jew.
Yeah.
You're the one.
Yeah.
Maybe like we say Jesus or Jesus. Maybe it was like, hey you, hey Jew. The way they wrote it, you know,
But how
right? Yeah,
does
hey
one
Jew, you're the one.
and then how does one deal with the initial creation? If time, how do I deal with, and this is tough for me, how do I deal with the existence of God and time itself? If God has always been present, and is there no start to time and no end? Is infinity
No, because God is
something
within
that's
us.
real?
That's the God. The what is it called? The God. Whatever. Like the ghost in the machine. Like
Yeah,
God
yeah,
is within us. It's God like that.
yeah.
We're a
God,
bunch of
God to me,
molecules.
God is not me, a man with the beard, with the big long. When they say
Yes,
God,
but God is what holds you together. All your molecules, right?
yeah,
All those
yeah.
atoms, all those molecules. That vacuum that forms you
So
with
then,
all those.
in your opinion, is God not is God a concept that guides your life and understanding of other life, and how that you know these are answers that I don't know and I can't.
I
But the
think it's the
Bible says,
belief of having something to believe in. And I actually think God is an abbreviation of greatest of the deities, and they would have like, all the deities or whatever, uh, with Zeus and all of that. Because if you think about it, when you think about life in that whole aspect, it's that whole which came first, the chicken or the egg. We still don't know.
excuse me, somebody named Kim says, how they block me. I can't block anybody. I don't have any
No.
blocking.
So, hi Kim. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
who that is.
yeah.
Because all they would do was stare up at the stars, remember? But um,
I can. This sounds
Ezekiel said,
strange. This sounds strange, but I can remember a time when I didn't exist. Okay, And so out of blackness I came, out of blackness I may return. So if the memory of me was never at one time, and I will proceed to the memory that may be as in terms of the afterlife, then if there's no pain and there's no memory and there's no this and that, I can deal with that. If there's no heaven and there's no hell, I can deal with that. Okay. If it's out of the blackness I come and into the blackness I go, well then that's cool with me, you know?
It's ironic that you say that because uh like
what's the youngest
there
age
was,
you can
and I'm not a
remember?
flat earther, huh?
Can you remember when you were 2.5 or 3? I can remember I can remember when I was about 2.5, because I can remember things that the winter and the fall of like early 66, 1966. And I remember I started kindergarten in 1968. So I remember my 3rd birthday, and then I remember 2-3 seasons before, because I remember it snowing. I remember it being summer. So I can remember 1960, late 65, early 66. I was born in 63. But I remember a time when I didn't remember anything. I remember like the first time I remember I woke up in my mom's bed.
Well, I was
That's
like watching this,
but there were.
Go ahead.
Pardon me?
Okay, go ahead. You said you woke up in your mom's bed.
Oh, no, I was finished. I was finished. But
okay.
Yeah.
Well, when you were talking about, returning to where there's like no pain, no, just like, feeling fine. It was this thing I was watching about, flat earth. Okay. And they were talking about, say that there's, how they have the 4 corners of the earth, and they've got each end with ice, right? One side for keeping the ice there, and then on the other 2 you got the ocean, right? So if it was a flat thing, it was like like a flat thing, and you've got oceans on each side, and it constantly tilting, with the tide. And we're on it, and we're constantly trying to just keep steady, like, to we're fighting, like feeling low, feeling down, just to keep steady, like keep our not to fall, keep stable. And we go through life like that, right? Tilting back and forth, trying to keep stable, keep on our feet. And then finally, as we get to the end, right, of our life, it's like you kind of just fall off into where, like you said, like if you'd been struggling all your time, where you're bipolar almost, but it's a normal thing to be bipolar. That's why I don't believe in that whole, labeling somebody too happy or too sad. I don't think there's any too happy.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think that people should feel their emotions and not be put on medication to where they can't feel their emotions anymore. It should be a warning sign when they say, but if you come off it, you might want to kill yourself. I mean, well, that's kind of fucked up.
It's interesting you say that, because I talked to my daughter this week. She said she was going to doctor Friday, that she's been diagnosed with bipolarism, depression.
Please tell her don't take anything.
Yeah. That's what I was just about to say. And I said, well, how come you didn't kind of tell me this before? And so she kind of said, she was kind of embarrassed about it. I said, no, sweetheart, this happens to millions of people that are considered bipolar, manic depressive, blah, blah, blah. I said, the key is getting the type of help that you need to rectify this. And the one thing I warned her about was the medication. I said, you try to work on solutions without medication first. Okay.
And here's the thing, remind her too that she doesn't have to pay to talk to you. And that
Exactly.
And that makes a big, huge difference because the person that you don't have to pay to listen to you and they still listen is the one that loves you and is going to give you the best advice and really care.
And
So if
I'm the most open person in the world. And she doesn't have her mother around, obviously, because I lost my wife 4 years ago. So, but I want my kids to always be able to come to me and talk about anything.
because it's very
Uh,
important she doesn't get on those. Please, please
yeah,
go through
yeah.
and read the small, pull up everything you can. It will, that will be the end of her life, even though she'll still live,
I had a buddy
but
who
she
was
won't be
on
living.
that, who was
Hi,
on
Pink.
he was on everything from Ritalin and he died he died back in the early 2000s because he was taking 15 different medications, psychoactive type shit. And that's something that I don't want my daughter on. I really don't. So
Oh, man,
you know,
please
so
don't tell
and I
her
told
no.
her, she has to understand that she lost her mom 4 years ago, and that she was gonna, it's expected to go through this. I tell her, sometimes I get depressed. There's no human that doesn't get depressed once in a
Yeah,
while.
if you have to, have her watch tonight's show. Have her watch my video with benzodiazepine, and I mean, please, because and have her read Ministry of Truth testimony, and Ministry will tell you, no, she said, I feel like that day that I went to that doctor because I felt depressed, and I, poured my heart out to this person, and they just handed me a bunch of prescriptions. I feel that she's not on them anymore, but
Yeah,
she says she feels like they brain damaged her.
yeah.
They gave her brain
I,
damage.
I
She
just think
said she,
there's so many alternatives and solutions to those type of problems. She's normal in so many other ways.
tell her she
So
won't be able to come off them.
yeah, yeah.
That's the worst. Tommy D, ministry, all of them will tell you. Now, you don't take anything like that, right?
No, 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 nothing.
Now that's funny. It's funny because Rourke earlier, and I didn't read it out loud, but he goes, Day Day doesn't seem to be on any type of medication.
Yeah, I saw that. Nothing but
Did you
weed.
see that? And I didn't read it out loud because I was like, oh my God, I don't want to fucking read that shit out loud. But yeah, good work. You got a good eye there
But
because,
I don't
uh,
want her feeling like she's got to depend on a substitute to make her feel
but she
not
won't
right
feel
and
right.
normal or anything like that. I want her.
She'll never feel normal again. Tell her, do not do it. My sister died from, they were mixing her medication. She wasn't addicted, but she, took what they told her to take, and the
What is
benzodiazepine.
the depressive medications? Prozac? Is that what Prozac or Ritalin is for? Depression?
It's benzodiazepine.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Wait a
That's the
minute. I am
main.
not going to
That's
say
the
too much
main.
to anyone until I am sure of who it is because there was a person being insulting about me for no reason I know of. I know, Throwback. We saw that, but they got uh they got blocked right away, and then that Kim just said that one thing, how Day
Hi,
blocked me.
Pink. Hi, Pink. How you doing?
Hi, Pink. I think, don't worry, I blocked that person. It wasn't Day because they couldn't. It was me. I blocked them. Um, so Throwback, you're here, like you're part of. I mean, if you get in, don't think you don't have to ever feel like that anybody would ever do anything besides immediately hit block if somebody insults you in here. Throwback. I don't care who it is. You know what I'm saying? They insult you, then they're insulting me, and they're insulting everybody here, and that's it. They're gone.
I
Hi,
just, I
Liam.
just, I just want my daughter to know that that there are to have the type of confidence in her own self that these solutions that she can to troubled times she can work out on her own, especially if something happens to me and I'm no longer here, and then she can't lean on me. She's got to be able to lean on just herself and her sister, and then maybe a couple close family members, which, it's not a whole bunch. So, but yeah, I just don't want her to use medication as a crutch, in that sense. It's one thing if you need physical, you got a bad leg or something and you need to take, pain relief.
They'll try to not even take it. Just take aspirin.
Yeah.
Well,
so, but I would suggest counseling before anything, and she's still young. She's only 26 years old. So
tell her no. Yeah. I mean, I told my daughter, I don't believe my daughter takes anything because if she did.
But there's kids 12 years old that are having depression.
Yeah, they're putting them on Ritalin and stuff. SG, remember how I told you what Dad does? That's what they did. That's what you're thinking, Mr. Rourke? Is that what you were gonna say? That Day would be like the perfect dad. I know, Day. My God, how did you find us? How did you find us?
Oh, you're I probably when I was going on YouTube, probably you just probably popped up in the in one of the lives, like I like looking at Union Pacific trains and stuff, and I think you were next to it. So,
and I remember like somebody saying to you that night, thinking that you were secular, and I said, no, that's not secular. I go, in fact, I love the name Day Day. That's one of my friends that I call him nickname, right? And then that was like your first night being here. But I think that's what Mr. Rourke means if he answers me at all. But because me and Mr. Rourke, we talk on the phone a lot, and we were talking about like how Day Day did that. I was talking how a father does that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rourke.
How a father does that, and
I just think it's so important for parents to be so open. I could talk to my mom about things, pretty openly, but father was rather closed mouth, but I can talk to my daughters about anything from sex to metaphysical shit to religion to anything, So
see, look, here's ministry, because she could tell you.
Oh, hey,
right
ministry,
now,
the ministry of peace.
Yeah, and she will tell you her story is important, and she is one of the strongest people I know. Ministry's testimony is one of the most. I mean, I'll drop the link. In fact, if she wants to come up, I know sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't.
Mr. Rourke, do you have kids too, Mr. Rourke?
She is. I respect ministry very much, and I love her.
Mr. Rourke have kids?
He does have one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder why anyone is feeling like that about me, and if I knew what the song was.
But it seems
Throwback. They went away very quickly because we blocked them. So don't worry about it, Throwback. This is your turf. It's silly for one person to come here and mess with 10, 11 people that are your family. Throwback. Like, this is your turf. That's silly for one person to come and say something in your house. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is your house, Throwback. So just forget about it. It's already out of my mind. Like, I can't even remember what they said to you. To be honest, I can't.
They're gone. They're gone anyway.
Yeah, they're gone.
Me and you were just talking about the internet and its effect on things, and I think the kid nowadays, this is one reason I think you see a rise in depression among young kids is that the internet with its peer pressure and its assimilation and its and all the things that go, its influence, that's adding to a lot of these kids being depressed out here too. So yeah, it's not. But I was 26. I was eager for life and this and that, and I wasn't, and not that I didn't get depressed once in a while, but depression's always kind of been, I've always been able to deal with it pretty good. But I noticed my daughters are a little bit different, because they have different influences on them.
Yeah, because they grew up in this, age. But I mean, here's the thing: is
Hi,
like,
Ministry of
yes,
Peace. Nice to
we
meet
are
you.
family. We are family, and we have a lot, to share here. And like tonight, like I told you, I was thinking maybe my mother was right. I mean, we all go through it, no matter what the age is. And the way we're talking here is, I appreciate what you said earlier about will be endurance. Like, endurance will be my saving grace,
Yeah.
maybe. I don't know if that's the right word I should use, but you were saying about, because even though it's hard and, to keep going, but we do talk about real things. And as long as we're all here for each other, and you could
And,
even
and,
ask your
and even
daughter if
if
she wants
and
to watch them.
even if your longevity is limited here,
That's what it was,
stuff that
longevity.
yeah, the stuff that you have imparted on others and that has been imparted on you is so valuable. Even if something
But we
seems,
all do that, all of
yeah,
us.
there's no such thing to me as kind of a waste of of what goes on with communication, because even if you can't get something out of the communication, that's something that you've learned, okay, that there was nothing there for you to extract, nothing there but you always learn, whether it's positive or negative, you learn something, and it's up to you as a person take that, extract it, dissect it, and get what you can out of it. Even if it's some it's little, some it's a lot.
And the thing too, like it made me feel good tonight when Laura said she had been looking around at, when she finally, had come here, not just tonight, I mean initially, and she came and I was doing trivia, and she was like, "Oh, good, I love trivia." Like I often at times will think, am I just wasting my time? But like, so that made me feel good. And so that made me feel good because I know if somebody is looking for something different, then at least I'd like to be something different.
Mhm. Yeah, and I think that's the more people connect with you from there, because they're wanting an alternative, especially some of those on the same type of community. And I don't really see yours as the same. I see your channel is within its kind of its own little niche. Not that there's not others like yours out there, but I wouldn't put it in the same niche as some of those other ones that we well know.
Thank you.
It's just different. It really is.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. And I feel like this is like our channel, like everybody's channel. And Mr. Rourke said earlier that you would make a good co-host, and I do keep saying that to you. Is that any interest that you would have, like,
I
to
do I
actually
look
work
like I
on?
look like a little bit like Ed McMahon, don't I?
No, no. More like what's his
Ed
name?
McMahon.
Al Roker. Al Roker. Al Roker. Actually, I don't know. I just know you're a smile. You're like the Cheshire Cat to me with that grin. That's how I see. And that big caterpillar that keeps smoking the weed and disappearing. That's how I picture you.
We both got cats.
Yeah,
What was
but
your
that.
cat's name again? What was your cat's name again?
Oh, don't make me say their names, or it'll get their
Okay.
attention.
I know Roscoe.
Yeah, well, that's the dog. That's all.
Roscoe's been in your videos. You rarely have your cat in your videos, do
No,
you?
I do have Tucker in
Okay.
there. Lot.
Tucker, that's what his name is, Tucker.
Hmm.
Does Tucker chill on your bed a lot?
No, let's not talk about him. He bothers
Okay,
me.
okay.
I'm like talking like I'm not moving my lips too. Like let's not talk
I know I
about
heard
him.
you heard you say a couple times. This goddamn cat is driving me crazy.
Yeah, he's looking at me all sideways now. Don't get him going, baby. Let's go back to you. Let's go back to talking about you. Now, would you be interested in like if we, you know how like, okay, now we're not copying Bobbles, but I do like how Bobbles has a time slot and you know, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
She's got a format. Yeah. She's got
Yes,
her and JC Bear
they
work
see it.
nice because
Yes, working
she's
together.
active 80% of the time and he just comes on an intro and then he'll make a comment once in a while. You know, sometimes
Yeah,
he's
but when I get 140 people in my room, are you gonna say welcome to all of them like he does?
yeah,
And we
welcome
have
and
an intro.
uh yeah, had to make up a nice intro for you and all that.
Yeah,
He is SG.
yeah, and I come crashing through the door like fucking Jack Nicholson. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe we'll just.
that's something
Yeah.
that has to, makes a person's channel has to be kind of unique,
I'd
and
like us to put our heads on like dancing like cartoon people.
yeah. See, I'm technologically challenged in some aspects, but I can get around. But yeah, you'd have to make it worth be creative because that pulls people in, not phony, but just creative to bring people in to get that real the conversation that we flavor that we like, as
Well,
people. So
Rourke can do it. He's been
yeah.
adding his face to stuff lately.
What you say, Rourke? She's always late. So for things supposed to go off at 8 o'clock, she's there. Yeah, I don't never get the what's it comes for you the what's that the notifications.
Notifications? No,
Yeah,
nobody gets them. Notifications.
yeah.
All right,
Would
Lewis,
I get
take
a little?
that
Would I little?
hair from
Isn't it?
off
It
there.
isn't. What are mods? See, I'm still new to all this. What are moderators? Are they able to cut people off and what do mods do?
Mods?
Yeah,
They squad. That's why they're called the mod squad.
they're mod.
Yeah, they're the mod squad.
You're
Why, you want to
probably
be a
too young.
mod?
Are you too young to remember the mod squads? Link, and
The black guy.
yeah,
And
he
he was
used to
in
dive.
that
He used to
movie.
dive on people, and Julie was the chick's name, and Michael Cole was the other guy. But the mod
But
squad,
that guy Link was in a movie I saw called oh my god,
he was in
something the
Purple
wall.
Rain. He was in Purple
Yeah,
Rain
but he
too.
was in that movie about Alcatraz. No, not Alcatraz. The one in New York
Oh, with
where they
the gangster. Um, it was called not with
something the
Cicely
wall,
Tyson,
wasn't it?
huh? Above the law.
Something the wall, above the wall, or something like
Above the
that.
law. Yeah.
No, not
He
the
was a good.
law, the wall.
Oh, okay.
And
He
he's
might have been.
going, hot soup, motherfucker, hot soup. Because he wanted to heat up his soup, his chicken soup. He was a convict. And, they took what would they call it? What would they, oh, Attica. That's what it was. Attica.
Oh, Attica.
Attica.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
remember
played
that?
Fishburne and what's that movie where he was the gangster in Harlem? He played
Oh my
his.
God, I
his
know what you're talking about.
yeah.
Oh my God, what was it called?
It had one name to it, not Bugsy,
Yep.
but it was something like that. Yeah, and they were running numbers.
Samuel L. Jack. No, he wasn't him.
Larry Fishburne was in it. He was the gangster.
It was It was like Jackie Brown, but but the male version.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
What the hell was it?
I know it's right on my tongue. I might have to Google it. I hate that, but it's just right on.
It was like Jackie Brown. It was oh my god, and they had a song for him. There was a song.
Let me see, Clarence Williams.
Oh my god, it was a 4-letter word.
Yeah,
I think it began with F. Did it?
Let me see here.
Why?
Go to his Discovery biography.
Oh my god, it was like a 4-letter word. No.
It's called Hoodlum.
No. He was a cop. Wasn't he a cop? And it was like Hutch, or not Hutch. Oh my god. Snatch. That's Snatch.
Better watch American Gangster. He was in that too.
Oh, Christian Bale.
He started with Christian. That was in wasn't that in Hoodlum? He played in The Butler too.
Yeah, but who was the guy with freaking Jackie Brown? Watch? No. Oh my god.
Oh, Jackie Brown. There was that guy who was the bail bondsman.
No, the black guy. There was a movie about him. He had one name.
What's the call was in Jackie Brown, wasn't he? What's it called? Samuel Jackson, wasn't he?
Yes, that guy. Like he was, he had one name, and it was. Oh my god, he was like a fool.
What movie was he in? Jackie Brown?
No, it was like the opposite to Jackie Brown, only he was a male. He was a guy. And in the movie, in the beginning of the movie, the white guy, he beats the guy with like a parking.
Shaft.
That's it. Shaft. You have my fucking candy bar. You fucking little brat. You're not supposed to eat chocolate. Oh my god. Where did you get these? What a bastard. He ate a whole candy bar. What does chocolate do to a dog? Anybody know?
What's that?
What does chocolate do to a dog? Anybody know?
I think it gives them not diarrhea, but you'll see, I guess, when you wake up and step in it in the morning.
Oh, fucking great. What a jerk. Where did he get that from? That's because of Tucker gave them to him.
He got into some. Do they have a little candy that they have? Nordstrom used to give it out every year called Frangles. It's a little chocolate and it comes in these nice little boxes, and they only introduce it around Christmas time. It's called Frangles. Do they have that? Or Macy's used to have them.
Frangles?
Yeah. Do you remember going to Sears when you were a kid and they had the candy, the counter with the chocolate and the popcorn and all that? Did they have it at the Sears?
Yeah, they did have a little counter in there.
Yeah,
and popcorn used to smell catalog.
Yeah, that was. I used to look at that catalog for hours. What's up, King? What's happening?
Me too. I would fucking use it to make new clothes for my paper dolls and shit.
Oh, you used to scan through it. Yeah, I used to like looking at it. Electric football sets and stuff. That was the wish book, even
that. Remember the Toys R Us flyer was like what your little kid would circle. They don't even have those anymore.
No. Well, Toys R Us is out of business. I think I don't know why they went out of business, but that's where we used to shop.
Because fucking the Trump boys hunted down Jeffrey the fucking giraffe for his fucking tail.
Oh,
They
the
killed
King said
Jeff
hello.
giraffe.
King said hello to you, SG.
Hi, King. Hi, everybody here.
Oh,
Minty,
Ministry of
why are you
Peace.
yelling at me? I didn't give the chocolate to my dog. He took it. Fucking Tucker probably gave it to him. Tucker was. All right, what do you want me to do then? Okay, so I've got to look this up now. Now they're just making me worry because my dog has ate a hole.
Yeah, just let him shit it out. That's probably about the only
Oh
thing
my
you can do.
god. Oh no, now I'm feeling like, oh my god, I'm so guilty. Why did I buy chocolate and dogs? Now, see, you guys are gonna make me, like feel.
What kind
Like
of chocolate was it? A piece of a candy bar or something?
It was only a 25-cent candy bar. It wasn't like $1 one or anything. I don't mean like from my cost. Chocolate is poison to dogs,
For
mostly
many
because
for
of
many
the
dogs, the most common clinical signs are vomiting, diarrhea, increased thirst, panting, and restfulness, excessive urination, and racing heart. Jesus Christ.
Fucking
That's
great.
chocolate poisoning in dog. I don't think he ate that much. Says, how long does it take for chocolate to affect a dog? And within 6 to 12 hours, it may last up to 72 hours. Vomiting, diarrhea, and restfulness. Shit. I thought dogs could eat just about anything. So what if my dog ate chocolate but seems fine? You expect your dog has eaten chocolate, call the vet right away. The vet can tell you what to do. They will most likely induce.
What if I just give him some weed to counter affect the caffeine?
You got any activated charcoal?
No, I don't.
That's only if he's got toxicity. If he just had one bite, I doubt very seriously if it's because dogs eat just
my
about.
dog's a little asshole. Potentially, please note symptoms occur between 4 to 24 hours after your dog has eaten it. Embedded dog chocolate. I don't want to embed the dog chocolate. Whatever. I can't even speak. When to worry, why chocolate, why is chocolate bad, chocolate is toxic. Okay, well, we know all that, and I'm not gonna bring the dog to the fucking vet. I'm sorry, I'm just not. He's an asshole. Alright, contains okay, we already know that. There's no symptoms, chocolate poisoning advice stage. Why do these people have to just, maybe it's okay for them. I didn't know. I thought it was an empty thing that he had. What the fuck? 6 to 8 hours to show up. Most common symptoms vomiting and diarrhea. But I really don't know what to do.
Yeah, if it was, I would think that if it's just just one little, if it was like a half of, it's like the size of a Reese peanut, one Reese peanut butter cup. I don't know how big your dog. Well, yeah, I do know how big your dog is. He's a little dog, but I just don't know. I don't know. I never heard of chocolate killing a dog, so a chocolate bar killing a dog. So
Yeah, me neither.
drink some water. That might help.
Yeah, get it down in there.
Yeah, and if he's had something else on his stomach, like dog food, he's eating, that they kind of absorb it and help it. Ministry says call now before it gets absorbed. Well, it's probably already absorbed. Damn, Pink, your Chihuahua ate a lily and his head swelled up and looked like an elephant dog. Gee. Wow. The vet don't play now with price. You can just take your dog or your cat or your pet to the vet, and for them just to look in the dog's eyes and mouth, it's going to be $300. God damn, the vet's is as bad as the doctor's visit now. Office visit is at minimum $300.
Oh my god. What do I do? Call your vet now. Call your vet now.
You know, vets up at 5:30 in the morning.
I mean, like, what can I give him to make him puke? He looked right up at me like, puke? Are you kidding me? That was the best thing I ever ate.
He's sitting there chilling. He might not
Yeah,
be
he's just like fucking looking at me like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm fine.
Don't
Remember
fuck
when
with me. He's telling, don't fuck with me.
yeah, like, why do you have to fuck with me, Mom? That was fucking awesome. I've eaten chocolate before, Mom.
They got a dog chocolate calculator. Use our
I mean,
chocolate.
is chocolate ice cream the same as chocolate? Like, maybe I should shove my fucking finger up his ass and make him go to the bathroom.
Oh no. No, then we'll be turning you in for bestiality.
or I'll stick my finger down his throat. I mean, he's had chicken nuggets today. He had a little tiny bit of fillet of fish. He had dog food.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he's had others. He's had other things on his stomach, so he's probably cool. I don't know. They
get
say
out of here, fucker.
if he's had no symptoms by 12 o'clock and he eats more, and if he eats again some regular dog food, he's probably gonna be all right. But you know,
he's pretty durable. I mean,
like I said, dogs will go out. Dogs will go out to a garbage can and eat shit. Some dogs will. So you know, I doubt if some chocolate with just a little sugar in it and butter. It's just got sugar and butter in it. You know, so
and butter. It's not like, he hasn't had coffee before.
He's had coffee grounds.
Yeah, and he's drank people's coffee. He's, eaten like chicken bones real fast. He eats lethargic. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. That'd be so funny, right? Fucking ambulance pulls up. I'm running down with my dog.
His chocolates contain an ingredient called theobromine, a bit like caffeine, which is toxic to dogs. Dogs aren't able to break down or metabolize it like humans can. Darker, pure varieties of chocolate tend to have the highest levels of theobromine.
I knew it. So basically, more expensive chocolate has it.
Yeah. Or darker
25 cents.
Darker chocolate has it. So I don't know what type of chocolate he ate.
Let me see if it has it. I'm looking at the ingredients right now. No, this isn't your second helping. Okay, first of all, it's only, how much does it weigh? Oh, this one's original dark. Thank God you didn't eat this one, you fuck turd. Hope the other one wasn't dark. He ate 0.6 ounces.
0.6. Okay, I'm on the calculator page now for it. Let me see. Okay, so how many G's does it say? How much?
17.
17 grams?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 17. Okay. Okay, a single bar has 40, so it's not, let me see. So let's calculate. Let me see. Please enter your dog's weight. Your dog is what, about 30 pounds or not even that, huh?
No, he's about 10 pounds.
Okay.
Doesn't say it has that. Ooh, I could call them. They have an 800. It's peanut chews. That's what he ate. Peanut chews.
Peanut chews.
Mm-hmm. Only 25 cents. Maybe I should eat some. I feel like him. Get out of here. It's mine. You already had yours. Mine. Nom nom.
Okay, so it says, what did he eat? Milk chocolate, mid dark chocolate, strong dark chocolate, white chocolate, or which one of those?
Oh,
When you say 17 grams, so let me see.
peanut juice. Yay, peanut juice.
I'll say we'll just say mid dark. We'll say mid dark chocolate.
All right, then. Get mine. Yeah, see, I got rid of the next one.
Okay, so chocolate toxicity rating negligible. It says no symptoms are expected, but if your dog is unwell, contact the vet. So
See?
so it's got, and that's based off 17 grams and mid dark chocolate, and I put him in as small, 5 to 12K. The other sizes were toy, small. Toy was 5 grand. He's not a toy size.
No, he's an ass.
I put him in as small, so
Yeah.
at 17. So he should, based on that, it says negligible.
Oh, you know what? He ate a brownie before and he was fine.
Okay.
Not really fine. I mean,
Estimated theobrom level is less than 20 milligrams.
yeah. You know what?
No symptoms are expected. So he's cool. He dodged a bullet, I think.
Here. Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. You're annoying. Yeah, go play with your toy. Yeah, why don't you go to bed? Look at bedtime, Debo time.
Mr. Rourke says SG forgot to feed him, and he
I don't forget
bags of candy bars.
He did get a brownie one time, and like he literally had left the little ribbon from the wrapper of it in my pocketbook, like still sticking out. So I thought I still had it, but then I see him, and he's like really, I don't know, his head was all wobbling around. He was high. He was wicked high. Wicked high. I was so pissed because I was saving that brownie. And he smuggled it out.
My cat sometimes gets a buzz from my herbs, so I don't never blow it in her face or anything. but sometimes when she gets a little whiff of it, she'll take off running through the house, but then she chills out, so she's all right.
Yeah.
I think she's building up a tolerance for it.
Tucker one time, I mean, this is not abuse. You know, they like it. And Tucker one time, he was sitting next to me, and I'm smoking. And, you know, like, I'm just, like, you know, just smoking randomly, not even thinking while I'm, like, playing the game on my phone, and I just blow the smoke out. And then a couple of seconds later, I look at Tucker, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, is he smoking? Like, I thought he was, like, spontaneously combusting, right? Because he was, like, the smoke was emanating from his fur. And I'm going, oh, my God. Yeah, it was literally crawling up, you know, like from out of his fur and shit, like a big claw. And here, go to bed. He's going to bed. Tucker, I mean, Ross was on. And I'm like, oh my God. And the whole time I'm holding the joint in my hand, you know, like he just sat there through puffs of huge clouds of smoke and just kept sitting there.
huge clouds.
Yeah, big clouds of smoke that were like they were like you know, penetrating his fur and shit. But he still had smoke coming off him a couple of, you know.
Come out like, from amongst the clouds.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my God, my cat is smoking. I think I really thought he was gonna like go on fire. It took me a couple of seconds to realize I did it. He's an asshole.
Your cat is assimilated with you now. Your cat is assimilated.
Yeah, Lulu don't like it, but Tucker's always been kind of a little jerk anyway, but he's cleaning Lulu right now. It's nice of him. That is nice of him. So does your daughter, like, do you tell your daughter that you do YouTube at
all? Not really. I think, you know, she'll say, like, she called tonight. I said, well, I'm watching the TV and doing YouTube and playing with the cat at the same time. So, yeah.
Was this while I was live or before?
I forget. I think it might have been before. Yeah.
Like, but have you told her about, like, YouTube? Is this the first time, like, that you've ever been doing chats and going on panels and stuff?
Yes. This is the first time. And I've been doing YouTube. You know, like I said, I'm a kind of a history buff, so I've been on YouTube for a long time. You know, since probably since the inception. When did YouTube start, in 2007 or something like that? 2006. Mm-hmm. But I really started.
But you mean just watching documentaries, not the whole live chat?
Music videos, that type of stuff. Yeah, and you know, special interest stuff. You know, like I like looking at skyscrapers, and you know, and you ever watch that thing with James Kingston where he's climbing up cranes and climbing on free climbing on buildings and stuff? Just kind of very interest stuff, you know. So.
Mm-hmm. That's yeah, I like all the stuff you can find on
all this type of stuff, like with these like chat, you know, type things are kind of new to me. So, you know, my patience is kind of running thin with some of them, you know, they're just kind of the flavor of the month type thing, you know.
The what?
They're just some of this stuff. It's just kind of the flavor of the month, you know. Everybody's got an opinion on YouTube, you know.
So I said to Rourke tonight, I go, what should I was looking around at the live streams. And he goes, yeah, me too. I was like, they're so boring. He's like, I know. He goes, it's just the same stuff over and over again, you know. They all just talk over and over. And I was like, I'll go live. But if I go live, what should I do? What should I do live about? You know? He goes, just go live and wing it. You know? So we did.
How come you don't do your car car
dancing.
yeah, car dancing. I like that. And I went back through your videos one time and checked that out. I
Because
like
I don't understand what's going on with my hair.
oh, okay.
I really don't. I'm not even lying. I think I have a different like brand of hair. Like it's new, like on the market.
Yeah.
Because no, but really, I don't understand. Like it's growing straight up.
Okay.
I'm not lying. Like I don't understand.
Like Don King?
Yes, yes, exactly. I mean, I just don't understand. Ministry. You just heard what he said. Do the same thing he just did. Do that. Cat. Don't say prayers for Roscoe. Get out of here. It's not biolage. It's not about the shampoo. It's about the hair. It's. I've been. You know what happened? Liberace's hair got
Liberace.
reincarnated through my hair. No
Man,
lie.
I love Liberace. Liberace was the ultimate. Nobody can touch Liberace as far as his outfits and his jewelry. Not even Prince could touch
He had
Liberace.
really big hands.
Who, Liberace?
Mm. I'm
Huh?
gonna look up Liberace.
He was just a boy from Minnesota or something. Yeah, he was from Minnesota too, and he was really close to his mom. And but he was a magnificent showman. You know, magnificent showman, fabulous.
He had
Way
a wife, you know.
before he had a wife. Well, in the
Mhm.
end, he had a partner, but I didn't know he used to be married.
Says after a courtship with Joanne Rio that prompted thousands of protesting letters from jealous fans. Let's say, who inherited his fortune? Liberace. So he wasn't that rich.
Oh,
Liberace
his
left. Huh?
partner tried for his partner sued and finally got a part. I think his partner sued to get a part of his estate for like 10 years. He just recently, like 10 years ago or something, got what was, I guess Liberace had promised him because he was
Do you know what his first name was? Liberace's.
no, what was it?
Well, they acted like it was
He
George
was he
until
was
I
like
checked that.
he was Hungarian or something, wasn't he? Or he was
His
something.
name was Vladu Valentino Liberace, and he
Okay.
was born May 16th, 1919, and died February 4th, 1987. He was a child prodigy born in Wisconsin to parents of Italian and Polish origin. He
Oh,
enjoyed a
that's right.
career spanning 4 decades, recording, television, motion pictures, concerts, endorsements. At the height of his fame, from the 1950s to the 70s. Oh my God, that's my hair. Absolutely. There's something going on. I mean, seriously, I think I'm the only person in the world with Liberace hair now. At the height of his highest paid entertainer in the world, with established concert residencies in Las Vegas and an international touring schedule, he embraced a lifestyle of flamboyant excess both on and off stage, earning the nickname Mr. Showmanship. Um, he died of pneumonia as a complication of AIDS. Other names: Walter Buster Keys, Walter Liberace, Lee, the Glitter Man, Mr. Showmanship, music career, blah 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 blah. Uh, says he was known as Lee to his friends and Walter to his family. Was born in Wisconsin. His father, Sam Liberace, was an immigrant from the Lazio region of central Italy, and his mother was from Poland. He had an identical twin who died at birth. He had 3 surviving siblings: a brother, George, who was a violinist, a sister, Angelina, and a younger brother, Rudolph Valentino Liberace, named after the actor. Liberace's father played the French horn. That is one instrument I would never be like, I want to play the French horn.
It looks funky though, doesn't it?
I just wouldn't want to play any horn. Uh, in all bands of sim, he in bands of cinemas, but often worked as a factory worker. While Sam encouraged music in his family, his wife Frances, despite having been a concert pianist before her marriage, believed music lessons and a record player to be an unaffordable luxury. This caused family dispute. Liberace stated, "My dad's love and respect for music created in him a deep determination to give as his legacy to the world, a family of musicians dedicated to the advancement of the art." Liberace began playing the piano at age 4, while Sam took his children to concerts to further expose them to music. He was also a taskmaster, demanding high standards from the children. I don't know if you had a good time or a bad time, right?
Remember he had those beautiful capes though, you know?
Yeah, I want one.
Yeah, and it's just
I don't even understand why
his
somebody can't
pianos
make
were
them.
made out of diamonds, and he had a exquisite taste for art in his house. His house was like a palace, you know. And he had all those 15th century paintings in there and shit like that, wallpaper
But if I
on
have hair like him, why can't somebody make me a cape?
What's the column says, Liam please says those vitamins exhilarate hair and nail growth. I always thought placenta. Somebody told me placenta did that. You can buy some placenta oil or something. But hey, are you saying you look like Cyndi Lauper now?
Me now.
Yeah, you got big little hair or something. Bring back big hair.
It's exactly like Liberace. Didn't you see that video?
Okay.
Where me and Liberace are playing Heart and Soul. I fell in love with you.
No,
Heart and Soul. You didn't see that?
No, I'll have to
Yeah,
check
me and Liberace are playing it together. I'll put it in here for you. Hold on. He got so rich because of doing those Vegas acts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't even think he owned like where he lived. I think it was all, given to him from the.
You remember his pianos he had that had diamonds all over it, and
he had candelabras and shit. For all we know, they could have been like crystals.
Yeah, candelabras. What are those?
They hold candles.
Oh, candelabra. Okay. Okay. Duh.
Yeah, you made me forget what I was looking for with that one.
I've been smoking Panama Red. Old school stuff.
Look at that. I lost 3 subscribers. Wow. Everybody make sure you check it and make sure that you're subscribed, please. That would be so sweet.
I got my booster shot today, or yesterday, I should say. Now my arm's real sore. Wow, what's going on with Travis Scott? They heard the lawsuits are up to $900 million. Jesus Christ.
Who said that?
Oh, Liam said that. Said that they heard the lawsuits are up to 900. God, every Tom and Dick and Harry is suing him now.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that everything doesn't have, and nothing's criminal anymore. There's a price for everything, and that's the problem.
Yeah. And you know what? Even if he is, for some reason, say this is tried or whatnot, or he sued or something, if he's the worst you could get out of a criminal type of thing would be negligent complicity so it's not like he's gonna get like murder 1 or murder 2. The most he'll get would be probably the worst that's going to happen is he gets hit hard in the pocketbook. I can't see him, even though he is complicit in their deaths. I can't see him really getting any jail time over this. Not that it wouldn't
I think
be
it's,
right, or I just don't see it that way. It's going to be some
mhm.
type of negligence related to their deaths.
Well, there should be, you
Yeah, there
know.
should be, but it's people are. He's not going to be sent away for 10 years or nothing like that. It's just going to be he's going to be hurt in other ways.
It says
He's probably
100
going to
plus.
lose his house, and you got to figure, $900 million. The most any one person probably could get out of this. If you just say one person died and they sued him, I don't think that they would get any more than probably technically about eight to $10 million. That's usually the
Mhm.
way those things work. So you're looking at 9 people dying. He might be out of $100 million. And then he'll probably have to set up a victims some type of fund for that might be all part of the plea. There'll probably be a plea agreement. He'll probably look around and say, there's no way out of this, so I'm going to plea. And he'll probably say, well, I'll set up a scholarship fund, I'll set up a victims advocate group, and yada yada, and this and that. And so and then they'll probably in 2 years be resuming his concerts again. I wouldn't doubt it.
Mhm. This
Oh,
says that
Defo.
this is from 2 hours ago. Travis Scott, Drake, and Live Nation have been hit with another lawsuit stemming from the tragic events that took place at Scott's popular Astroworld Music Festival. And the lawsuit also names Apple, which live streamed the concert. 750 million complaint. Wow, they live streamed it. Wow. Filed in a Houston civil court by high-powered attorney Tony Busby on behalf of more than 125 fans, including the family of the deceased, alleges Scott and show organizers were negligent in their planning of the festival, which left 10 dead, including a 9-year-old boy. The filing argues that security tasked with keeping the peace weren't properly trained in the crowd control and mitigation. In the suit, Busby writes that 21-year-old Alex Acosta was crushed by the incited, unruly, and out of control crowd with such force that he could no longer breathe and went into cardiac arrest. When Axel collapsed, he was trampled by those fighting to prevent themselves from being crushed. As he lay there under a mass of humanity dying, the music played and streamed on for almost 40 minutes. Alex died that night on the muddy ground at a concert he attended for fun. Busby writes that while the $750 million judgment is justified, no amount of money will ever make these plaintiffs whole. No amount of money can restore human life. The damages sought in the case is made up with the intent to fix, help, or make up for the harms and losses suffered by these plaintiffs. Nothing more and nothing else less. The suit reads, okay, but so what is the amount they said? $750 million. When you
So
have 60 million,
SG, if 125, okay, so there's 10 people that have died and 10 people that have died. So the rest of these people have either been injured and maybe somebody got their knee twisted or their arm broke or something. What are the 125 people suing for? Is it pain and suffering, mental pain and suffering from, are they having nightmares? What are these people suing for?
there's no punitive damages in Texas, so they can't get pain and suffering. They can
Oh, they
only
can? They can or
no,
can
they
they?
can't. They can't.
Okay, okay,
No,
okay.
they can't. So basically, what it
Well,
is
these people
about,
they must have got hurt in some way and had to go to the doctor. And the doctor said,
right,
well, yeah, you were squeezed too much or something, or you got a chest contusion, or 125 people. I don't know. I would assume some people are faking a lot of shit too, Oh, I just come from the Travis concert. I saw a bunch of aid cars there and stuff. I'm going to fall, hit me in my knee or something. I'm going to the doctor and we're going to, I'm going to tell her my back is out of joint and we get paid. That's what I'm thinking.
right. I have to go out and come back in.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So Liam Scott was counseled prior to his concert, huh? Yeah, that's what I heard too. It should have been more than a counsel. It should have been almost like training, safety training, on what to expect. They all have major orthopedic injuries. Okay. Yeah, I guess that could be believable. 125 of them. Wow, that's 125
Right.
going. That's still a lot, even if you 125 people at an average of $5,000 of medical, you know, things. That's still a lot. That's $900 million is still a lot.
Right. It is.
That's almost $1 billion. That's you know, you got to figure that the 10 people that die, they'll get maybe 15 apiece, maybe, but all the rest,
Probably
I don't
not.
know.
Yeah, who knows though, I mean,
Says Liam said yes, he was warned to keep it right. So he's going to try to say that he was probably, even though they have video indicating that he was inciting things, he's probably going to say, oh, well, I've got no control over what people do and this and that. And, you know, I don't know, can he, even though he incited things, is he really the one who caused these people to crash the gates and stuff, especially if the concert hadn't started. I don't
right.
know. They're gonna break it down to, step by step and phase by phase. He probably can be held liable for what went on when he was on stage, but being off stage, I'm not so sure he can. But if he's the promoter and he's in charge of uh uh hiring security and all of that, then I don't know. He's part of the management.
I just think that, when you put a cost on something, then it's the same as when you accept like a monetary amount and then you sign off on it and you can't sue them for that anymore. Then I think then if it happens again, then the blood is almost on your hands as well, you know? So if something happened to your kid and you said, okay, well, then I'll settle for you know, a monetary thing. And then, 2 years later, there he is again, inciting more, like he's done it before. And then he incites more, then shouldn't the guilt be on the hands also, on the people that didn't insist on, you know, the repeat offender repeatedly doing the same thing? I mean, isn't he supposed to learn? I mean, Live Nation has had concerts for other people and that hasn't happened. But
Yeah.
anybody who, has dealt with Travis Scott has had to go through a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, he's done it repeatedly. It shows a repeated, behavior. If there's a common denominator, it's him. And I think these people have to think about, oh, are they doing this just for, the families of the people who lost people?
Yeah.
Because I think they need to think about if they excuse his behavior again, then doesn't that mean that he's free to go on and do it to somebody else's kid and then they can feel like they do?
Yeah, it's been well documented. I think there's been like 3 or 4 cases with him regarding
Right.
this type of negligence, hasn't there?
Yeah.
That
Exactly.
that brings up a question about, how much is what's the value of a life,
There
and
is none.
there is none. It's
There
priceless,
is
isn't
none.
it? is
Yeah.
priceless, except in a courtroom. Then
But when you accept that, and when somebody keeps telling you, yeah, but it's not gonna go through. It's not gonna go through. Yeah, but they're not gonna be able to do it. Well, then, when you accept defeat is when you become defeated.
okay,
And, I
yeah, but
mean,
is
that to me,
$20 million going to make you feeling better than 5 million? I don't know. I don't know. It's
and
one
I
of
mean,
those.
how many times they have to slap in the face the people that have previously, how many, it's not that he just hurt those people that one time by ministry, but every time he gets, every time he gets, oh my God, this fucking stupid flag, I can't stand it. Every time he gets, you know, a, let go,
Oh, you're saying
excuse.
saying the people that in the previous incidents are going to
Yeah,
look
and the
at.
previous incidences, every time he gets away with the same behavior, it's slapping them and they relive their thing again
Yeah,
because it
yeah,
gets all
yeah,
brought up in the media again. And he gets away with it again. And in the meantime, all those people that witnessed the guy being pushed off that, stage level, I'm sorry, third floor balcony, and then dragged up onto the stage so he could sing and drop a ring on him.
yeah, yeah.
All those people who witnessed that young kid getting beat up by the crowd that he stopped the concert for then and said, hey, he's trying to steal my shoe, a
Yeah, yeah,
$250
yeah,
shoe,
yeah. Fuck him up. Yeah, fuck him up and all
fuck
that.
him
Yeah,
up, fuck him up, fuck him up. They're all chanting.
yeah,
Okay? There's so much evidence, and every single time this happens, he's the common denominator, but all those victims have to relive it
yeah.
again.
Do you think that
Everybody
the
who saw it.
fact that the 9-year-old, do you think that adds, if we're all his victims were in their 20s or 30s, would that be any different than, does this one 9-year-old dying, does that really add more beef to, or evidence structure to what will eventually, come out? I think it
Um,
does. I think that anytime, like, a 9-year-old, oh yeah, this is, and this can't happen again, because that's someone who's totally innocent, who wouldn't know how to react, in
but
a,
he was on his father's shoulders, yeah, and his father lost consciousness, and
oh, his
his,
father hit the ground, then he hit the ground, huh?
and then when he woke up, he was searching for his son, and he was underneath the people.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, he had fallen underneath the
Oh,
people.
I can only imagine what that was like when people are, how do you not know how do you know?
Yes, that's what the thing is, and we're always going to have those questions because nobody is making him be responsible for his actions.
Well, I think
But
this changes the industry. I think this is how future concerts going forward, just like probably, what was it, the group that had the fire, White Snake or something? They were in that club in where was it, New York or something,
no,
somewhere,
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island, yeah. And I think that changed fire and having an outlet for things, and of course there's no, it changed for pyrogenics, didn't it? There started
Pyrotechnics.
pyrotechs, yeah. I think that
Mm.
so that sounded, so unfortunately, it's just like the
Well,
kid.
one of the band members died.
Okay. But it's just like when the kid, when they used to have mercury in paint, and now they don't because that one kid ate some, and then, ate a little bit of paint and then he died,
Lead and paint, right?
Yeah,
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 lead.
yeah, lead.
Right. Right. But I feel like um, there still has been. Look at all the fire that he had going back there. That could have been sucking the air out of the space too. You
Yeah.
know, how would he?
It's Travis on the
Hmm.
stage. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He needs to. That's the problem. Is there's been too much of an acceptance on people who have, like no money, basically, end up being told, well, like the money, and then it's made to be their only recourse. And um, I don't know
And
what.
they really
Mhm.
fucked up when he hired those the security, the people when the guy said I didn't have to, there was no real training, and he didn't even have to show his ID. It just hired on $17 an hour. That could be the ultimate, is that they just weren't, he didn't have a group there trained and prepared, which is, to me, just asinine. I mean, it's just, I don't see how he could have did all those other concerts. How many people were at the concert? Do you know? Was it
50,000.
was that many people?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
50,000.
I thought it was
Yeah.
only like 20. I thought it was only like 20,000 or something. Wow.
Mm. Liam says, I took my daughter, Lady Gaga. She was
Yeah.
13. All went well. I was responsible. She loved the concert.
That was a
That's
different
good.
monster. Lady Gaga is a different monster. You're not gonna have the same rap crowd, the same type of crowd at Lady Gaga. They're gonna be a little bit more. Uh,
No, but it's still like, the I I I feel like Lady Gaga want to stop the show.
yeah, yeah, I think so too. I think.
Yeah.
But
I
Lady
mean,
Gaga would have had better security, and like I said, she's got a little bit different of an animal. Her group is not going to be as rowdy. There'll be some rowdies in Lady Gaga's, but not like this crew in Travis Scott's show. Just a little, because the Rolling Stones have had the biggest concerts around. They haven't had nobody getting trampled like this, you know.
yeah, but how does 20,000 people get in free to a show, right? And the
Well, has that been
people,
confirmed though, that many people got in free?
that's
What
what
did
they said.
what did he tell everybody to crash the gates or something? I mean, you can't show up and think you're going to get into a concert free. So I don't know how many people are really there to get in that got in free. You must have just had people just coming out of everybody that showed up probably had to have a ticket. So I don't know how that
No,
works.
that's it.
It'll
I,
come
I
out. It'll
mean,
come out.
like basically 20,000 you've got there, right? Gonna be causing, obviously, are gonna cause, I mean, you get 20,000 people shoved into this area,
Yeah.
and it's an all day concert that started at 3 p.m. Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't get resolved, and people are still being let in. So if you go to a concert and you see a shitload of people rushing the gate, but you're going through COVID screening, that is odd to me.
Yeah.
And and the two, I've heard more than two people say when they went through the metal detectors, they were wearing belts and stuff, and they never went off. And I see one guy there at the gate, and in a particular video of it, and he's pushing back people coming through the gate. But what you've got is, through those turnstiles, he what you've got is some people there who have tickets and some people who don't,
Yeah.
and they're all just pushing through. And you've got one big guy just pushing them with all his might. And then you got another security guard that's sitting there off to the side. and then somebody filming it. And that to me, this whole thing is really fucking odd. And why haven't they had any interviews with Live Nation? Why are they even having? Think about this. If I went and killed 8 people, as you know, Charles Manson, and they, started searching for me, they're gonna press charges. They're searching high and low. It starts immediately. They gotta solve that, right?
Yeah.
And then, or I incited, people to kill 8 people by saying, I want to feel the ground shake when you see the ambulance coming through, and telling them to be dancing on it and flipping them off and everything.
Yeah.
That to me is the same. It's the
Mm-hmm.
same, action there. The only difference is that it was 8 rich people who got killed by hippies. This time it was 8 not rich people who got killed by a rich person, in my
What
opinion.
What have you heard about this so-called demonic element? Because I haven't really read into it. I've just kind of seen it in passing on in the headlines. I know in one of his other shows he said he wanted to see blood. That was really what turned him on. And you hear so much nowadays about artists selling their souls to the devil. Whether you believe that or not. I don't know. That's just something
I
I'm
think
throwing.
that I think that um, that there's a part of the web that probably is watching those people get trampled, and it's a big thing for them. And so, you know, it probably goes a lot deeper than we think, than we know.
Yeah.
It's more like, keep
Well, what
you
would
can
he
keep
have to
on.
gain? What would he have to gain
It's
from
what
that?
how you keeping by doing it. Like if he said no, I ain't gonna do that, they might have said, dude, we're gonna take everything you have. We're gonna say you're a molester. We found child pornography on your computer. And then he's like, right, you know,
I bet you
like for
some
all
other
we know, huh?
I bet you some other shit's gonna come. They're gonna pile on some shit. They're gonna dig a little deeper, and all kind of shit's gonna probably come out. And watch his girlfriend Kardashian suddenly disappear, just like when Jennifer Lopez was P Diddy's girlfriend, and he got that gun charge. Uh, or was involved with that so-called gun, and then she quickly disappeared. So you know
Yeah,
that's
and then nothing ever happens. I mean,
no. He said it was his bodyguard or something that had the gun, even though everybody knows P Diddy had the gun. But he says his bodyguard had it. Just like when Snoop
I,
was involved with that
I mean,
murder.
I think like look at how Richard Simmons has been gone for how long,
Oh,
and
Richard Simmons, my man, Richard Simmons.
yeah,
Is
gone.
your hair like Richard Simmons?
No, but he disappeared, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen him. Well, he just got old. Richard Simmons is probably about 65 now in there. He just got old right there. I haven't seen Richard in like 3 or 4
He's
years.
been missing for a long time. Like he left all of a sudden one day. He just stopped going to his gym.
Yeah. Well,
The one he owned.
Richard made a lot of money though. Richard made an awful lot of money. You don't see blanks from Tybo no more either, and
Who?
you don't see Bob. His name was Blank. He did the Tybo, that Tybo stuff. You don't see Suzanne Summers no more, and she made a lot of money with the Thigh Master, and yeah, I think Richard just made his money, and he was always on TV, just chilling, enjoying his money, probably.
Wow.
I'm gonna Google him and see. Now you pique my interest on it.
Yeah, it's
Richard
claiming
Simmons.
that he recently has come back, but have you seen? Okay, I have to find this video if you want. I have to find a video, and when you see it, I'm gonna post it. I wish I could play it. I wish I had 2 devices.
Oh, see, Richard is 73 years old now. Let me see what he's doing now. Looks like he was active till about 2012. Well, no, see, Simmons closed. He says he taught motivational classes and aerobics throughout the week. Simmons closed in 2016. Yeah, he just a filthy ass rich cat now and did his thing for a while.
I wish there was a way I knew how for you to. Yeah, you can watch it like while you're anyway, but I'm gonna. Ever since I saw this,
I was able to post it last time, but you said something about 30 seconds, and then I was on another channel or something, and I saw that you can only post something that had to do with copyright things. Let me see here. Okay, here's YouTube. Well, no, the link doesn't. I'll go to private chat. That's where you put it last time. Okay.
yeah, I put it there.
Okay.
And then I also put the same link out into the. If anybody wants to go watch it right now,
Not long
I mean,
ago,
really, when I saw that, yep, play it.
Okay, but you can't see it, can you?
No, but after 28 seconds, just stop it and then start. Then you can hit play again. Go ahead.
Third birthday, and then
my fellow Americans, you deserve the truth, and I know you can handle it. I won't be your next president. That point has been made crystal clear.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time.
All right, stop it right now.
President Trump is a total and complete dipshit.
Okay. I'm back.
Now you know that Obama didn't say that, right?
No, I didn't.
He didn't say that.
Okay.
But I'm saying that's AI.
Oh, okay. I got you.
That's what this video is about.
Okay.
Go ahead, hit play.
Okay.
Hello, welcome to Foreign Correspondent. I'm Jeremy Fernandez. Well, it took a global pandemic to force us all indoors and to increasingly rely on video screens to connect our lives.
All right, pause it.
Still believing. This program
Pause it.
into the world of deep.
All right. Yeah, it's so crazy. Like after I saw this video, now I almost question everything. Go ahead, hit play.
Fakes.
A deepfake is essentially a piece of synthetic
it looks like
or
Snoop.
fake media that's either
It is,
created
but it's not.
entirely by artificial intelligence or manipulated by artificial intelligence.
Malaria isn't just any disease.
Okay.
Which, by the way, includes fake video of real people saying and doing things that they never did.
This is no stunt. Hollywood is delighted by the movie-making potential of deepfakes. But
Go ahead, pause it.
I started with like Photoshop. Are you suggesting that there could possibly be some new world order in the making?
I don't know about New World Order, but I'm just saying that the way that, in my opinion, that Elon Musk fucking laughs like that all the time makes me think that, for a long fucking time, these people have been just replacing people. and they just take over their bank accounts basically. I mean, they control their spending, they control the
Wait,
economy, really.
are you suggesting that Elvis could still be alive? Is it
No,
on that yet?
no. I'm not a lunatic. I'm just saying that I watched the video.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know, but the video is pretty convincing. I mean, they show an Obama one. I mean,
Well,
it's
that's
not
kind of scary because, you know, lately they've been talking about they've actually cloned people, like twins and stuff, or
right,
and
right.
and their advancements in stem cell research have kind of
They're
supported
not
that.
really advancements. They're really like a way to I don't know. Go ahead, hit play.
Tech is increasingly viewed as dangerous and subversive.
You blame me for interfering with your democracy.
The deepfakes plays into the hands of anybody, any state sponsor, any institution that wants to create confusion or deceive.
The deepfakes are a fundamental threat to democracy and to any civilization that relies on the
I have
truth.
paused it.
Deepfake.
It's very scary.
Yeah, that is. That really is.
Mm-hmm.
And I would think that if they get to start doing like down the line within the next 20 years, massive cloning, you could literally create an army. Okay. And
Yeah, but this is a. Go ahead, hit play.
Deepfakes could very well undermine our sense of reality.
So, are we entering a world where artificial intelligence will distort our sense of reality? Perhaps, as I have a confession to make,
facial
I'm actually a
regeneration.
deepfake, and you're now watching my computer-generated avatar that Hamish MacDonald and I have created. What's extraordinary is that almost anyone can now do this. All you need is a credit card and internet access.
In December
Okay,
2008,
like
a credit card
Yeah.
and internet. Yes.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah. And then any 13-year-old, smart 13-year-old could do it, Wow. That's the time and the era that we're living in now, that will soon
No,
be
see, that's the problem.
manipulation of
You just were compliant with that's the time and the era we're living in now. No, because you remember hundreds of years ago they used to put people in with the lions and fight the lions. I mean, no, it's about the acceptance of the behavior, and the acceptance of the behavior is like, okay, wait, I mean, it's so fucked up.
But do you have to combat it? Do you have to accept it as being real? If you keep denying it and you're in the minority of those who
you're accepting it, not me. You accepted it by saying that's the error, that's the time. No, we see the good things.
It's right in front of me. I'm seeing it. It's real.
I know. It's not working. Oh, it's working, but in a bad way.
Yes, it is. It's working in a bad way, but sometimes that's accepting of the reality of it.
But it can't be that way. That's the thing I think.
But Thomas Hobbes, the social theorist, said life is short, nasty, and brutish, and we live in that type of world where the negative and the evil often outweigh that which is good, and it's becoming the gap between good and bad is becoming increasing, ever increasing.
Yes, okay, and I believe we're on the same page. That's why we are talking.
I don't want to
even
accept
if there's only 7 people here, and you and I, that people will rewatch this, people will see it, and hopefully, we'll be what somebody's looking for. That's trying to keep their integrity. and not compromise their convictions, and hopefully with our longevity, with the endurance, maybe we'll get longevity.
Yeah.
To keep fighting the good fight and not accept that type of behavior, because we know that it has nothing to do with the times and the technology, because they were doing it hundreds of years ago, throwing people to the lions. A Roman candle is, when they would take somebody and stick them on they would impale them and pour like paraffin or whatever over them and light them on fire.
Yeah.
They
And
burn for a while.
unfortunately, they're changing laws to be in their favor of that, redefining definitions and redefining laws,
Right in our face. But the only thing that has changed, that with the right mindset, and maybe no, we're just a tiny voice and easily squelched out like a mask that just burns out. Maybe, right? Maybe. And maybe not. Maybe, but at least it wasn't for lack of trying.
Yeah.
And if I want to embrace the internet and the World Wide Web, then I want to use it for not just to say good things, but I want to use it also to combat bad things that, while, yes, they're right in front of our face. Yes. So let's talk about them, because it is disgusting. And yes, it's right in front of our faces. And I think that we should blatantly point things out that are so blatant when we think it started, without being scared that, oh, we're going to be muzzled. We're going to be muzzled. Well, maybe, maybe not, but at least, we can say, hey, before we say anything that might offend you, please don't take it that way. We actually are very grateful for YouTube and this venue, because it's important to me and to the people here. Although I know I don't make, them any money, and I don't make money, but we're not here about the money. So
we're here
I'm
to stay
grateful.
true to ourselves and true to our audiences, and that makes a difference for not only ourselves but the general community out there.
It's not even really. I'm not even saying it's the truth. I think it's just like, I like to be able to state my thoughts on the current events of the world. I was taught current events when I went to school in social studies. Yeah. So we should be able to talk about them. If I was taught to discuss current events in school, then it must be a good thing. So, being an old school person in my age, then I appreciate this forum. Thank you. And, please don't ever think I'm speaking in any terms of that I'm stating truth or facts or anything. They're opinions. And, I don't know if anything.
It's funny because listening to some of the other community channels that are bullshit, you fall into that. Just listening to them, not commenting, just listening to them, you fall into that guilty pleasure type thing, and it just becomes, and you say to yourself, at least I do to myself, why am I even listening to this shit?
Yeah, but I stopped listening like a couple of weeks ago. I think as much, as much. I'm not gonna say altogether.
Yeah.
I'll still flip through, but I get bored way more quicker.
Yeah, because you have more, and you look towards your integrity. You say to yourself, why am I listening to this bullshit? If I was talking to my daughter or something, I'd be saying, well, why are you listening to this bullshit? So, but here I am listening to that,
No, I know she wouldn't even listen to it, but I myself, I just know, ask your stupid statements, the queen of mean or this or that, or even if I don't hear that, it depends. I guess we all have what we like or whatever, and that's why it's good to have your a channel or a place to come, because I feel like it's just a telephone call and to
Yeah.
all of us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if I could hear their voice, like for me and you, I feel like it's a telephone call too.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, it's like that's how I feel. Like I forget we're on a panel, and I'll still read the chat, and it's just a comfortable flow
Yeah, it is.
of
It is.
conversation. Yeah, that's why it really doesn't matter to me if it was a room with the chat flying by and everything, because I like the conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Hmm.
I'm gonna get off now. I'll leave my email in the other, not in the comments here, but
Oh,
in.
you know what? Here, wait. In the private chat, I'm gonna do this.
Oh, okay, that's right. Okay, forgot
Hold
about that.
on.
Oh.
All right, there. You see?
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
All right, write that down or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Let me write this down.
Yeah, a cafe for you, Ian. Ian and Liam. Wow, if you had two twin boys, you could name Ian and Liam. That's nice. I like that. Ian and Liam.
Ian and Leah.
Ian, Liam.
Are those two boys or one of them's a girl or what?
No, Ian and Liam. Those are men's names.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, like the actor Liam Neeson. He's one of my favorite actors. Did you ever see him in the movie
Thank you, Liam.
A Monster Calls?
No.
Oh, that movie was so great. It brought tears to my eyes because his mom was dying of cancer, the little boy, but he had a relationship with this monster. This big monster would come out of the tree. He looked like a tree. And it just brought tears to my. I just love that movie.
What do you mean this big monster would come? And what would it do?
It would come almost like in his dream. It would give him advice. And Liam Neeson was the monster, and because his mom was dying of cancer, and he needed an outlet. He needed somebody to talk to explain these certain things about what would be happening. And it just, it wasn't really a kid's movie, even though the boy was like 13 or something, but he had been being bullied at school and this and that. But it's just a magnificent movie.
Was it a bug?
No, what, the monster?
Yeah.
No, the monster was a big tree. He was a big tree, and he would branches and stuff. But you could see his eyes. He had a face, but his face
So
looked
was it like the Giving Tree?
No. You'll just have to look at it. You can find
what was the name of it again?
It's called A Monster Calls.
A Monster Calls. Well, that sounds really interesting.
Yeah, it's just a great movie. I
It
don't know if
really
anybody
does. I like that. A Monster Calls. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah.
Have you seen Big Fish?
Big Fish? No, I haven't. Is that a good one too?
That's a good one with Billy Crudup. It's a good one. It's got what's her name? Jessica Lange.
Okay. I love Jessica Lange.
Yeah, and
check it out. I got Netflix.
Really
yeah. I got Netflix.
The guy who played Daddy Warbucks.
Daddy Warbucks. God, what was that movie in? He played
Annie.
What's it called?
In Annie. What was his
Annie.
name?
Okay, that's right. Daddy Warbucks in Annie.
Yeah, and he was Albert Brooks. Not Albert Brooks. No, who was it? I'm not sure. Was his father. And there was he was a traveling salesman, and he would tell him stories about this place where there was a giant, and it was it's a really good, man, it's a good movie.
Okay.
It's called Big Fish.
Okay.
And so if you get a chance to watch that one, that's a good one.
Okay, I will. I got that written down, Big Fish. Yeah, but all this.
And When a Monster Calls, right?
Yeah, a
Okay.
Monster Calls, just a fantastic movie. It'll be a tearjerker for you, but it's also just a good movie in other ways too. So yeah, love that
There is
movie.
Henry and Harry. These guys are now at Henry and Harry.
Oh,
It's reassuring to know there is a better way of life. Thank you. There is a better way of life.
mhm.
Yeah, and it's like right here. Aw. Thank you, Liam. I appreciate that. That's
Harry
probably my
is Harry is
That's my
short
daughter.
name. Harry
My
is a
daughter.
short name for Henry. No, Harry and Henry are two different names, aren't they? You say Harry
What
is
have
a
you
short.
say? Remember Henrietta and Harry? Remember from Willy Wonka? And he had the grandparents, Josephina and Joseph.
Oh, they were in the
And
band. Oh, they
yeah,
never left. They never left the band for like 3 years, and you got to
yeah, like
wonder.
yeah.
They must have been
Mm-hmm.
pretty funky. That was
Yeah, and it does
he played in that was Anderson. He played in Chico and the Man. Remember that
Chico
show?
and the Man. Yeah, Chico and the Man.
Chico, don't be desperate. Oh yeah, Chico and the Man.
You
Yeah,
sound like you could sing gospel.
no. See, I'm so sorry. What you call him died. What was his name? Freddie
Oh,
Perez or
Freddie
something?
Prinze.
Yeah.
He was young too, only 21.
Yeah, he was young guy, wasn't he? And it's funny, it's weird because his son died just like Bruce
I think.
Lee's and his son died too. And that
What?
was a weird,
Whose
wasn't
son
that a
died?
weird
Freddie
coincidence?
Prince's son died?
Huh?
Freddie Prince's son died?
Yeah, I thought he did. Yeah. I think he's just Freddie Prince's son. I forgot what his son's name was, but I think
Freddie
he
Prince
died.
Jr.
Yeah, I think he died too. But isn't that now see why didn't the industry change then when Bruce Lee's son died in that movie? What was the Raven or something? Remember the gun was loaded in
Yeah,
that
Brandon
one.
Lee.
Yes, and then
He's not dead. He's still alive. He's 55 years old.
who?
He's
Freddie
a
Prinze?
Pisces.
Who?
Freddie Prince Jr.
No, he's not 65, is he?
No, he's 45.
Oh, okay. He's still okay. I thought
He was born in 1976.
Okay. But sure having
Wow, look at this. What was Freddie Prince? Oh, this is, wait a minute. Why does that say what was Freddie Prince Jr.? Hold on a minute. Keep talking. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wonder why the industry didn't change that gun thing with the recent, when the gun went off here recently with what's the face, they learned from Bruce Lee's son in the Raven, he got shot and killed the same way. I just don't understand what a loaded gun would be doing on the set. There should be no loaded guns on the set, unless you got a hired security guard around. But how they mix that up that's just crazy. That's crazy.
Well, it says
he's gonna be held in the same way as kind of not exactly him and Scott's thing is kind of different, obviously, but some of the same that production company had got fined before. Somebody had got shot on another set or something like that before that. So they had 3 or 4 different claims against them. And now, with the latest shot, so they're kind of in that same boat too, liability.
Yeah.
How come Freddie Prinze Jr. I haven't seen him act in a long time, didn't he? He was
no, he's hot. Like more behind the scenes. It says he had a history of playing Russian roulette to frighten his friends for amusement. So he made farewell phone calls to numerous family members and friends on the night of his death. And he left a note stating that he had decided to take his life. The death was ruled a suicide. Well, obviously, right? I mean,
how old was he? He was
22 years old.
That's all? I thought he was older. Wow.
No, 22. Says he was born Frederick Carl Prutzel at St. Clair's Hospital in Manhattan, the son of Edward Carl Prutzer and Maria de Gracia Prutzer. His mother was a Puerto Rican Catholic, and his father was a German Lutheran immigrant who had arrived in the U.S. as a youth in 1934. When Prince was a small child, his mother enrolled him in ballet classes to deal with a weight problem. Without telling his parents, he successfully auditioned for the LaGuardia High School of Performing Arts, where he was introduced to drama and continued ballet, and where he discovered his gift for comedy while entertaining crowds in the boys' restroom. He dropped out of school his senior year to become a stand-up comedian.
He had depression, didn't he? Isn't that why he committed suicide? I think he had severe depression or something.
That, about 4 months before his death, he had signed a 5-year deal with NBC worth $6 million, which back then that was a lot, in '77.
Yeah. It's like 40
In '75, he married Catherine Barbara Cochran, with whom he had one child, Freddie Prinze Jr. Prince was arrested during driving under the influence of Quaaludes on November 16, 1976. A few weeks later, his wife filed for divorce. Prince had been romantically linked to actress Pam Grier after they met in 1973. Grier recalls their relationship in chapter 19 of her memoir, My Life in 3 Acts. Hey, that's just fucking. That means that. So he'd been on the scene since he was like 17 years old.
Yeah, because I think she was probably much older than him. And
yeah, right. It wasn't that Foxy Brown.
Yeah. She was probably because she was with Richard Pryor for a while too.
She was born 1949.
And he was born when 57 or something.
Let's see. Wait a minute. Let me go back. He was born 54, so she was 5 years older than him.
But another guy who had depression that I think, I don't know, he didn't kill himself. He had a heart attack, but he died of a broken heart. Depression was. We were singing his song, Andy Gibb. I just want to be.
Oh, I love Andy Gibb.
Yeah, because
Prince suffered from depression, which deepened in the weeks after his wife filed for divorce. On the night of January 28, 1977, after talking on the telephone with her, he received a visit from his business manager, Marvin Dusty Snyder. While Snyder was visiting him, Prince put a gun to his head and shot himself.
Oh, shit, that's what happened. Oh.
He had purchased the gun in the presence of Jimmy J.J. Walker and Alan Bursky, although it was long rumor that Bursky gave him the gun. Prince was rushed to UCLA, placed on life support. His family removed him from life support on January 29th. He had a long history of playing Russian roulette to frighten his friends, although he made the phone calls, wrote a note. However, in 1983, in a civil case brought by his mother, wife, and son against Crown Life Insurance Company, the jury found that the death was medication-induced and accidental, which enabled the family to collect $200,000 in life insurance. This followed a $1 million out-of-court settlement with his psychiatrist and doctor to end their malpractice suit for allowing him access to a gun and overprescribing him Quaaludes as a tranquilizer. Prince is interred at Forest Lawn near his father. His son, Freddie Prinze, who was less than 1 year old when his father died, did not speak publicly about his father.
So I wonder, do you think it was the divorce that made him distraught and set him off, and he probably that night started drinking and Quaaludes and shit, and then he started playing with the gun, you think? Or do you think he was so distraught that, because I remember at the time they said he committed suicide, and that it was the stardom and all that, but I don't know, the guy just signed that much, 30, whatever it was, $6 million, which is probably like 35 million now. Why would he take his own life? He had his kid still to live for, I don't know. It just sounds kind of. And then the company, the what's coming, still gave him a settlement because when you do suicide, you can't collect your life insurance, and so
Right.
they found a way to bypass that somehow. So I guess I don't know if it was the Quaaludes that had anything to do with it. You know, that's old school dope. Quaaludes. I don't know if they're considered uppers or downers. Quaaludes. I don't even know if Quaaludes
I know, me neither. I don't either.
still around now.
I'd like to know, they never questioned the guy that was there.
No.
Okay.
And Andy Gibb was only like 30 when he died, or 32 or something. And he died but see, Andy was doing a lot of dope too. He was doing a lot of cocaine, but he was brokenhearted from Victoria Principal, who was on, what was the show she was on?
Yeah.
Dallas. They say he basically died of a broken heart. So, I don't know. It's just kind of weird. I don't know.
They won't let me finish the reading.
Hey, John, what's going on, man? Gone John and Pink still in the house. Throwback. Signing off, chat pals. Yeah, me too. I'm really tired. Good to see you. Thanks for the good conversation tonight, Throwback, man. I'll see you on the next run.
Oh, bye, Throwback. I gotta go out and come back in. So you gotta let me go out, come back.
Okay.
It's not even let me do anything. It's like frozen. All right. Hi.
Hey, okay. All right, SG, you have a nice morning. I'm gonna try to change. I tried to change my old avatar, but for some reason I was trying to upload a picture of a bottle.
Go to manage Google settings or something like that. Click on your avatar.
I guess you gotta log in, even though I could get into. I need to log in, so I'll do that. So,
I think it just goes right there. I don't know when you hit the. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, I am gonna log off too. So we're logging off. We're logging off. We're signing out.
We're logging off. The ship is going down.
Don't say that.
Don't have any sex with any rats, you know.
No, with a string. They're not rats. They're mice.
Mice.
It's called gurgling. Gurgling. Don't do it. Hi, Ganjan. But we are gonna go. So just count down with me, okay?
Love and salt. What is it? Peace, love, and
yeah,
salt.
you gotta count down with me though. We go 5, 4, 3. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. Go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Peace, love, and tacos, everyone. And thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Bye bye. Have a great night.